Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Hope you're all excited. Today is an exciting day. Year of the Dragon launch day. Also, Dungeons and Dragons and on and line. That's right. That's right. That's right. I'm very excited. I'm stoked. I'm pumped. I'm invisible right now. You can't see me. Get wrecked. Chumps. Speaking of getting wrecked. Hello. What's up? How you guys doing? We're back. We're back on the old DDO train. Sorry that I took like a month away from the game. Honestly, I needed it. It was nice. I played a bunch of other video games. It was really great. I played a lot of Helldivers, a lot of Last Epoch, a lot of other stuff. And it was a nice palate cleanser to then return full force to Dungeons & Dragons Online. Here we are. I'm so excited. Number one, my character class right here, this is my cleric, my endgame cleric, my melee cleric that I never posted a video about because I knew these changes were coming and I didn't want to post the video before the changes came out. God, I've had all these videos that I'm like, I really want to post the build, except they're changing the entire Epic Destiny tree, so I can't really do that. So I have to like wait and then come back to it later. Well, now there's no more waiting. Now we're back to it right now. So I'm excitedly going to share with you some of the changes I'm making to some of these character builds and some of the things, and I'm looking forward to actually testing some of the stuff out, which I will have to be doing myself pretty soon here, like grabbing like a lot of different stuff, going into like, grabbing the Exalted Angel form and stuff and testing out some of these things. I'm excited because I think that the new Exalted Angel form is going to be a lot of fun, especially for this character. I think it's going to fit really well, but it's going to be a bit of a wait and see to make sure everything is going to go exactly as planned, but we'll see. How is Helldivers? Helldivers is amazing. The best way I can describe it is it's like the most stressful video game I've ever played, and it's just great. If you just want to be stressed out and like just really, really just like a lot of heavy breathing and a lot of worry, Helldivers is for you. Great video game. Can recommend all day. Very, very fun. Again, and you might be like, wait, what do you mean stressed out? Like, there's just so much stuff happening, and it's not helped by the fact that while you're playing the game, your character is also screaming. So when you're like running around and you're being chased by giant bugs and giant monsters, you'll be like, oh, I'm really stressed about this. And then a monster will like come around the corner in front of you like a giant bug, and you don't know how to deal with it, and you're out of ammo and you can't reload, and your character is just going as you're doing it. And you're like, oh, that's how I feel too, in-game character. Glad we can both kind of feel the same on this one. So there's that. So yeah, it's a fun game. Would recommend. Okay, I kind of want to take everything now, because you kind of want to take the actual Ascendance, because Ascendance is really, really, really good. How do I fit Ascendance into this build? And Holy Fireball? I don't know, I have to figure that out. I'm going to rearrange some points, because I do want Ascendance into the build. Maybe you get rid of Untouchable. Maybe you drop points in Mako Attack and you don't take the Imbue dice, which is probably the answer. You probably just drop the points in the Imbue dice and grab Ascendance, because it's actually good now. I don't know. Has Matrim updated the builder? I don't believe so, no. Also, what's up, Chris? How you doing? Kevin, how you doing? Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm just giving people time to like filter in because I'm just kind of standing around doing whatever. But yeah, let's go talk about video games. Dragonlord, new things coming out. So if you guys didn't see it, there was a big patch that came out relatively recently. Whoopsie, wrong button. There's a big patch that came out relatively recently. With that patch, I'll load up the notes here. These notes. So they had a big patch that came out recently, Rise of the Dragonlord, and so there's all this stuff here. It's long. These patch notes are very, very, very long, and so I'm not going to go into them right now because I did that. I made a video. I posted a video that's like literally 50 minutes long. I felt so bad. Partway through, I was like, oh, if you're a new player, this is going to be really cool talking about the tavern changes. I was like, yeah, where you can talk to taverns in like tavern keepers. You can go to the tavern and talk to the guys in the market or the harbor, and they'll be like, hey, do you not know where to go to get quests? Here are some ideas, which is really, really cool. So really fun, great idea. But I'm like, yeah, if you're new, you can get this. If you're watching if you're 38 minutes deep in a patch note video for a game you're not familiar with. Why would you do that? Oh, people do whatever they want. Yeah, I'm also going to be looking at those quests as well. So yeah, we'll see how it is. Also, what's up, everybody on YouTube? Yes, new bow build coming. It's going to be very good. We're streaming on both places, so yeah, it's gonna be a good time. So thank you for the kind words and everything else. I'm excited. It's gonna be a good time. go here. Again, it's a symptom of a problem that exists where in modern video games, modern games tell you exactly where to go all the time, where they just go like, go here, go here, go here, go here. Whereas in your older school of video game, you actually are expected to explore around and figure things out on your own. And so in DDO, being slightly older, they want to encourage you to go find stuff. But again, if you play any modern MMORPG, when you get a quest, there'll be an arrow pointing on your map, and you just follow the arrow to get to where you're supposed to go. And so there's a little bit of conflict with some other stuff that's going on. Yeah, you can skip around. I sectioned it out so you can go to each section.
Brian here. I saw the video thumbnail today and I thought, have I seen this pose before?
Yep.
I have, it turns out. In 10 months you used it like 5 times.
Yep.
One time it was flipped to the other side turn.
Yep.
This discounts same shirt, different pose. What do you have to say about this? Also please compare Helldivers and Pickaxe Potman for stress.
Okay, so what I have to say about this is that I have a folder on my computer for making thumbnails. Okay. And so if I look at the computer thumbnail here, so I have my thumbnail folder, and then in my thumbnail folder, I have my YouTuber face folder, and these are all my YouTuber faces that I recorded. I just put myself in front of the camera and then did a little bit of photo editing, and then when I make a video, I just drag one of the YouTuber faces out onto the thumbnail, so that way I don't actually have to do it. So that's why it's the same shirt, because I do it for convenience sake, because it gives me, no joke, it is a 20% view increase by putting my face in the thumbnail. That's it. Just 20% more views. Isn't that crazy? And also, Pickaxe Potman is not stressful. It's aggravating. Also, sorry, I have a bit of a cold, so my throat is scratchy. Whereas Helldivers is stressful and not aggravating. Very different. Also, what is this? This is a rune arm. It's a rune arm on my arm. It's the raid rune arm from Fires Over Morgrave called the Demon Engine. And I use it because it gives tons of spell power, which I need, as well as dripping with magma, which deals extra damage on my hit. So there's that. All right, so if you're wondering, how do you get the Year of the Dragon gifts? Okay, you go into the Hall of Heroes. This is the Hall of Heroes, and that's where you reincarnate. And then over there is where you get potions for legacy content owners. That's where you do your crafting bench, the Soul Forge. That's where you have the patron coffer reward person, Zenea. And there's this silver dragon here. A lot of people are standing around the silver dragon. So what you do is you click on silver dragon, and it says, "Welcome, little one. A small part of the prophecy has been deciphered. It decrees that this year is the year of the dragon. As such, I have come to spread gifts throughout the world in celebration of, well, us. You can claim a gift from this dragon every month as part of the Year of the Dragon celebration. So claim this month's reward. This month's gift is a bit of draconic martial training, free to anyone who would learn it. Would you like to be trained? This month's reward is the fighter archetype Dragonlord. This will be unlocked on all characters across your account. Yes." And now that I've clicked it, I have unlocked the Dragonlord. Do you want to unlock the Dragonlord? What you should do is you should log into the game right now and talk to this guy, and you get Dragonlord for free. Dragonlord is going to be a paid feature. It's going to be available in VIP. You'll be able to buy it in the DDO store for like 1 billion points or something. But if you want to get the Dragonlord without paying hundreds of zillions of dollars, literally gazillions, you can just talk to Zathril, and it's free right now. So you don't have to wait. You could just do it right now. So what are you waiting for? Get in the car, okay? Drive down to your local Zathril Dragon and get your reward right now. Come on, dude. Also, there's Aristrez. If you have a Year of the Dragon reward cosmetics, you may obtain them from this NPC. Oh yeah, this guy is going to give out like cosmetics and stuff. So like, I don't think they're going to be doing the Silver Dragon Scale armor, which is funny. This is actually a different Silver Dragon Scale armor than the one that they gave out for the people like me who bought the season pass. This is actually a different one because it doesn't have the shoulder pauldrons, where it's just kind of like smooth along the edges, which is interesting. It's just like a smoother scale. Day 15 of asking for R10s tomorrow. I'll do R10s tomorrow. I actually do want to do R10s tomorrow because I need to test out some character builds with new Epic Destinies with all the changes. So I'm going to be doing R10s tomorrow. So yeah, so that's the idea here. You can get your free stuff, you can get your Dragonlord, and now it's free. So if you want to get it, you can do that. If you don't want to log in and get it for free, or for whatever reason you want to purchase it, it is $9.95 in the store. And you can just buy it if you don't want to get it for free. But please go get it for free because it's literally free. It's free. Go there. Go talk to him. This guy. Where do you get the free armor they talked about? Oh, yeah, the anniversary guy. There should be a genie. I don't know if they're going to be giving away free armor. Good, let's go check out the anniversary. I forgot about that. The anniversary event is in House Fjarlin, and I don't know what's going to be giving away. Every year they give away a free armor. They might not be doing a free armor just because of the whole Dragonlord thing going on right now. But every year they've given away a free armor, so we'll see. I don't think there's free armor. Well, you guys can think or not think. We're going to confirm right now. So we're going to get the answer right here. Here's the genie. Talk to the genie. Dragonborn, I can grant you an older anniversary reward if you have the old token. May I trade a token for an older gift? Dragonborn, give me your 15-year anniversary. Show words of supreme power. What do I trade? Before I show you the list, I understand. Show me the list. Wait, what? I don't have a token, though. Okay, so there's not a free anniversary reward this year, it looks like. Like, there's the token for the 15-year, but that's about it. So it looks like there is not a free reward this year. So it is what it is. There's no free reward this year. Instead, you just have to get stuff from the party favorite collector. I will make a YouTube video about what's cool to get out of this character, NPC. The answer is basically nothing. Almost all of it is bad. Also, welcome back to Stream Team Mail. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate that. Glad to have you here. So yeah. But almost all these items are bad in pretty much all cases, but that's okay because there's a couple items that people find mildly convenient, like the teleporting thing. And the forum posts are also kind of nice for leveling. Like having stuff like the caustic forum post for like level 5 or 10 is just convenient. Like level 5, this is a fantastic item, corrosion acid lower evocation. Anyway, so stuff like that, you can grab all of that, which is just fine. The rose-colored glasses are very useful for a very specific build. The broccoli basher is fine for bashing oozes, which is an okay use of this item. The Steel Star coffees are great now that you can use them while walking, so they can't cancel themselves out. Some people like the Sentient Jewel of the Kobold, although I personally don't. And that's basically it. Also, Barbar Jink, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here.
Why are you yelling mail? Is Canada Post outside your house?
Yeah, they are. They always are. They hang out outside my house. Yeah, the party favors are very annoying to farm as well, so I'm not a big fan of that. You don't need to be VIP. If you claim it, you have it, Zenith Sage. If you talk to the dragon, you can do it right now. You just gotta talk to the dragon and then relog. So you talk to the dragon and then you relog, and that's it. Talk to dragon, relog. You don't need to be a VIP. You don't need to buy it. You get it for free right now. If you wait till March 27th, and then on March 27th you log into the game, you're like, yep, time to go claim my Dragonlord for free and play it. You're going to get a big shock, because guess what? You won't be able to claim your Dragonlord for free. Unfortunately, the Dragonlord will no longer be available for free, and you'll have to buy it with your cold, hard cash. Disappointing. Hall of Heroes? Yeah, in the Hall of Heroes, you just go downstairs, there's a big dragon and a million people around. You can't miss it. The fastest grind on favors? You could do that. Yeah, you come in the Hall of Heroes, you just go downstairs, and there's a big dragon. So go talk to the big dragon. And then you unlock it permanently on your account, all characters forever. Now, I want to stress this out. I'm going to be making some build guides for Dragonlord. There are a lot of them. There's not one Dragonlord build. There's so many. It's very, very, very good. Now, the thing you have to know about Dragonlord, okay, is that it's very good for hardcore, super powerful, and you can use it for a tactics character. You can use it for just raw DPS. It's got a great multi-class potential. It's a good buffer, good support. It's got a lot of flexibility. So since it's free, you should go claim it. Don't avoid claiming it. It's free. What does the dragon give that gonna cost later? The new class, Dragonlord. Yeah, so my goal is, so basically, I'm going to be playing Archer first, because Dungeons & Dragons Online developer Steelstar was in chat when we were talking about the bow changes, and I said, and I quote, if you can give me Fireball Arrow and Arcane Archer, which I've wanted since the game since we got Arcane Archer, I've wanted Fireball Arrow. I've wanted that forever. If you give me Fireball Arrow, I'll play Archer before I play Dragonlord. And they did better than Fireball Arrow because they made Elemental Arrow, where it just takes whatever your imbue is and turns that into the ball. So if you have Acid as your Arcane Archer imbue, it's Acid Ball Arrow, or Frost Ball Arrow, or Lightning Ball Arrow. Fantastic. Technically it's called Elemental Inferno, but whatever, same thing. I gotta do it now. I have no choice. Yeah, then send SG money in a letter envelope with your credit card and info, and then personally take my Dragonlord from Cordovan. Well, you also have to, don't forget to include, like, a vial of your own blood as well for the sacrifice. That's pretty important. So, yeah. You bet let me one-up that. It's really cool. So, yeah, we're going to be checking it out. By epic levels is the best quality of life? What do you mean by epic levels? Apparently, also, when you open the menu, it's supposed to load this menu first, and it definitely did not do that. So you're still going to see, like, empty LFMs. But what? You can search the compendium by epic? What do you mean search by epic? Wait, you can just type in epic? No, that doesn't work. What do you mean search by epic? I don't understand. Type epic level? Wait, epic level? What? I don't understand what you guys are talking about. Yeah, I don't think they made a change. Auto loads group first now. It should. I don't know if it does. But yeah. Let him sell, thanks for clarifying. No, you gotta put it in a vial. They won't take it if it's not in a vial. You don't have to label it. They'll know whose it is, but you have to do that. You can list it by epic level instead of heroic levels, is what they mean. What? You could always do that. You could always just do this and sort by epic levels. Like, if you just click this, so this has already been there, sort the adventures by epic levels. This has been here for like a year, where you just like click this button and then you can sort by epic levels. You could always do that. Like, this has been in the game for like over a year. Actually even longer than that. I don't know how long it's been in the game, but it's been a while. So again, I'm not sure what we're talking about, but anyway, it's a good change. You know what? If that's the change that was mentioned, it's a good change, so I'm happy about that. So yeah. What are you saying? Search by epic levels? Like, oh, I'm level 21. What quest do I want to do? Oh, you mean like it wouldn't search out? It would only use this level, not this level. I gotcha. So you can look at 21s and all that. Okay, now I understand. Thank you. Sorry. I didn't mean to not understand what you guys were talking about. I just never type in the numbers, so I don't really care. So yeah. I guess if you're like doing... That's kind of good for doing like a favor, I guess, on Hardcore League, because you can like type in a level and be like, okay, did I actually get everything that was in here? And then go from there. Do you know what the level upcoming quests are going to be? I actually ran them on the preview. I don't remember the level though. They're maximum level and something else. It's like, I think they're high level, I'm pretty sure. And it's like level 18 or 17 or something like that. Or 19, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're high level on heroics. Is chain tumbling gone? Yeah, chain tumbling is gone. So now when you block, you will see these like little icons, which are obscured by my red flames, which is hilarious. This is why I wanted these to be displayable all the time, which is a feature that I guess either they couldn't figure out or they didn't do community requests. However, these are now your tumble charges. So you can tumble while you have a tumble charge, and you can't tumble when you don't have one. So you'll see here I now have one charge. If I tumble again, I have 0 charges. Now I can't tumble. My character won't do anything until I have sufficient charges to be able to tumble. The reason why you have tumble charges is because now, instead of just using it for speed, when you tumble, you gain bonus stats. So you gain bonus reflex saves equal to your tumble score. So when I tumble, boom, I give 100 now, and then it goes away. It's only for 1 second, so you can tumble through traps. And second, you also gain bonus dodge. So right now I have 14,000 effective hit points, but when I tumble, I go up to 34,000 because my dodge goes up to 95%. Actually, I only get 50% dodge because I'm in heavy armor, I think. Yeah, because it's 14%, and then I tumble, and it goes up to 64%. So you get like a 50% dodge bonus from tumbling. So yeah. If you're too fast, only does 2. So the thing that I learned about it is that, yeah, it will take, if you double tap tumble, you can use all your charges in one go. So if I go like this, it took both my charges, even though I only did it once. So you can't mash the button. You have to like deliberately press it, and then it does the thing. If you mash, you'll eat all your charges, which is a bit of a problem. They should have a cooldown on the eating the charges, but I don't know. Probably something they can fix later. Why is my character 10 pixels wide? I don't know. Is Dragon only for VIPs? It's only for VIPs if you don't claim it for free in the Hall of Heroes. So what you do is you go to the Hall of Heroes, Agora Zomber, okay? You're going to come over here. You're going to go into this area, the Hall of Heroes. It's in the marketplace, okay? And then once you go in here, you're going to go downstairs. So you just go right down here, and there is a dragon that's loading. It's loading. There's a lot of people in the Hall of Heroes right now. There it is. There's a dragon downstairs. You talk to them, and you unlock the Dragonlord. So yeah. Be speed build being beat by some rando spamming tumble. Trust me, I am very happy about the tumble changes. The reason why I like the tumble changes is because, one, it makes tumble actually usable in combat, so you can tumble to like get out of a bad situation. So it's like, oh no, I'm being attacked. You can just go whoop, and now you're not only moving out of a situation, but you're also getting like a huge amount of defense. And also, the biggest thing for me is that there is a lot of there's a lot of people out there that ask me the same question every hardcore league. Can I take 2 levels of rogue to protect myself from traps on hardcore? And the answer is, in 99.9% of cases, no, you can't, because you're playing a cleric or a fighter or a barbarian who's just going to have no reflex saves. Your character's got a 10 dexterity, you got no reflex saves, you're just going to get murdered anyway. But let's say you're playing cleric. Well, now if you're playing cleric on hardcore league, you can put points into tumble with your 2 levels of rogue, so you can actually tumble around through traps. And you can get a tumble potion, you can get house P buffs for extra tumble, and then when you go through the trap, your reflex saves will go up, and you can actually make that reflex save as you go through. It's actually a usable choice now, as long as you know the trap is there. Now, you're still going to die anyway if you don't know the trap is there, and that's such as life when it comes to DDO. Quest knowledge is like the most important thing. But you know what? Hey, it works now, and so I can actually give people the affirmation of, yes, you can use tumble, so yeah, go for it. Why are you trying to make their company not make money? They make more money when more people engage in their products. The thing that you learn really quick when you work at like any type of business is that you don't lose money by people engaging in your free products if you have a free offering. So if a company is giving something away for free, they've already done the cost benefit analysis of if 100,000 people or however many X amount of people, their projections partake in that, the return on the investment is going to be greater. So if somebody says, oh, I'm going to, if they're like, oh, SSG says we're giving away the Dragonlord, if they get 20,000 people logging in to claim Dragonlord for free, then those 20,000 people will then end up continuing to either VIP or continue to play. And as a result, we'll end up making more money in the long run for the company. So it's more beneficial for the company for people to log in and claim the thing for free. So it's literally called a loss leader. The idea is you lose money in the short term to then make more money in the long term through recurring customers. So I'm not causing anyone to lose money. SSG is giving away an offering for free because it's good for their business, and that's why most businesses do it. Have you checked out Unicorn Overlord? No, I'm not a strategy game player. Massive Dungeon Code? Exactly. And some people ask, why don't they give away the stuff for free? The short answer is that it's not a promotion if it's always available. So that's why they do promotions as opposed to making it always available. Okay, so it's time to reincarnate into an archer. I just gotta clear up my inventory and then I'm gonna be good to go. We're gonna be archering. I have a build that I think should be quite fun. It is a paladin ranger rogue. And it's gonna be archery based. All archery all the time. Should be fun. Let's go to the Hall of Heroes, I guess. Let's bang some stuff. Process and benefits of reincarnating? No problem. So basically, when you reincarnate, you set your character back to level 1, and you get bonuses based on the last character that you played. So this is a favorite soul. So by setting myself to level 1, my character is going to gain extra mana forever, because I'm a favorite soul, and I'm also going to gain +1 to spell penetration forever. So no matter what, in the future, no matter what, I'll always have 20 extra mana, and that stacks. So because I have lots of past lives, let's say I have past lives here, so let's say if I go to my heroic one, I've already done that once on favorite souls, now I've done it twice. So now I'm going to get 40 mana. So when you make a character, the first time, you're going to have 0 mana at the start if you're playing a rogue. But I get 40 mana. I have 40 more mana than you do, and that's permanent. And you can't catch up to me unless you do the reincarnation process. So the benefit of reincarnating is you get permanent bonuses to your character based on every past life that you get, which is pretty cool. So that's why you do it. And the process is you have to get to maximum level so you can reset your character and do it all over again. I have to empty out my TR cache. How many spaces do I have? Well, let's get to it. So to do so, you also need to use Hearts of Wood. So for example, you have this heroic True Heart of Wood, and you get to level cap, and then you reincarnate your character back to level 1. If you want to know the full description, the full way to do it, the DDO Wiki has an extremely detailed guide. There was a point where I wanted to make my own reincarnation guide, or a video, but I realized that the DDO wiki is so succinct and so easy to understand that I can't do better than it, and it would be just a waste of time. So as a result, I recommend you just go read the DDO wiki. It's better, it's faster, it's simpler. Leveling with new ranged AoE? Yeah, we're doing Archer. Rich, I'm going to be giving them away. No, you can't. You can't have them. It's not my fault that you have items that are bricked. And you can't fix them. Time to go get some curse cleansers. Do I have gear for my archer planned out? Nope. Yeah, when I reincarnate, I just kind of go. You know what I mean? I just, like, go. I've said this before, but I find farming items in DDO not fun, so I don't do it. So for endgame, I will farm, where it's like I'm building the endgame build and I'm getting the stuff. But like for like leveling, I don't farm anything. If it's like, oh, I'm just reincarnating, I'll just like, I'll look through the shared storage and be like, ooh, I have this here and I have this, and I'll just pick things out when I need to. Bow, arrows? Yeah, exactly. I'm going to use bow and arrow. That's the plan. But yeah, it's TR time. It's TR time. Okay, so what can I bank here? I gotta bank some crap. Malleable Scepter of Devotion. Yeah, I can probably bank that. It's pretty good. Legendary Gold Curse Dagger. I can put that away in here. I have a Morning Lord's Maul. That's just literally garbage. Do I have a sentient weapon in here somewhere? I have to find it. That is a Dynabone Crossbow, but it's not a sentient weapon. Is that a Fell Blade? There it is, the Fell Blade. Yes, now we feed things to the Fell Blade. Why was I using Fell Blade? I don't know. Morning Lord's Scepter, Morning Lord's Maul. I like Fractured Elegance, gonna keep that. Tyna, I'm gonna keep that. 2 Stalker's outfits. One's a Mythic 4 and one's a Mythic 2 with a bunch of bonuses. Well, I'm gonna bank both of those, and I'm gonna condense that in the future, because the Mythic 4 plus I can craft on it is pretty nice. This is all good stuff. That goes in the bank. 2 Crystalline Mage Gloves with something in it, so I'm gonna put that away. Goes in the bank. That's a raid item. In the bank. Steel Weaving Guards, all that. I should sing it's TR time again. It is. It's a fun time when you empty out your TR cache. It's not too bad. My final Blade Forge life of bow user. Honestly, bow paladin is going to be a lot of fun. So if you haven't tried it, I would definitely recommend it. My character is going to be bow paladin adjacent, as in I will be using a bow and will have paladin levels. But the goal is not to be bow paladin. It's going to be mostly ranger. Is the goal. Is like 99% ranger and a little bit like a smidgen of paladin. Okay, this is an empty item, so just delete that. Ring of Power, let's delete that. Tinkerer Googles, let's put that. Oh, it's a raid item. Sometimes sorting out your gear just takes a little bit of time, so you gotta list. Whispering Ring is kind of just bad. I don't even care. Okay, so bags. This stuff is fine. All this, I'm just gonna put that back in the bank and deal with it later. Scrolls goes in the bank. Spell components. Let's just delete all these. Blade Forge build is 12 Monk, 6 Fighter, 2 Paladin. Yeah, Blade Forge Monk is pretty cool. Both because it's like reasonably powerful and also visually cool. I like Blade Forge Monk. Okay, I have a little bit of XP. I have another large collectible bag, so I'm going to put this in the bag here. And I think we are good. Okay, so I have a true heroic Heart of Wood. No, I need a true heroic Heart of Blood. Never mind. I need an epic Heart of Wood. Epic Heart of Wood. Check. There's multiple types of reincarnations, by the way. There's epic and heroic. So yeah. Dire Charge is now working on Sunder DCs. I think the Tulip is verifying and putting an augment. Oh, Stun DCs. Wait, what? Why would Dire Charge be working off of Thunder DCs? Unless that wasn't in the patch notes, unless I saw something different. But it shouldn't be. Tumble doesn't work anymore? Yeah, it does. So what you do is you just press tumble and boom, you tumble. Yep. Balance lives can't go fully into it with my splash fighter. Yeah. For me, like I said, I'm gonna be doing ranger, which will be pretty fun here. But yeah, bow builds are gonna be a lot of fun. I'll be doing, like I said, ranger, paladin, and a little bit of rogue. The reason why I'm going to do Rogue is because you don't need any more than 15 Ranger on the build that I'm going. And so I was originally going to go 18 Ranger, but I have no reason to go 18 Ranger. So I am going to be swapping out. And I'm like, well, I have 5 extra levels and I want 2 Paladin. So that leaves me with 3 levels remaining. So I'm going to go 3 Paladin and 2 Rogue for the ending of the character. Tumble changes suck. I think they're great. I'm a huge fan. I think it's really, really good. I like Tumble as like an active component where you get to use it as like a way to evade and dodge things in combat. So yeah. Also, No Bob, welcome back to the stream team for 78 months. Jesus Christ. Holy moly. That's a long time. Thank you so much for the resub, dude. I hope you're doing good. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're, or not glad, glad to see you here. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're as excited as I am to play around with some bow character. I know you're also a bow enjoyer like myself, as I, you know me, classic Streamtom bow enjoyer. So that's why I'm very, very excited about this change. I'm going to be tearing into a bow build literally right now. Literally right now, I'm going to become a bow character because, as I said before, I was sitting here playing around on the preview server, and I said, and Dungeons & Dragons Online developer Steelstar was in the chat, and I said specifically, you know what, listen, I know Dragonlord's really cool, but if you make it so that I can, I'm going to take double shot because I can. If you make it so that I can play as a, or get Fireball Arrow in Arcane Archer, you know what? I'll play bow before I play Dragonlord. And now I have to eat my words. I'm going to eat them. Yeah, I'm John Acid Arrows. That's me. If I just want to do some tumbling, I no longer can't. You're right, you no longer can't. You can tumble. You just press the button. Try to tumble for 5 seconds in a row. You can't. That is correct. You guys are describing how reality functions. Yes. Oh, you love playing bow? Mm-hmm. Yep. That's me. Anyway, let's get this going. Well, then quit the game. Or learn to use the new tumble. No more tumblers in town. Damn. Good old tumblers. Yeah, for me, I'm just like the idea of having something that is more like user friendly and like feels more like action oriented is great. Tumble had no function in the game until it was changed to be for speed, and by for speed I mean just to be more usable. And now it actually has a function. Old Tumble had no function in the entire video game. You could not use it for anything. It had no positive effect. You couldn't use it to get away from an effect because it didn't increase your movement speed or reduce your movement speed. You couldn't use it to get through a trap because it gave you no defensive bonuses. You couldn't use it to get away from monsters because the point of tumbling in 3.5, one of the major features, is it allows you to leave combat without provoking an attack of opportunity by making a tumble check. However, there are no attacks of opportunity in DDO. So instead, the function is now repeated here with the extra dodge that you get, where you basically get immunity frames like you're playing a Souls-style video game. Which is pretty cool. Like, the fact that it actually very much mimics the pen and paper consequences of it and also makes the game feel more like action-y and like there's something you can actually do in a lot of circumstances, I think it's great. I'm a big fan of this. Monotar's Forge. Why can't I take Beloved of the Divine? Oh well. No, D&D Souls Tumble is better change. Yeah. Like I said, I'm very excited. And I'm going to stay being excited. The only thing that I would say is mildly annoying about the change for me personally is that I do play a bard. And so for getting your songs out quickly on a bard, you can use Tumble to cancel the bard song animation. However, the solution to this problem is if you have mobility, you can still have enough charges to be able to do an entire group because the Tumble will regenerate, so you can get the whole thing done. So my solution to that problem is I just have a swap on my bard. So I have an item that has Tumble or mobility on it. There's like a pair of bracers you get out of the Desert Sands. And so you just swap in the bracers to get mobility, and then you do the buffs and then swap the bracers off, and you don't really run out of tumbles, which is fine. It's like an extra tedious step, and I do wish we had AoE bard songs, but it is what it is. Shift to tumble and getting stuck in the walking the next few days. Yeah, it's going to take like a second to get used to. Makes her very, very nice. Like, I still remember when the raid Fires of Morgrave was being tested on the preview, and a bunch of people found that Fires of Morgrave was like the dretches exploded too quickly, and I literally never had a problem because when I did the raid, I was previewing a monk build that I was trying out, and the monk could easily tumble into and out of the blast. So when it was blasting, I just tumbled and I was out of it, whereas other people had to like turn and then walk away, where I would just go whoop and just like get out of it instantaneously. And it was great. And then the effect was nerfed so that way you have enough time to turn and walk out of it. But new tumble means you don't need it. It's very, very useful. All right. Could they just make it so when you tumble, when you're out of tumbles, you can still tumble with no benefits? Why would they do that? There's also goggles from Ravenloft with mobility. There are goggles from Ravenloft with mobility, yeah. And actually, the mobility goggles from Ravenloft are probably easier to get. I just use bracers because usually bracers aren't like the linchpin of a build, where like they're not like an important set that's gonna mess you up if you don't have them on. You can tumble when you want to. You can tumble when you want to. Yeah, I think you're not listening to what we're saying, but yeah, you can tumble when you want to. Like, I guess I'm like not understanding because I'm just like I'm trying to like put myself in like your shoes, and I'm like, okay, so when do I want to tumble? Well, I want to tumble right now, so I want to tumble, and now I tumble, and that's it. So like, there we go, I tumbled. And I'm like, well, when would you want to tumble? What is the circumstance where you feel like you would want to tumble but you can't tumble? Like, what is the problem that you're running into? Where is the wall that I'm not seeing? Because I'm not seeing the wall personally. I don't see the wall where you can't tumble. So like, is there, like, what's the circumstance where you're like, man, I really want to do this, but I can't, and it's not working? Like that's what I'm trying to decipher here. I don't see the block. But yeah, for people that want to do this... Oh, I have to empty the TR cache? Didn't I do that? Oh, I didn't take out the cloak. Shoot. No one want to? You can leave your friends behind. You still can as well.
Quest completed. Great,
you still can do that.
Video. Thanks.
Glad I could give you a quick update, General Waste. And by quick update, I mean the video was like an hour long. Oh well. We shouldn't burn charges in public. I mean, they could just do it like they do in like the dash charges for like Exalted Angel and stuff, where the cooldown is shorter in town. I think most people would be fine with that because a lot of people like tumbling around in circles in town. Because you just, when you've got nothing to do, you just jump around in town. Like, I'm a big jump in town sort of guy. Okay, Jeweled Cloak, level 14. I have another Jeweled Cloak. I think this is the epic one. Yeah, okay, so we have to delete the heroic Jeweled Cloak. Get the epic Jeweled Cloak out of my TR cache. I forgot about this. So yeah, as far as not burning or whatever, like, again, I think most people will be fine with that. Yeah. All right, where is my heart? The heart of blood. Give me a Tiefling past life. I could probably go for a favorite soul one, but I'll just get started on Tiefling. Just rank it up. Okay, so now, I don't even know what race I'm going to play. I was thinking of just going Elf, because Elf makes sense, but also I kind of want to play Drow, because Drow is good, so like, I don't know, we'll figure it out. Awesome if you can manage it. Yeah, tumble jumping, where you like tumble off of a ledge, but then jump, but you get the extra distance, reminds me of in Donkey Kong Country, where if you roll off of a ledge, because you're in mid-roll, the game will allow you to jump out of a roll, so you can roll over a ledge and then jump and get extra distance. Good old Donkey Kong Country. Rogue. Shifter? Shifter isn't really great for what I want to do. I could go Shifter. My original plan is to go Drow, because I need intelligence for trapping, I need charisma for saving throws, I need wisdom for my mana points, so I can spend mana constantly, and I need dexterity, so I kind of wanted to do all of those. Also, Soars, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Will you roll for race, celebrate that anniversary with dice? Maybe. So we'll see. Not doing Dexpo. I am doing Dexpo. Work for Dwarf? True. Dwarves do have a lot of dexterity and charisma. That's true. Oh, man. I don't know. Like I said, I'm also like... I'm a Drow enjoyer. I will play Drow so often. Because, like, the extra stats, like, makes my brain feel nice from, like, ooh, extra stats. Ooh. Yeah, the problem with the rage is then I can't use precision, and I have a lot of feats. I'm going to have a lot of feats. So if I don't have precision, then I get, like, the raging stuff for, like, a couple extra points of dex, but I don't really care too much about that. I guess the upside is I get access to Magic Fang, but even if I get access to Magic Fang, I don't have a lot of points otherwise. So, yeah. But heavy draw. I'm going Horizon Walker. Horizon Walker. You can't use Spring Attack with a bow. Switch Wood Elf, Argon Archer, Dragonlord. It's a good idea. Alright. So, let's go with Drow. Sounds good to me. I'm glad you guys like Drow as much as I do. Yeah, to play a bow character, you do have to have a bow in hand. So that's going to be the plan here. So we'll do one of these, and we'll do some of that. That looks pretty good. Got all the stats that I need. Gotta be an archer. So you might be like, why 14 wisdom? Well, I need mana to be able to use the bow abilities because our Elemental Inferno costs spell points. And I need charisma because charisma is good for giving me extra saves from Paladin. And I need intelligence to be able to do all the rogue stuff. And I need dexterity. And I don't really need strength. And constitution, I mean, I'm a bow guy. I'm not going to be in melee. So who cares? I'm going to be a bow. You can't cast spells from other classes? Oh, that's hilarious. That's not good. That's definitely a bug. Okay, let's get UMD. Let's get new tumble, swim, spot. Let's get that. Search is pretty good. It's been weeks. Might even resubscribe. See, this is, again, one of the things as to why, like, as content creator, I'm always, like, terrified about streaming another video game. Is because when you stream another video game or do anything else, there is a percentage of people who just, like, immediately stop watching because not that they're not interested in you or your content, but they're just more interested in, like, the one particular facet, which, you know, it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. It's just one of those things. Why did I take Intimidate? I don't need that. I need Open Lock, and I need probably nothing else. I think all of these things are fine. Probably Bluff, Diplomacy. I don't know. I'm just gonna do Diplomacy because there's like areas where you need Diplomacy for stuff. I actually tried to have Spring Attack on a bow build. Yeah, you have to have a weapon in hand. You could like weapon swap if you wanted, but I don't really want to do that. Okay, so I'm taking Point Blank Shot because I get most of the feats from Ranger, and we are good. Am I lawful good? Yes, because I want to take Paladin. I've made this mistake before. Oh, hell yeah. Mohawk? Great idea. So we're going to lock the hairstyle. And, yeah, buddy. Yeah, I got a nice scar across the face. Blue hair. All right. Let's go. Yep. Did add the Elemental Inferno until you read the note today? Yeah, so I'm excited. Elemental Inferno is going to be looking good. Beach.
You find yourself waking on a shore of flotsam.
All right, tome check.
Large white dragon
And tomes are good. Fly, layout, load, man. Get my layout loaded, and let's get to going. I'm not proficient with longbow. Hilarious. I forgot. Rogues are proficient with shortbow, not longbow. New explosive situation. Yeah, my plan is to do the new. Is this a Dragonlord? Yeah, Dragonlord. Yeah, Dragonlord. Oh yeah, you can tell because they have an aura around their feet. So that should have been apparently immediately obvious that that was a Dragonlord. Oh, another Dragonlord. You can see the Dragonlords. Yeah. I wonder how many people are going to be playing Dragonlord today. My intuition tells me that most people are not going to be swapping into Dragonlord right away. Horizon Walker. Let's get that there. Also, what's up, Mix Dorak? Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you here. 32 months. My God, that's a long time. That is a long time. Yeah, explosive situation is going to be a little bizarre. We're going to be testing that out and seeing how it goes. What do I want? I should get the Lizard Folk outfit. I feel like that is appropriate for this character. XP gem to skip to 2. I don't know if I have one. Actually, I might have one. So let me see here. I'm just going to do this real quick so we can get this sorted. Because I'm going to get this set up. There you go. You can gamble away your points.
32 months is also how long Doric has went without going to sleep.
Honestly, true. Last epoch into the new Guild Wars 7 expansion releasing. Yes, Explosive Situation has been changed, so it's no longer a solo quest. And the 2 marketplace quests that were level 2, Sunken Sewer and the other Missing in Action, have been changed, so they are now level 3 quests. And apparently they've been redone a little bit. So I'm curious to see what that entails, although I don't actually know. Okay, so I don't have any other XP points, so we're actually just going to be going like at the beginning. Give me the 10%er, because I do like having the 10%er. All right, so it looks like we got to get started with the Ember Shortbow and just going from there. Ooh, this level 1 is going to be really slow. This is going to be a really slow level 1. Yeah, so you can just do all the 2s and then move on, which is nice. I'm excited to see what it actually is like how it's actually going to work, but again, we'll see. Okay, so Nicked Longbow is a great item, so I'm going to get that out of here. So Blind Spore Goggles of True Seeing, put that on. Nicked Longbow is going to be a great replacement once I get there, which I don't currently have. Well, a item of invulnerability is really good. And then I'll grab the Spark Souls, and I'll probably just use Lightning Arrow at the beginning. Do I have an Acid item? No, I don't have the Acid Goggles. Even then, I don't have goggles, so it's fine. So that seems fine. And then here, I don't think I have anything in the main bag that's useful. No, nothing really. And then in the TR cache, let's get the other stuff out. The thing about the TR cache is that it does take a little while to sort out some stuff. So that's why if it's like ever a reincarnation process, it's never like, oh, you reincarnate and then everything is done on like in the same minute. It takes a little bit of time, but that's okay. Power of Evidence, Gem Bag, Lesser Restore Potions, Bell of Opening, tabs and sorting to the bank. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's tons of stuff. You can sort stuff. You can add tabs. There's you can sort by a whole bunch of different categories. You can sort by slot. It really changes up the reincarnation process because now with the reincarnation process, I'm able to just quickly sort it by level 1 and then kind of just start grabbing stuff out of the bank without thinking about it. So I don't have to try to find all the items in here. It's still not as clean as it would be if I could sort by I guess by consumables and other things, but it's not the end of the world. It's fairly convenient. Let's go with Key to the City. Get some of this. If I forget anything in here, I'll probably have to come back. But let's not forget anything. Skullduggery Cap is convenient, so I'm going to grab that, and I believe that's it. Double check, triple check. Freedom of Movement Flask. I don't know, could come in handy. And everything looks good. All right, cool. Yeah, reincarnating is can be a slow process because you have to go through everything. It would be nice if there was a faster way to have reincarnation go through where your character is just I don't know. There's just a faster method to doing the reincarnation process. But at the end of the day, it's not terrible how long it takes. So I don't really mind it that much. It's just one of those things where necessary evil. Sometimes when you reincarnate, it takes a little bit of time. It is what it is. I have to buy arrows because I don't have the arrow thing yet, which is unfortunate. Oh well. Okay, good. Also, Bully Wolf, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm glad to have you here. I'm just drinking this potion because I want to get it out of my inventory. I have no reason for it. Curse removal, Death Ward. Put this over there. Put that over there. Key to the City. My other teleport item is here. I'll put this in the first slot so it uses those. For those of you that don't know, Thieves' Tools are used based on your inventory left to right. And so if you put your +5s in the first slot, it won't use any other Thieves' Tools that are later after it. So if you accidentally pick up other Thieves' Tools, you don't have to worry about them. The game just consuming it, which is fine. All of this is good. I have potions. I have Lesser Restore. I don't have disease. Do I have disease potions? I don't know. Yes. Yeah, I do. Good. And do I need anything else? Disease potions, movement speed, everything else is looking good. I'm just going to refill the potions and buy heroism, and then that's about it. I should be good to go. Oh, and I got to put I don't need Trip and Sunder because I can't do that. Wow, that's not a lot of stuff. Curse goes before disease. Never. Never! There's a queue for Last Epoch. Yeah, Last Epoch's pretty fun. Very enjoyable video game. Both UAP tomes? Yeah, I believe so. Let me just double check. Yeah, I have 4 racial points and 2 universal points. So yeah, I have. I'll probably use that to get Conjure Arrow first, just so that I can have it right away, so I don't have to worry about getting it from somewhere else. And we'll do +3, probably Listen, Search, and Spot, because that's convenient right there. So do that, grab this, and then my first action point will go into Conjure Arrow. Freedom of movement. Yeah. You can get eternal flasks from a vendor called the Champion Hunter during Champion Hunter week, and they're 10,000 mysterious remnants during that week. The Champion Hunter week comes around like once every 2 months. Heal, resto, disease, curse, blindness. Yeah, the trick is I just don't use blindness. And the reason I don't put blindness on is that way I can get blinded, and then it's just good stream content. Okay. Let me go 46. Potions here. The rest of those I don't have to fill up. And then heroism, I'm just going to buy 100 just so that I have it. Because the +2 to all skills is really nice for disabling traps and stuff. Now, the downside is that my character does not do a whole heap and help and a damage right now. So I'll have to sort that out. So, enchant weapons is really good for +3 to hit and damage. I guess I take skill mastery because I can't take any of the other stuff. Brace. I like ancient power, but I think I'm going to take double shot because it gives me double shot, which is good for bows. And I guess I take ancient blessing for healing amp because there's nothing better than that, which seems fine. And then for iconic past lives, oh geez, I don't have a lot of these. I mean, I have Shader Kai, which is interesting. Is that melee only? Yeah, it is. Oh, shoot. Deep Gnome, Acid Spell Power, Blade Forge Repair. I gotta do more iconic lives. And this gives double strike. So I guess I go with Tabaxi Trailblazer for... No, I don't need Trip. I guess it's just Shader Kai, so I have the incorporeality when I get low health. Cool. Sweet. Run on Salt Marsh for Explorer XP? Yeah, I probably could do that, but I'm not going to. But yeah, so now I have skill mastery. So with all of that, my skills end up being like a jillion. So I've got, yeah, 23 search. That's actually not as high as I would have thought. Oh, I didn't get ship buffs. Oh, yeah. Level 30 jump. That's because I'm on a horse. Horses give you jump automatically. Same thing with swim. So horses give you jump and swim as well. Yep. So that way horses can leap over things. Because like horses are good at leaping. Now, can a horse leap like its entire height? I don't know. But I don't watch a lot of horse shows. Yo, what's up, Mesmerita? How are you doing? But yeah, horses give you movement speed and jump and swim speed. Give you all of them. Just ask horse, yeah. God, I can't remember the name of that horse show. What is that called? It's not Reveille. It's something. What is that thing called? Dressage. Thank you. Good old dressage. I'm unfortunately not a dressage expert. Or dressage, as they call it. Dire Charge, ability score plus Sunder bonuses? Wait, why would they change? Did they change Dire Charge to Sunder in game? Wait, that's confusing to me, because there was no note about Dire Charge being changed to Sunder at all. Go such Dagger of Everbright? I mean, that's a pretty dangerous weapon. Blinding Flash, good old Everbright weapons. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Does someone need horse information? Yeah. How hard is it for a horse to jump over its entire height? So, like, this is a horse and it jumps this high. Is that realistic or is that not realistic? Obviously, not doing it from standing is not realistic because it's a video game, but yeah. Dire Charge has always been Sunder? Dire Charge has always been stunning. It's never been Sunder. You guys are incorrect, but I will just show you, and we don't have to argue about it because I'm definitely right because I know I played a lot of Dire Charge. So Legendary Dreadnought attack, right? Dire Charge attack 20 plus highest ability score plus bonus to stunning attacks. That's how it's been forever. So yeah. You say higher than height is in puissance. Oh, I gotcha. But apparently, and also in the patch notes, there was no mention of them changing that. So yeah. Probably should have been Sunder the whole time. Well, it wasn't in the patch notes. So I don't know. Like it shouldn't be stun. It shouldn't be sunder. It should definitely be stun. The reason why it should be stun is because the dire charge primarily is a stun. It has secondary functions obviously that are a little bit lower level, but it's like primarily a stun. I didn't get a cosmetic for this character. Oh my god, the bow attacks are so slow. Oh, why did I do this to myself? Oh, what am I doing? Oh, it's so slow. Look at my archery. Huh? There we go. Yeah. Oh god. I don't know what I'm doing. Right now, third tier uses stun. Again, that wasn't in the patch notes. So what I'm saying is that that doesn't make any sense. This is not just when Thunder item was put on. Yes, they probably didn't change it. Level 1? I don't want to be level 1. I want to be level 100. Okay, they'll die eventually. Yo, what's up, Mike? How you doing? Die, brown spiders. Okay, it's all dead. Nice. Kill the spiders, kill the rats. I have a feeling I should just use a weapon for the first couple levels. Just go pick up a sword, but whatever, it's fine. The new Fatesinger icons are fantastic. Huge fan. I'm doing pretty good. Like I said, I got a bit of a scratchy throat, so I'm going to be drinking as much water as I can to mitigate that. But yeah, it is the thing. DC's not just when Sunder item was put on. Yeah, again, I don't think it is scaling off of Sunder. There was nothing in the patch notes for it. So either it's just one of those things that was undocumented, or it was just a text change, or it was a mistake, or they reverted a change. I don't know.
The door swings. It appears that the floor in this room can be moved and rotated.
So yeah, that's one of those things where like I'm not sure about the answer to that. Quarterstaff for a couple levels? Nah, I'm a bow guy. I'm going to play bow the whole time. That's the plan. Yeah, they redid a bunch of the icons. So there is a story behind this about the icons and the way they are. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but suffice to say that the icons in the Primal Avatar tree are incorrect for a funny reason, and so they changed it and they fixed it.
Ahead is the cellar where the Caneth crystal is.
So yeah, once you get Elemental Inferno, it's all over. Yeah, Elemental Inferno. Well, Ranger levels will also help out tremendously, but yeah, we'll see. All right, Intimidate is 13. God, I'm so intimidating. Honestly, if a guy wearing like basically nothing with a mohawk, standing around with a bow, is like, "Hey you, get over here." I mean, that'd be kind of intimidating. I'd be intimidated. Yeah. Are incorrect currently, or were incorrect prior? They were incorrect prior to this update. Go. Die. Is now en route to your house for breaking the NDA. I didn't technically break the NDA. This said, I don't think I can do this, so then I stopped talking. Oh! Destroyed! Destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. Look at that. Why didn't you get a hireling? I forgot. That's literally it. I just forgot. Intimidate. God, I'm so intimidating. Does he have to go to his own house and tell himself off? I'm not sure how that works. I think it creates a time loop. I think you just get like a paradox in the universe, and it creates a black hole that swallows all of the planet. So hopefully that doesn't happen. You don't want to have some terrible situation like that. Yeah. Yeah, I just like I've said this before. Using hirelings is a good idea. And there are still people who will comment on like my solo guided playthrough videos who will be like, "It's not really solo because you're like using a hireling." And remember, you can ignore those people. Their opinions are not important. Hirelings are literally designed for players who are playing by themselves. So use hirelings. I just am spacing because I haven't played DDO in a month. And I'm just getting back into it, you know. With this riveting, action-packed gameplay. Bow user. Bow attack. You know what? Watch this. Tumble. Oh, sorry, buddy. Oh, did you miss me? Actually, my armor class is just literally too high, so they can't hit me anyway, even though I'm naked. I have a 33. So stupid. Dodge.
You have
Sorry.
slain the last cultist. The
Usually viewed as villains, so it makes sense that Mohawk adds to the intimidation. It does, yeah.
Porthos.
Honestly, I am intimidated by people with like cool haircuts. 100%. I find it like very intimidating. Because if somebody has a cool haircut, that means there's a good chance they're also probably cool. And like, listen, I know some of you guys might be like, but Shrimp Tom, you're like the coolest cat I know. But I'm gonna be honest. I'm on the computer and I play video games. And I play Dungeons & Dragons online, so I'm not very cool. So I think, you know, I do get intimidated by people who are just generally cool. Video games are cool? Yeah, I don't know about that.
Deep in the crypt.
Not going Dragonlord, I applaud you for being different.
Strange.
Flash R, I'm special.
Found some kind of secret door in the wall.
Also, now I have infinity
Once you
arrows.
open it,
Did I turn that on? Did I do that? Did I do my infinity arrows trick?
Find it.
Here we go. Turn on the hireling. Also, if you're wondering why I'm doing Korthos, it's specifically because I do Korthos every past life just to get to level 2. And I don't like grouping for Korthos because for whatever reason, the quests here are like gated where you need other players or like you have to do the quests in a specific order, which makes sense. But because you have to do them in a specific order, it means that if somebody late joins, so let somebody say somebody makes a new character and then I'm on Hayden's Rest, which is the last one, and somebody joins in, then when I go do the collaborator, they can't join. And that's just annoying. So I'd rather just skip that whole process. Yeah, I should probably go get some cool cosmetics. It's a good idea. I'm gonna go get the Salt Marsh cosmetics after this. Like, I'm gonna finish what's going on here, and then I'm gonna head to Salty Marshy and get them.
Take care to another treasure chest. Perhaps the cultists brought it here.
So this character is going to become a
Another it croaks.
this is a 15 ranger, 3 paladin, 2 rogue. The 2 rogue is to get additional imbue dice onto the build. The 3 paladin is to gain access to the paladin cleave out of Knight of the Chalice, as well as the paladin imbue. Where in heroics, you will be using the arcane archer imbues, and in epics, when your range power goes really crazy, you swap to the paladin imbue instead. I'll be able to take Silver Flame, so that way I can have bow as a favorite weapon, so I don't have to worry about needing a favorite weapon, and I can just still use the imbue, which is fantastic. And then the rogue, as I said, is just because I only need 15 levels of ranger. 15 and 18 ranger is the same. It's literally identical, so I don't need to have any more levels of ranger. And so I am, in fact, going to be going with 15 instead of 18 and using those extra levels to take some more paladin and rogue, which is the idea.
In the middle of this
Yeah, I'm going to be Crocodile Archer, man. That's the plan.
devourer altar.
Oh my god, my eye is itchy.
A Sahuagin
Bowlord. Not quite Bowlord.
The human Hatons
That'd be kind of cool, though.
installed us.
Some people will be playing Bow Dragonlord. I don't see the synergy. I spent a lot of time talking to Nerosoth, who kept trying to sell me on Bow Dragonlord for like hours and hours. This guy was pitching like, you know, when like those door-to-door people come to your house and they're like trying to tell you to buy like a water filter or some knives or a vacuum or something like that, and they're like just like they won't stop talking to you. It was like that, where he's like, but Bow Dragonlord, dude, like Bow Dragonlord is, but Bow Lord, Bow Dragonlord, Bow Drag, and I, you know, I just don't believe in it.
The Sahuagin inside spits out in a venomous voice.
Single One Fighter Bastard Sword. Single One Fighter Bastard Sword will be quite good. My plan is to do two-handed Dragonlord, going strength-based. What is happening? Oh, there's lag. Oh, yeah.
Your bold action saved Korthos and brought the Sahuagin
Oh,
spell
yeah.
speed
That's...
to
Oh, yeah. That XP?
the treasure chest in the antechamber.
Oh, yeah.
is
Have you heard of our
now
Lord and
yours.
Dragon Bowlord? So some people will, but I won't do that. Hope you're doing well. Been missing your streams. Don't worry, Rock and Roll Wrecking Ball, we're back. But also, welcome back. I hope you're all doing well. I hope everyone's doing good. You know, it's obviously a nice check-in, seeing like quite a few people tuning in to see what's going on with the new patch and what's happening. So if you look around, you're gonna see a lot of Dragonlords. You got a Dragonlord here. You got this guy is a bard, not a Dragonlord. You got an archer over here. You got this guy who's a Dragonlord. So you're gonna have a lot of Dragonlords hanging around in and out of town. So a lot of people will be playing the Lord of Dragons, or as they call them, Lord of D. So yeah. It's interesting to see more people with Lord of Dragons going on. Dragon Lords, as it were. Right, let's see what we got here. Did you know that if you unsummon a hireling in this quest, you fail?
This must be the collaborator stepping in from the dark.
Because if you do that, it says do not leave until the collaborator is dealt with. So if you unsummon your hireling, then somebody has technically left your quest, and you fail. I learned that the hard way. Character height's still a huge factor in precision. So for improved precise shot, the shorter your character, the better. So for example, if you're playing as a gnome or as a halfling, it's much easier to land attacks with improved precise shot. However, with the new area of effect bow attacks, I'm not going to be using improved precise shot. I'll just be using precision or precise shot stance, archer's focus. And for me, it's not that big of a deal. But if you're using improved precise shot as your mode of area of effect, then yeah, it still matters. Feel sad nowadays? I agree. They would have had to like rework some skills. I hope they continue to expand out the range thing just so that each class has access to some type of ranged ability. Even if it's like a neutral, a ranged AoE. That'd be nice.
You notice a small chest hidden behind the bar.
I saw a post saying that the current meme build is Fighter Warlock Favorite Soul, and this should be great with Dragonlord. I'm trying to understand how. Well, the highest DPS build in the game for quite a while has been 18 Fighter, 1 Warlock, 1 Favorite Soul. It's been very, very, very good. Razor Claw. Well, there's like 100 variations, but yeah. Throwing axe the new meta? No. Unfortunately, there's no way to positively interact with throwing axes. It is what it is. God, bows in the early levels. The best part about this is my character is like so strong. Like I'm so strong because I'm not playing a first life character. So if you wanted to repeat a build like this, I would definitely recommend bringing a friend because I'm plus 17 to damage right now because of all my past lives. So this is going to be slow. If you want to emulate bow build here, just remember until you get to like level 2 or 3, it's kind of rough. That's why starting with 1 ranger is so important. And on this character build, I am, oh, hello, lag. Oh, DDO lag, how I've missed you. But yeah, starting without Ranger, the imbue you get from Ranger is so massive in terms of scaling your damage in the early game. It's like kind of crazy. Die. So weak after the patch? Yeah, it is significantly weaker. Like I said, the downside is that you lose Hunt's End for scaling with a second attack. But the upside is that Hunt's End is still a very hard-hitting ability, and you can now substitute in another ability for some type of utility. So you're going to be losing out on the single target DPS and the raid DPS, but you're going to be gaining in terms of just general group utility because you can now try to fit in, oh, okay, cool, I'm going to use like Dire Charge or Dire Shot and stun everything. Or whatever it is, whatever their attack, or Pin plus Whistler to like lock down a whole group. So you've got some other options instead. Notice R1 when mob HP jumps up. Yeah, 100%. I'm not worried about it at all. Apparently, also, the Artificer attacks from Battle Engineer respect multiple shot weapons, repeating crossbow and Inquisitive, which is very cool. Disastrous Dark Apostate build? Disastrous. That sounds fun. It's a good way. You can always know someone's having fun when they describe it that way. Are they aware of the lag? Will they ever fix it? I can't find myself playing with my wife for like slideshow skipping everywhere in every dungeon. They are aware of the lag. As far as whether they will fix it, that's a hard thing because the answer is it's not one thing. So like it's not like, oh, there is lag, so therefore like this is the immediate problem and it's solvable. It's more so like there is lag in the game and it can come from X number of sources and they need to continue to work on it and improve the game. One of the reasons why I will oftentimes take like big breaks from playing the game is because the lag does get on my nerves after a long time. Like it's just, it can be really frustrating and not as fun. And so like many others, I don't enjoy when the lag is so bad you can't really play the game. But also at the end of the day, it doesn't ruin my experience with, but it doesn't ruin my experience with the game. It means I need to take breaks. I wish the game didn't lag like that, but it is, as the kids say, it is what it is. So, okay, I'm going to take Undead because I'm not using Vistani, so I will be taking Undead here. Am I not using Vistani? I do want action boost haste. I'm going to hold on undead for now, and we'll go with something else. So I'm going to grab elemental, because elementals are annoying. Actually, you know what? I'm going to grab human. Because I like taking favorite enemy human, and I'm going to fight a lot of them in the early game, so let's do that. I don't need mechanic, so I'm going to be replacing that with arcane archer. I'm going to be using what else in here? Assassin is going to be needed, and I'm going to be using a paladin tree. I probably want Deepwood Stalker. I'm not exactly sure where I'm spending the points. The more I think about this, the more I think about it, I'm like kind of lost along the way. I'm going to take electric because electric is cool, and it's still called Inferno Shot. So it is Elemental Inferno, but it's called Inferno Shot. So somehow they missed the title, which is like wacky. But all right, sounds good. Now I have my imbue, and we're all set. I have to go to Saltmarsh. Saltmarsh. They're working on it. Keep your subscription. Well, basically the thing is, it's like it is something that SSG. I know SSG is working on because they will make performance changes and optimization. The issue is more so just like, so personal opinion. This is obviously subjective. I've seen games make a total turnaround where like they go from like, you know, a game having lots of performance problems, and they managed to fix a lot of them in a like crazy fell swoop. The example that I'm going to give you is Path of Exile, where when they added the lockstep change, it completely changed the whole game. You went from a game having tons and tons of lag, where you're constantly out of sync and you have to type /OOS in the chat, and people made macros to resync themselves with the game servers, to all of a sudden it was like playing a different video game. It was buttery smooth. You never had to resync yourself because you were just always synced with the servers. Some people still had issues, but it was like night and day. It was so crazy different. I've seen that happen before. Do I think that's going to happen in DDO? Probably not. But yeah. From If Not Vistani, well, I wouldn't. I wouldn't have action boost haste. And that is the worst offender of lag. And that's the other thing too, is it's like, yeah, so it's a good way to think about it. Lag is like the Hydra, where it's not that you can't kill the Hydra, but it's like cutting off the head of a Hydra is not necessarily a good way to kill the Hydra. It's just complicated, that's all. I'm going to quickly jump up and use the washroom and refill my water because I'm still like a little under the weather, but I don't know why. My roommate's really sick and she's coughing in the other room. Good old diseased household. Anyway, I'll be right back. I shall return. Like the update, it's crazy. It was like literally night and day. It's like indescribably different. Haste non-viable, probably. Wish Barb got haste into a sprint boost to cream your pants. I mean, you're spending 41 points in Vistani, so it doesn't matter. All right. you already decide where you're going to level Borderlands, Harbors, Altmarsh? Oh, I just go to the Harbor right away. So what are we doing now? Oh yeah, video games. Okay, so I don't know. I no longer need this. So this is gone. Let's win real quick. And we win.
You win Dungeons and Dragons Online.
Ah, feels good. I love paying to win in this game. Like no other video game feels as good as paying to win in DDO. It's just so satisfying. So let's do some Harbor quests. Harbor Reaper 1. Harbor Reaper 1. I don't have a way to hit Reapers, do I? Not yet. Well, we'll figure it out. Bring. I don't currently have a way to hit Reapers, so we'll have to sort that out as we go. So we will see. Does this have work on oneself? No, you can't. You can only cast on others. What do you think the odds are of them having to pull the servers down this evening before you get a chance to play? Unless there's some crazy bug, I don't think so. And even if there's a crazy bug, the game would come down tomorrow, not today. Borderlands weapons? Oh shit, a Borderlands weapon. I didn't even think about that. I never run the Borderlands. I honestly don't even know if I have an ingot. So I'll have to go check it out. I never run the Borderlands. I hate the Borderlands. There are quests that people enjoy, and they enjoy doing them, and they spend time doing them because they enjoy them. And I don't enjoy the Borderlands on Heroics. In Epics, it's not too bad, but in Heroics, just like, imagine my bow character, except instead of fighting 2 or 3 monsters at a time like in Korthos, there's just a room with 20 monsters in it. And they have more health. So, yeah. Force arrows? Yeah, the force arrows are a little higher level for me, so I can't do that right away. But yeah, so... like I said, when it comes to the lag in DDO, I know they're working on it to make it better. As far as how fast it would get better, I don't super know. Ethereal Longbow, I have 6 ingots left. Let's go. Nice. Okay, good. Good call. I totally forgot about this. I'll be able to hit ethereal creatures soon because my plan is to go and grab Force Arrows out of Arcane Archer as well. I don't think I need Energy of the Wilds, so I should be able to grab Inferno Shot plus Elemental Arrows plus Force Arrows. But yeah, we'll see exactly how that goes. Back to the Grove. All right. Also, oh, okay, my menu changed. Major Reaper work is part of lag issue, but I wasn't listening to the producer's notes, so I'm not sure if that is happening. Yeah, so it's one of those things hard to tell. Okay. Again, I'm optimistic, and I believe that, you know, it's a possible solve, just like anything else. It's not like it's impossible to solve the problem. It's more just an issue of it's a complicated problem to solve, and it's also expensive. It's like anything else. You can solve anything with more money. So they can solve the problem. It's expensive because, you know, it costs a certain like X amount of dollars to be able to get people to work on these problems for a certain amount of time, and that's literally all it comes down to. If you ever wonder, like, oh, how come a company hasn't solved this like problem, or why hasn't a game company fixed this issue? It's literally always a money problem. Hospital internship in 2 weeks? Oh, nice. A hospital internship. What are you, like some type of nurse or like medical technician or assistant or something like that? But congratulations. That's very exciting. Also, what's up, Gwen? How you doing? How are ya? Banging XP gems? Yeah. A surgeon? Well, usually, if you're somebody who was saying they're going to go to be in a hospital and they are a doctor, they would call it like a residency, as opposed to an internship, which is usually what nurses do. So usually it's the other way around. Oh no, a large ugly fellow. Oh god, with murder in his eyes. Oh shit, double Reapers? Okay, that's good. Well, I have people in my party who can kill Reapers. I can't, but I can swap weapon and shoot them. That's good. But yeah, good luck. Starting Wisdom, I'm guessing you're Dex hit and damage. I am Dex hit and damage, although I did start with a 14 Wisdom. Yeah, I started with a 14 because I wanted to have spell points to be able to cast all my abilities because I'll need spell points for Inferno Shot, which eats spell points very quickly. Also, gold roll. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I have to do the gold roll, everybody. Oh, my God. You guys put in your flasks and everything, too? There's, like, a lot. 600,000. So let's do the gold roll real quick. Oh, my goodness gracious. It's the first gold roll I've done in probably close to a month because I took a break from DDO, but now we're back. We're doing gold rolls. Are you going to win? Are you going to lose? Let's find out today on Gold Roll. Oh, 68. That is so close to the line. Damn, dude. 60. So close to the line. You hate to see it. You love to see it. Damn, dude. What a prediction. What a prediction. That's right. Some people got their payout, some people didn't. Yeah, it was almost the funny internet number, you guys, you know? Almost the funny internet number. Maybe just the music. It's fun music, you know. It's good times. So usually I would be like, oh yeah, I can use my tumble to be able to get through some of these traps. Except I can just disable them because I took a level of rogue. Again, I'm not going pure ranger, and since I'm not going pure ranger, there's no reason for me to go anything above 15 ranger, and so I took rogue just because I can fit it in with no real cost, except for the early game. The cost is the early game. It's slower, which is the real cost, but, you know, it is what it is. Also, what's up with this, like, weird delay? Like, I shoot, and then there's a delay, and then the attack actually goes through. It's really bizarre when it comes to arrows. I found it, like, really weird. I don't notice the lag. True, yeah. You just gotta put the computer, like, underwater or something, and you don't notice it. Or put, like, a filter on your screen so that it delays everything. Imagine if you just had a ping generator attached to your router that could constantly swap the ping from, like, 10 or whatever your base ping is. So let's say it's, like, 100 to, like, 300, and it just rolls it every time. So your ping is changing, like, every quarter second. And it's going up and down, so you don't even notice it. Is Paladin Fun Tank dead? No, you just have to make changes. Yeah, I talked about this in the YouTube video that I posted today, where I reviewed the patch notes, which I'm not expecting anyone to watch because it's almost an hour long, but it's a big set of patch notes. But TLDR, I made the Fun Tank build in like an hour before... Oh, shit. Oh, thank you, dodge. Oh my god, the Dark Souls dodging. Thank you, Dark Souls dodging. Woo! And he can't get to me. Nice. Beautiful. Tactical advantage. Thanks to iframes, I took no damage from that guy. Amazing. But in there, what I basically said is I made it in an hour before Epic Destinies were even changed, because I just got annoyed by people on the forum saying the Epic Destinies are basically the same and there's no reason to make the changes, because they were wrong. They were just wrong, but I had to prove that they were wrong, so that's why I put the Fun Tank build together. However, after that, I then went, you know, it's been several years since that post. You can make a better Fun Tank using different stuff. Most specifically, Macrotech has a lot of really good spells and abilities for that. The same 20 videos that I have no interest in. Do you click the button that just says I have no interest in these videos? That's what I do. Whenever I see a YouTube video that's like in my recommendations that I don't like, I just go like, I don't want to see this anymore, and it just disappears. I'm also not saying you have to or putting responsibility on you. I'm just asking the question if you do that or not. More curiosity about understanding YouTube systems and their algorithm. Tech in-game without Vecna? I'm pretty sure you have to just buy it. I'm pretty sure the only way to get Macrotech is to buy it with money. Or to buy it with Vecna. Wait, can you even buy it with Vecna? I know they added another layer of, I think it was Moorgrave favor now. So there's like a fourth tier. But they didn't say what it was. They just said you can unlock an extra tier of Moorgrave. I didn't check out what it is. Equal to your Pong? Message happens you spam SLA on cooldown, it seems. Can't cast spells from other classes. That's interesting. Kobold Ring Leader. The store points? Yeah. It's supposed to be showing up, I believe it's March? Honestly, I'm not sure. The Kobold's new ringleader. There we go. Alright, so I need to spend 5 points here. So I'm going to go with awareness so I have more hit chance because that's good. Also, certain spot is nice. It's convenient. I'll level up eventually and then get some more stats and get some more points and put things in. Yep. Yeah. They have the frequently asked questions for every expansion, and they actually post the date that you'll be able to buy it in there. I just don't know what that is because I already own it. So that information is not. I don't retain it. Well, that sometimes make videos interest me, so I don't want to completely remove them from the algo completely. That's also the complicated notion where they're, you know, a content creator that you watch, where they make some videos you like, but you don't want to watch all of them. Yep. Don't show me X that YouTube is showing you religious crap. I mean, maybe that's what you're interested in. Maybe it's time to find Jesus. You never know. It makes me think about, like, the future in, like, how, you know, obviously these online companies are doing data collection, but it would be interesting to see, like, what you look like on the internet. So, like, if an AI could take all of the information that it knows specifically about you, and then recreate who you are from that and how close it would be. That's what I would be curious about. Because all these things are data-driven. So I'm like, you know, how would they be able to do it? I don't know. Oh, yeah, daily gold rolls. I forgot they start today. Wait, do they start today? Or is that next month? No, it's next month. It's in March that they start. Never mind. No. It's next month. Don't you fool me. It's starting in March, right? It's March. It's March, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, it's confusing. They say it's in March, but it starts on the 26th. I don't know. Weird marketing. Is it this guy? Yeah, it's this guy. Hey, bud. Ow. Ah, he's stabbing me. Yeah, I believe so. I believe it is the 26th of March, because the way that they posted it was just kind of weird. Glass Carrot. Well, okay. We got a full party, man. Hell yeah. The goal was when I come back to the heroic and proper go and I have like 2 or 3 tunes maxed out XP gems. Yeah. I don't really like hold on to XP gems. I kind of just use them. I don't mind going through the early leveling process. Some people hate the early leveling process. I am like pretty neutral about the leveling process for the most part. Like I like a lot of the early leveling. The only issue is when I play characters like this that have no AoE, but when I level up I will have AoE, so it's not that big of a deal. Magica on the forums looks like WoW heirloom system be all for something like that? No, I've never heard of Encyclopedia Magica. I don't spend a lot of time reading the DDO forums. If anything, the most of the time I spend reading the DDO forums is usually when people send me specific threads being like, yo, you got to check out this thread. Or I watch the staff tracker. I don't spend too much time reading on the DDO forums. I've said this before, and it is something that I feel confident about. In general, the DDO forums is a toxic cesspool I want to have nothing to do with. So I don't spend a lot of time reading stuff there. Not that there aren't people that have good ideas, good posts, and good-natured people, but ChatGPT said it best that the DDO forums is a place for people to engage in bad faith arguments. And it's like, well, it's just, yeah, basically, that is what it is. Like, if you go ask ChatGPT about the DDO forums, that's what it'll tell you. Is it right all the time? No, it's a language model. It doesn't have information. But it ain't wrong. Tell you what. Stealthy. If you are scared, feel free to AFK this one. Is that all forums? Exactly. It's pretty generic.
A set of kobold footprints crosses
Stealthy repossessions. Let's go. Speed. Zoom.
the prints wander towards a cru- Several doors lead deeper into the warehouse.
But yeah, I've said this before. What I want them to do is how it works in Destiny 2. Where when you get a named item, like an exotic in Destiny 2, it goes into a collection tab. And then if you ever want to get that exotic again, you can reacquire it by just spending like a base amount of currency to reacquire it, as opposed to having to like go out and farm it a second time. However, the difference is the item that you drop will have whatever stats it is when you dropped, but the item from the tab just has a generic set of stats. So what that means is if, let's say, in terms of DDO, items that you farm, like once you pull an item from a chest, it would go into this collections tab, and then you would be able to pull out a new copy whenever you want. However, the new copy would be like labeled as a copy, so it has like some special text on it that says like pulled from collections. You wouldn't be able to use it to feed to an item for like sentient XP, so that way sentient XP is still preserved. And also, it would have no mythic or reaper bonus on it, versus the item you pull from the quest, which can have the mythic and reaper bonus. So it means if you like have played the game a lot and you want to get a character quickly up and running, you can just go and get the items and go pull the items out of the chest or whatever. And then you can have your character just up and running as a baseline. And then you can go farm the quest to try to get the mythic bonus or the reaper bonus. And it means that the process of acquiring gear, or at least baseline gear, is much easier and simpler, especially when you want to swap builds, which in a game like Dungeons & Dragons Online, which encourages you to play new stuff and to recombine and do things, would be a lot better, in my opinion. I think it's a better system. How do you have targeting set enabled? Only soft targeting? I don't know. It's a great question. Next is Garrison Pack, taking level 3. Level 3, let's go. If the save version doesn't update to your best obtained one, then your Reincarnation cache doesn't get improved. Well, yeah, but it wouldn't. That would make no sense. Like it wouldn't. You wouldn't have its update to the saved. It's just to get a new baseline item. It's to make it easier for Reincarnation and all that. Or not, like, to play, like, new characters. Like, if you want to start a new build, you wouldn't have to go around and try to pull every single item you've ever found. Precision. Oh, it's Zulkin. Garrison missing pack. Here we go. We got everybody in here. I leveled up. Gonna spend my points. I will take Inferno Shot because it's cool. It's an AoE now. Ooh. But yeah. Like for me, I don't really care too much about the bank space problem because I don't really have that problem that much. So for me, it's more of just the issue of reacquiring gear. Like, you don't have to hold on to everything all the time, right? So like, as an example, let's say you pull like a Mythic Reaper. What's a terrible item? Let's say you pull a Mythic Reaper. I'm trying to think of like a useless item. I don't know. The Reconstruction item, or the Amethyst Ring from Sharn, right? So for those that don't know what that does, the Celestial Amethyst Ring, it's a ring that gives you bonuses to it gives you Insightful Repair Amp. It gives you Repair. It's not a terribly good item. It's, for the most part, it's useless for pretty much everybody. So if you are using that item, you would probably just delete it or feed it into something, even though it's got Mythic Reaper. But then let's just say you, in the future, find some crazy niche build that actually maybe would use it. Well, instead of having to go farm it out, you could just reacquire it and test it out to see if it's good for you, and then maybe go reacquire it in the future. Now, some people will probably hold on to every Mythic and every Reaper of every item they've ever acquired, which I don't super recommend, but that is something that, some people would be, freely and fairly allowed to do. There's a lot of monsters in this room. I have no idea what's going on right now. We are doing some hardcore Zergan right now. Oh well. So yeah, so the idea from my perspective is in terms of like reacquiring gear and just easing up on the farming process. But I do understand the perspective of people who would want it to like save all of the gear and basically just be able to save the best copy of each item and then never have to worry about getting a new copy, which I could also understand. There's definitely an argument to be made for something like that also working out. Where is Glass Karot? I don't have a way to heal. And there's 2 fighters next to them. Well, RIP, dude. Or more roles would be somewhat impacted. Oh, yeah. But I'm saying I don't care about that. It looks like Bert from Bert and Ernie. I mean, probably. I don't find that shocking, but it would be more or I guess I would find it be more shocked if somebody said I look like Burt from Burt Reynolds, which I don't think I look alike at all. That would be a big shocker.
You see a pack that has been unceremoniously discarded beside a brazier.
Damn, you guys got rocked. I don't know. Did they go a different way? Or like, what happened? I'm not sure what's going on. Bet you can't lob a pot. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't pour a potion into somebody's face, which would be nice. If you could just pour a potion, just be like glug 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 glug, glug and just give them a thing. Me either. Volume usually solves it. Yeah, sure. Do we have anybody on the ship right now? Is there anybody on the ship? We have nobody on the ship. Let's go help with the ship. There you go on the other path. Yeah. First about people DDO doesn't came up before. Yeah, it would be nice if that was something you could do, but you unfortunately cannot currently force feed people things. Dirk has a secret. Is next. The original question is going to be around? Yeah, I didn't see it either. I was shooting them before. Exalted Angel. So I am going to be testing it out on my my cleric. I really like it so far when I tested it on the preview, but I haven't tested it in real R10s. So I'll be doing some R10s tomorrow to like test it out and see how it goes. Would Dragonlord roll the Bastard Sword and Shield? No, because they're not proficient with shields. So you'd have to figure out how to get a shield proficiency on that character. You'd either have to take the feats or multi-class. So Bastard Sword, yes. Shields, no. Infusion. But what would you do if you realize that you hate your profession dedicated like 6 years to and you want to quit? So that is a difficult realization, especially if it's something where you're like in school. You spent a lot of time doing training for it, and you have certifications, and you're just, you know, not interested in your current profession. That would be difficult. That's a difficult place to be, because one, you have the look at that slide, hell yeah. You have problem A, which is that your character, or not your character, yeah, your person, you can feel like you wasted all that time. And two, it makes it difficult for you to continue going throughout the day when you feel like, you know, it's like, I spent all this time and I really hate what I do. So, in the circumstance where you discovered you hate what you do, the first thing you want to do, no matter what, is not make any rash decisions. So that's the first thing. Don't make a rash decision. You always make a plan for a circumstance like this. In my opinion, a lot of jobs are interchangeable. And by interchangeable, I mean if you are certified and qualified to do one job, a lot of those skills will transfer over to other jobs in other fields. And how do you get jobs in other fields? Networking. Networking is like the most important skill you can have when it comes to being able to acquire and change jobs in the future. So the first thing you would want to do is, if you're in a profession that you don't personally enjoy that much, is use your networking skills. Talk to people you know in the same field or in similar fields about careers and things in a subsection of what it is you're already doing. Something like, oh, I work for a big company and you're in sales and you spent a bunch of time in sales and you realize, you know what? I just don't really like sales that much. Well, you can maybe, there's like companies are usually pretty big. Maybe there's another role in the company that would be more interesting that you would be able to change into in that same company. Or maybe you talk to somebody else who works in sales and they tell you, oh, I actually used to work in X field. I know a guy who's actually hiring to do whatever, and maybe you would be a good fit. So networking is like number one key to making any of those types of decisions, where like if you know people and you have contacts, you can have mobility in your career in the future. That's like the most important thing. And as I said, if you have any type of certification or skill, those things can definitely be transferable, because, a lot of times you have to think of like the general usage of different types of skills. If you're somebody who is like, let's say you did like computer programming, That's a lot of problem solving. Problem solving is a really valuable skill in almost every career you could even think about going into. So again, having a reasonable understanding about what your current skill set is and how you can use it is going to help you very, very much in the future for something like that. Okay, 1 second. Okay, Butcher's Path. So, in short order, 1, don't make a rash decision. 2, investigate through contacts and connections that you have, fields or opportunities that are adjacent to what you're doing, because that will be tremendous in terms of helping you make those types of decisions. Uh-oh, we have a dead person already. Because it is very difficult to decide, that you want to just suddenly change career. But again, it can be a lot easier if you're doing it through somebody you know or something you understand already. Because it doesn't have to be in the same field. There's usually something around. And also, try to think most generally what your skill set enables you to do, what you as a person are physically capable of doing, and then try to think of how you can apply that to other fields and other careers. Like I said, in a lot of places, you'll see people who have like completely different fields, just like end up taking up different positions. Talking to pretty much anybody, like from this personal experience, most of the people that I know that are like in their late 30s, early 40s, and 50s had multiple different careers in completely different fields because they knew somebody who then got them a job somewhere doing something they were completely unrelated to. Like, I knew a guy who started out, he went to school for geology. He went to work in a lab, didn't enjoy it as much, ended up working in sales, and now is an IT specialist working for a department of the government. And these things are completely separate avenues. Just completely separate avenues. And so, how did all this happen? Literally just knowing people, talking to people, and just being like, hey, do you know a guy that's doing this? And, doors open. So be friendly, be nice, don't burn bridges, and see if you can, stretch those connections. That would be my biggest recommendation, if that makes sense. Like I said, the process of just like the human touch and connection is like the most important thing, in my personal opinion. Already getting AoE for each bolt. Did I read that right? That is apparently how it works. I don't know if that's how it works in game. That is apparently how it works. And yeah, do you like that AoE? I haven't been mentioning it because I was talking about like kind of a more serious thing. But yeah, it's being able to hit multiple targets with the AoE is very nice. I just wish I had precise shot so I can actually hit the targets that I want and get the right angles. But yeah, isn't that cool? Boop. I hit multiple targets. I'm still rolling a lot of ones, but hey, man. I'm still hitting. Hit both oozes at the same time. You'll notice, though, look at how much I'm burning my spell points. If I was soloing this would be even more of a burn on the spell points. So, yeah. Internal candidate rather than hire external candidate because you already know the business. So, sometimes that's true. Also, the company that I worked for preferred to hire external than trained internally. And I couldn't explain to you why, but that's what they decide. That's what they like to do. They prefer to do the other way around. All right. Is recovering the lost tome. So yeah. What do we do here? Just grinding you constantly without an AoE? Yeah, now as an archer, I can just be like, oh, what's that? Lots of monsters? Pow! Kablamo! And everything dies. Very satisfying. Very satisfying.
The librarian cheerfully agrees
So, yeah.
to show you his collection. The air is chilly and damp.
You're afraid of burnout and
Despite
turnover?
this, the books seem
Yeah.
bone dry.
I don't know.
Magic must be at work here.
Spend 5 more years would be really hard to change profession. I don't know. A lot of people change jobs over time. Like I said, I've known too many people that have changed jobs and done many different things and had many different roles. That is something that I will say is probably the most comforting thought, is that you don't have to have it all figured out like right away, and you've got a lot of time. You can take a lot of time before you figure out exactly what it is you're doing.
Librarian has left the room. Quick, obtain the
Why didn't I disable this trap?
Librarian's voice shrieks.
I should have done that sooner rather than later.
My traps will be the end of you.
Trees working in unrelated fields unite? Yeah, exactly. Will pay 20% more in another company hiring externally. It's so bizarre to me. Yeah. I was working at a company in sales, and they would hire people and then pay those people more money and have to train those people for a lot longer, who would, like, more than half the time end up realizing they didn't like the program, company, or business, and then change jobs. It was absolutely infuriating. Should you be involved in it? I just want to be a cog. Oh yeah. If you want to be a cog in the machine, try working for your local government. That's a great way to be a cog in the machine. Ancient archaeology and post-secondary education. Yeah, man, I've seen the thesis. You're what, level 91 in Last Epoch now? Oh, I'm so funny. Anyway. All right.
You have found what you came for. It is time to leave this rock.
Haver Dasher. Let's have it and we'll dash it. Exactly. To begin with. Yep. First questions these days are so, let's say, slow, so I'm getting easy. So I wouldn't say that, like, modern day students are slow. I think that it's a difficulty of, like, expectation. It depends on what type of, like, student you are. So, for example, if you're somebody who goes into, like, a more like a job, or like a you can't cast spells from other classes. That's very interesting. Yeah, if you're somebody who goes into a career or field from, like, a university or something like a 4-year program, in a lot of cases, those are, like, so much theoretical and not as much application, where unless you go directly into research, you're not really trained to do anything. You don't have any certifications, versus going to, like, a trade school or, like, a college that will give you, like, a 2 or 3 year certification or degree where you get trained on how to do a specific skill, and then you go, like, right into it, where it's like, hey, you could, go learn the fundamentals of computer science, or you could just do, like, 3 years of graphic design, and now you can work as a graphic designer doing whatever. So, those are all different directions you could go in. What's the name of this quest? Info is key. So, like, it's going to be very, very different things where you have people coming from different directions and where they go. And that's the part that also makes it complicated. And yeah, also 30. Like, for the record, I'm a guy who sits in his house and play video games all day, and, like, I'm in my 30s and I'm not done. I got lots of things I'm gonna do with my life. That's why I wouldn't stress about it. You got lots of time to make terrible decisions. Path of college, 2 dead years of schooling. And the information was learning how to do tests. Yep. Then became huge into the company as a whole and taught skills that were very relevant. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying that you can't have a schooling where you learn something that's relevant to your job. It's more so that most of the people that I know are not doing things that they directly learned at school. They got a degree, and then they knew a guy going somewhere, and then, boom, they started working and doing a thing. It's like an 80-20 split. 80% of the people that I know that went to school for something are working in an not unrelated field, but not in the field they were studying directly. And the other 20% were like, I'm an engineer. So they went into engineering and they got an engineering job, and now they're an engineer. It's very direct. Point A to point B. Or like another friend of mine who, like, went to med school and is now a doctor. That's just, point A to point B. Oh my god, AoE taking down boxes. Let's go! Just which has funny potential to do in the general. Do you mean, like, the Discord where people are, like, complaining about a whole bunch of stuff? Because there's a lot of things that you can't repeat here, obviously, in the channel, but there were some things that were very, very entertaining that we were chatting about over the weekend. Your life is nearly over? Yeah, that's it. Exactly. It is what it is. It is what, as the kids say, it is what it is. You'll find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life because the field isn't hiring. I'll tell you this. I don't believe that at all. The like find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. It's gonna sound crazy. Work is work. You know? It's like even when you're super passionate about something, you still have to recognize that 90% of like pretty much every job is some quantity of drudgery. Where you just have to like do a task that isn't just like mentally stimulating, but it does need to get done, so you just kind of do it. Like that, it is what it is. Okay, next is new level 4 quest. The explosive situation. You're realizing that the new achievement in game have a reference to something they did, a catchphrase. It's really sweet. Nice, dude. I don't know what you mean, but it sounds good. Well, it's not so much like I have to pay attention to all of you guys talking about whatever. It's more so that it's just, like I said, there's a certain quantity of drudgery. Like I like making videos about stuff, and I enjoy doing it. But you know, if I'm gonna sit there and like, there's some amount of like the video editing process, which is just putting the clips together and like making sure things sound good and balancing the audio levels, which isn't really fun. It's a thing you have to do. Yeah. After. All right, here we go. This is the new updated explosive situation. I have no idea what's in here, so we're gonna find out. There's no bilge rats. Tunnel snakes rule. Also, that's acid arrow. Alright, so we got the bilge rats instead. Sit and create a deck with new flavor for half a year. Yep. Well, the thing about also Magic the Gathering is the fact that in MTG, this is blowing my mind. Apparently they're extending, or somebody said they extended Standard, so Standard is 3 years instead of 2. Which pretty much entirely turned me off from wanting to like learn Magic. Explosive situation. It's next to Butcher's Path. It used to be a solo. Now it's a level 4 group. But yeah. So like that to me is just like, I'm like, ooh, an extra year of Standard? No thanks. Because it just, I'm just thinking about just the total quantity of time I would need to take to learn another year's worth of quests or cards. No thanks. I have no interest in that. Like, yeah, it's cool for people that I guess want to do like creative deck building and stuff, but like just as an entry, doing MTG Arena specifically, at least I would have access to like a lot of the cards, or at least some of the basic ones, a lot of the commons pretty early, but it would just be like 100 million. It's basically just this, like 3 years is the same as playing like one of the formats where you can play with basically any card, where like, I don't even understand how people get into that. It's just too many when they come out with like over 1,000 cards a year too. Do a game you can't play, but you can play the game offline. Amazing. Also, a lot of the big content creators are playing the game offline, which is funny. Also, Runt Jr., welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate it. We're doing a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing very, very well. What's up? Oh, it's actually a rat. They replaced it with like a rat folk. Or like what do you call them? Yeah, rat folk. I think they're called rat folk. Neat. Neato. Okay, now Waterworks. That's kind of cool. Did you enjoy your time with Arena? Yeah, I've played more Magic since then. Where rat, that's it. I've played more Magic off stream since I played it like last year. And I've been learning some of the cards, and I've been enjoying some elements of it, especially since I've just like got into one deck. I've been playing a lot of green black, which has been fun. But it's hard to make changes to the deck because I don't know a lot of the cards. And there's just like a fucking endless monolith of just cards. There's just gazillions of them. So, very difficult to like wrap my head around a little bit. And so for me, it's just kind of, it's a lot. It's like a lot to try to take in. And so I'm playing it like piecewise. I'll play a couple games every once in a while. But yeah.
The strong smell of sewage permeates the air around.
But as I said, the main issue with it is not that it's not fun to play. It's just that the volume of cards that you need to know is just a little higher than I want, especially for something that I'll put in like an hour a week. That, and also I'm not buying any physical cards for two reasons. One, I don't have thousands of dollars to spend on physical cards. And two, actually going to a shop and interacting with humans, no thanks. Best heroic level gear. I don't think they added gear to the quest. It's just like a neat group quest now. So yeah. But as I said, the it's fun. Like, so I'm not going to say anything bad about like Magic in terms of like, is it fun to play or whatever. Yeah, like, yeah, it's like pretty fun to play for the most part. Sometimes you get blown out by cards that you don't know what they do, and then you're like, oh, whoops. But yeah, what was that card that saved my life? It's that green card that lets you destroy an enchantment or an artifact, and then if you kick it, you can destroy like any creature as well. Fairy told me to put it in my deck, and it like changed everything. It just made it the deck a billion, yeah, Terra Sunder, I think. It made the deck a billion zillion times better. Just having 3 copies of that, oh my god. Because I draw so many cards, and so being able to just be, because that was the biggest problem, is like somebody would just play an artifact on the table, or it's not an artifact, an enchantment, and I'm like, oh, okay, good. I can't do anything about this. Just there it is. There's the enchantment, just eternally doing whatever it is, and I just have to watch as I lose the game. Yeah, Terra Sunder, great card. Just so good. Is there internal MMR, or how does matchmaking work? Oh, in like Magic? Yeah, so to my knowledge, Magic matches you in each category with like a general MMR or system. And so when I was playing the game, I'd be mostly playing against new players like myself. And I know because I would be using a starter deck and other people would also have a starter deck. So that was nice. There's also a matchmaking. And so there's like, and then there's a general ranking system. But also when you get started, they actually have a place called the Starter Deck Duel, where you pick a starter deck and you can only play against other people that are also using one of the starter decks that you pick. And it's cool because once you win a game with it, you get to unlock the starter deck. So you get to keep all the cards, which is nice. And also you're playing against other people also using the starter decks. So they're all like relatively similar in power. So even if somebody is like super good at the game, their cards are going to be in a similar scale to your cards. And so you can like start to learn and understand some of the tools and pieces without feeling like you're getting blown out every game, which is nice. And so that's the piece of the puzzle that I appreciated, was being able to kind of have that process where I could like slowly learn and intake some of that. So yeah, starter decks are terrible in this rotation. I don't know. I enjoyed some of them. I had a lot of fun with because again, I haven't made my own deck yet. I've mostly just taken the starter decks and like started to make some slight changes to them, because it's like, I don't know enough of the cards, but I can go, oh, I can't beat this, so I'll take out this card, put in this card, sort of thing. I find that's an easier way to get into it, in my opinion, than trying to start from like scratch. And so I'm going to tumble this way to get some extra speed. And so, I found it pretty fun for the most part so far. Plus, also, I like that you can like just battle people like on your friends list, which is fun, and you earn like, you get like the gold for doing that. So even if you're not playing on the ranked ladder, you can still just play other people you know and have a good time. Unless I play against Fairy, who plays that stupid deck where on turn 3 he drops like 3 or 4 Eldrazi on the table that have indestructible. They mill 20 cards from your deck and you can't do anything, and you're like, well. And I play 3/3 with double strike. Yeah, I do like they have crossovers too. That's kind of cool. I like that. Mill into flower? No, mill into extra cards. Oh, I thought he was dragging the spiders. Okay. So yeah, like I said, I don't even know what the card is called, but yeah. You have any Eclipse plans? Yeah, I'm gonna stare at it and go blind. That's my current plan. Yeah, just right into the eyes. 94 mountains, very scenic deck. Yeah, exactly. It's so pretty. Look at all the mountains. You need spot to see the traps. Do you need anything else to be able to disable device? Like use magic device, or is that different? So the way that traps work in DDO, just to be clear, spot is your ability to know a trap is there. So if you have high spot, your character will go, oh, I think there's a trap nearby, and you know to start searching for it. Search is actually detecting the trap. So if you don't have search, you can't find the trap box. So because I know where every trap is in the entire game, for the most part, I, on most characters, actually don't usually put points into spot. I actually just use search, because spot tells you that a trap is nearby, but I don't need to worry about that because I'm getting fucking destroyed. Oh shit, I do need to worry about that. Tumble? Okay. Okay. I'm in trouble. I need a tumble charge, dude. Oh, crap. Tumble? Oh, I don't have a tumble charge. It's okay. I'm good. Tumble. Okay. Woo! All right, we're fine. Anyway. Yeah, so you don't... search is to be able to find the trap box. And then to disable traps, you use disable device. Disable device is for disabling traps. Use measure device has nothing to do with traps. Google goggles the Underdark to watch it. That'd be a good idea. Yo, what's up? What's up, Wanderlust? How you doing? How are you now? Hello. Splashes? Yeah. This is going to be a 15 Ranger, 2 Rogue, 3 Paladin bow person. And just bow people. Look at that bow build, dude. Isn't it sick? Isn't it cool? My bow build is cool as hell. Look at that AoE. Oh, the AoE on the bow build. Boom. Oh, that died before my arrow got there. Damn. Main stat dex? Yeah. I'm main stat dex, and then I have enough intelligence for all the trap stuff. I have wisdom for more mana because at 6 points a cast, Inferno Shot uses a lot of mana. And then charisma, so that way I have use magic device is easy, and then also for like the extra bonus saves from Paladin, which will be nice. All right. Taking level 4 and then finishing the waterworks. So that's the idea here. I'm also going to be using main tree is Horizon Walker. So we'll be going 41 points into Horizon Walker as the main tree, with then Arcane Archer, Assassin, and Knight of the Chalice kind of giving some bonuses on the side as well. For Brawl, what's Brawl? What does that mean? Is that like Super Smash Bros? Like you show up to the Smash Bros tournament, there people are playing Brawl, but you bring magic cards and then you lose? How does that work? All right, points. Points. I have action points to spend, so now we get a little bit more damage. Get a little bit more damage. There we go. And then I'm going to be taking Morphic arrows, and then I'll probably... I don't know where I'm going to spend my points after that. We'll see. I might go all the way up for the elemental arrows for leveling. I'm not sure. I was also tempted to take Force arrows, so again, I'm also not sure about that. Let's put points into here. I don't need DCs. Spell power is good. So put 1 point, 1 point. I don't need tactics DCs yet, so I won't put that in yet. I'll take Reaper Strike. I want Con. My weakest saving throw is probably Fortitude, so I'll grab Fortitude saves, probably. Dodge is going to be useful, and PRR is going to be useful. I think I'm going to grab these points. So that seems good. So we'll start with that. That seems okay for now. Because, yeah, I think my Fortitude save is my weakest one. Yeah, it's my weakest one by a lot. Start into bow build, super hyped. I will say this, the AoE bow attacks feel so satisfying. It's so good. Format, so you can only have one type of each card in your deck, excluding basic land. Oh, it's a singleton format. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Makes sense. Anti without needing to swap to bow. It does, which I might actually just use for convenience for some of this, because I have lightning spell power from these boots, the Spark Souls, but I could just obviously swap that out if I wanted to, because I don't really have a force spell power item, but that could still be nice to use instead. And the damage is the same because it's a D6 and a D6. There's no downside to this. So yeah, you know what? I probably will just use force arrows, honestly. Cost me a little bit of mana to activate, but now my arrows will have the extra force damage built into them, which is convenient. And also, Elemental Inferno will now use force arrows. So this will actually deal AoE force damage, which is cool. And it gives me a force damage over time, which is also, again, cool. So it's like force shot. Now, this build is not really designed to be free to play because it uses Horizon Walker. The way you get around using Horizon Walker is you probably just like either don't multi-class or you multi-class not as hard, because you probably would want to take like Shadow Arrows as an example. But again, it's going to depend on what it is you're looking at. Cool. I apply a force damage over time. Look at this guy. See this? It's what? 7 damage? Oh, he's dead. Nice. The force dot. It just randomly applies a force dot with Elemental Inferno. It's so cool, dude. I do wish it had like a different explosion other than the fire explosion, but honestly, with a slight change in visual, I don't really care that much. Oh, look at the damage! How do I climb up this? I need to get higher heights. Okay, he can shoot me because of the angles, but I can't shoot him, which is unfortunate. Whee! Gotcha. Destroyed. Very satisfying. Yeah, I can kill wisps easily. Wait, I thought they pulled the lever. Did they just fall? That's okay. I didn't pull it either, so I was just walking around. There we go. Beautiful. So you might watch me run around the corner and be like, whoa, Shroom you're surrounded by monsters. What are you going to do? Tumble. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Oh, what's that? Sorry. Oh no, this monster's attacking me. I guess I'll just dodge everything with tumble. God, being able to tumble so you get iframes for a second is so cool. Oh, I love that. I'm going to be tumbling a lot. No one pulling levers? Oh, yeah. Hey, man, if there's a clown show, who's leading the circus? You know what I'm saying? This guy. Without giving any spoilers, time to say that I got the good ending. Yeah. I was annoyed by the ending. So, I am going to talk about the ending of Baldur's Gate 3 for 3 minutes. So feel free to mute your headphones or like throw them out the window and or do whatever it is you want. So my problem with the ending of Baldur's Gate 3 is that I spent the entire game refusing to use the power of the Mind Flayer the whole time, and I never used it one time in any capacity. And so I never used it. I never at all. And then at the end of the game goes, do you want to take the power for yourself? Which is stupid. Like, that option should never have been on the screen. Obviously, the answer is no. If I wanted to take the power for myself, I would have done it. So no, that option should not have been on the screen at all. Like, in any capacity. You might be like, well, they're just giving people the option. No, it's my fantasy is ruined. It literally takes me so far out of the story that I'm now in fucking Ohio because the story is just saying, look, we know you made a bunch of decisions throughout the entire game and you spent 100 hours on our video game to make a bunch of decisions. What if we just said that doesn't matter? Like right at the end. And that's how Mass Effect 3 ended as well, where they were like, hey, you remember all those decisions you made through the whole game? They don't matter. Here's your endings. So I didn't really like that much. And then the part that I didn't like is it also had no effect on the story whatsoever. The fact that I didn't make any change, didn't use it. So learning at the end that there's no change in the story in any capacity, no change in dialogue, no change in text, to not using the Mind Flayer powers, and you're supposed to use the powers apparently the whole game, is just confusing to me. Like, they have so much dialogue for the characters talking about how apprehensive they are if you don't use any of the powers and you don't eat any of the jars of like worms. If you don't eat any of them, the characters talk about how they're apprehensive the whole time. But if you start to use them, all of the characters completely flip tones. They all get really stoked about it. They're like, "What, superpowers? This is awesome. This is the best thing ever. Great job, you guys. I love it." And they're super stoked about it. But if you don't use it the whole game, they, even close to the end, they still talk about how apprehensive they are. But it actually doesn't affect the story in any capacity, other than sometimes your characters go, "Yeah, I don't know about these mind flare powers, man." Which to me is just disappointing and lazy writing. I'm currently working on a video of the top games I played last year. And Baldur's Gate 3 is close to the bottom of my list for a lot of reasons. Because it's just... It's a really, 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 really good RPG. But the flaws are really glaring. And I feel like they could have done a lot better. So that's it. It's one of those games that like probably everybody should play, but my experience was not great with it, and I think that they could have done a lot better. So yeah. Started really enjoying it for a while. I did enjoy it. I enjoyed the game. I had fun with the game. But again, I put more scrutiny on it because of how high quality it is. People want to talk about how it's like the best RPG ever made, and how it's amazing and it redefines standards, and it does. It does redefine a lot of standards. Like it definitely elevates stuff. Also, good idea. Taco Bell. Yeah, I can. But yeah, TLDR. It's just annoying that I feel like they should have done a lot better, and they did not do a lot better, and they could have. If people are going to hold it to such high standard, then so will I, and it did not meet to the standards. This is also not helped by the fact that I played Baldur's Gate 2, okay? And a little bit of a spoiler, Baldur's Gate 2 is the best game I played last year. It is so much better than Baldur's Gate 3, it's like not even close. It's unreal how much better that game is. The only thing that holds Baldur's Gate 2 back is the fact that it is literally an old game that looks old. So yeah. Oh, I never found him. Next is Cerulean Hills stuff. Level 3s. It's one of the problems with the ending. Apparently they're adding more things to the game. Well, there's also like the fact that they ended like on Valentine's Day, they added a bunch of new romance endings in Baldur's Gate 3. And a lot of people are excited because they're like, cool, they're like expanding my characters and doing all this other stuff. But here's my thing. You know when those endings should have been in the game? Before people spent 150 hours getting to those endings. Would it have been nice if instead of having to replay the game again and spend another 100 and so hours, you just got it the first time? Editing the ending is like something that grinds my gears. It's good that they did it, and it's good they're improving the game. I'm not complaining that they're improving the game. I'm complaining that when you improve an ending on a 100-something hour game, you should feel bad about that. You should feel a little like a twinge of shame where you go like, are we really going to ask people to spend another 100 hours playing our video game? Man, that's a lot. So yeah. All right. So let's go here. 3s are 1. 3 to 5 2 3. Smoke. Where there's smoke. So yeah. BG3, but I had some game breaking bugs that annoyed me a lot. Twice. Yeah, also don't play Paladin. That's the other thing too. Don't play Paladin. Before they invented graphics, it had to be good on its own. 100%, yeah. As I said, it's the if you want to be the best way I can. I'm trying to think about it. There's no. I can't do justice to how much better Baldur's Gate 2 is from Baldur's Gate 3, and I think it's just also a combination of the way in which the games were produced, and also like that part of it, and then also just in terms of the limitation of what their goals were with the design process. I think that's it. Platinum Technician, which apparently was really hard. Yeah. Morrowind lately? Morrowind is fantastic. It's definitely, like, of the Elder Scrolls games, it's my personal favorite, and I think it's the best written one. Yep. Hi, who good is Ranger Combat? Ranger Combat, pretty good. The benefit is that I now have area of effect attacks. I can't shoot anything because everything is dead. But if things weren't already dead before I got here, I can just like explode monsters in a group, so I can hit multiple things at the same time, and it feels very satisfying. So yeah. It makes me focus and read in order to complete quests. In Baldur's Gate, or in Morrowind, yeah, 100%. Like, you have to take notes and like actually write stuff down and mark off places on your map. It's wacky. But it's more so like just like the amount of time and investment that they put in the game. Like, I remember when Oblivion came out, there was this big article that I read about how every person in the game has a schedule. So every NPC in the game has a schedule that they run on. So they have their own house, and then they have their schedule where they do things during the day. Depending on the day of the week, they will do different things. And there's a story about how there's a woman who bets on the arena, and the woman who bets at the arena always wins. She finds she wins way more often than she loses. If you sneak into her house, and when she's asleep, you can go and loot around, and you can find she has a family heirloom. And the family heirloom gives a bonus to luck, which explains why she wins more often than she's not when you talk to her when she's at the actual arena, because she's standing in the stands like betting and stuff like that, because you just talk to her while she's there. However, you'll also notice that every once in a while, you'll find that if you do sneak into her house, there is actually somebody else who comes over and stays in her bed. And this person is somebody who is married to another person, and so he sneaks out in the middle of the night and goes from his house over to her house and stays there overnight once a week. Which is you can't talk to them about it because it doesn't come up like in the story, but it's so unnecessary and it's so tiny. But it's like, oh, these people are living real lives. And that was like in Oblivion. That shit doesn't fucking happen in Skyrim. People stand in town during the day, and then they go to their houses at night and lie in bed. That's Skyrim in a nutshell for their immersion. And you might be like, well, it doesn't really matter if the NPCs have like, you know, strict schedules and stuff. But the thing is, it's a step backwards. Right? It's like a step backwards in terms of narrative quality and storytelling, and it's a noticeable step backwards. And so every time something is cut from the role playing element in favor of like, I don't know, making it pretty, it's one of those things where like that's why I talk about how Morrowind feels like it's a better game, or Oblivion feels like it's a better game in terms of the storytelling and other elements, not just the combat. Like, does Oblivion look good? Oh my god, dude, look at the faces of some of the people in that game. Oh my god. Oh my god. Does +2 Dragonlord crit work with wraps? Yes. Hello, Mr. Shroomdom. Would 20 Dragonlord be better than 19-1 Monk using the Fire Stance with 1 Monk for crit bonus? It's only going to be better if you use the Capstone. So are you going to use the Capstone of Dragonlord and use the instant kill? If the answer is yes, then the Capstone is better. If no, then no. The 20 Dragonlord is not necessary. You only need it for the Capstone. I don't know. Although, to be fair, they didn't look like Hillary Clinton at the time, because when the game came out in like 2006 or 2005, she was a lot younger then. But they do look like an older Hillary Clinton for sure. I don't know. Maybe they're time warlocks. It was the mods that kept it alive. Oh, 100%, yeah. And then they re-released the Ultimate Edition, or whatever, where you had to re-buy the game that was, like, marginally prettier, but then people had to make new mods. And had to make mods to fix bugs, again. Yeah, this is not about me saying, like, new games are bad or anything, but, like, there is something lost when there were people who were making video games because they needed to make money. That was important. But it was less of like corporate machine of reprint the same thing. versus company that's like, we're going to redefine video games and redefine RPGs, and then they release Starfield.
Strength and endurance to reach the home of the elders.
And you're like, oh yeah, Starfield. Oh yeah. What's that? Does this video game have any new ideas? Nope. Yeah, the only benefit I would say to Skyrim is it does have Skyrim VR, which would be fun to play if I had one. If I had like a VR console, I would probably try Skyrim VR. Publicly traded companies at the time. When did Bethesda go public? That's a good question. I don't know. Is skill stuff finished? Yeah. But they patched it later. There are a lot of Starfield mods that fix a lot of problems generally in the game. Like, there's a bunch of UI mods that make the UI infinitely easier to look at and use. It's important. It's a good part of it. But yeah, there's only so much you can fix. Yeah, I don't... Again, when it comes to things being publicly traded, it's hard for me to really... you know, I don't know what happens inside boardrooms or meetings. And I'm also not going to say, like, oh, the people that work at Bethesda aren't passionate anymore. Because there's a reason why people call the video game industry a passion-driven industry. In a lot of cases... companies will hire people that are willing to work 100 hours a week while only getting paid for 40 because they're so passionate about their project, and passion is like a big element of it. So a lot of the people that are on the ground doing the work are there, but the vision or like the visionaries are different. The people that are managing these things are different. Skyrim Alexa version? There you go. Able to work and collect digital dust. Yeah. Well, it's also difficult when like Last Epoch just came out, and Last Epoch is so much better than Diablo 4. It like is shocking. The only thing that Diablo 4 does better than Last Epoch is that Diablo 4 does have much higher resolution textures, and it is a nicer looking video game. Like Last Epoch has a convincing and nice art style, but it just doesn't look as pretty as like Diablo 4 does. I mean, there's more to video games than looking pretty. But it's fair. That's fair. Question, will be going to PAX? Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to PAX. I will be there. Yep. Dev teams work and feel like they get a lot of blame for it. Corporate types do their work. Again, that's why I talk about like the visionary element of it, where like when you have like a clear vision of like something that you want to do versus like a project demand that you're trying to hit, it's very different. That you can't respec in Last Epoch, like change the subclass. I mean, I don't really see it to be that much of a problem, but
a nearby Caneth crystal hums.
For me personally, I don't see it as that much of an issue. In terms of the Last Epoch. But that's because, like, it would be nice if you could respec that. I don't think that there should be any issues with actually doing that. Like, conceptually, I don't see a problem with them adding that to the game. But it's, like, the only thing in the game you can't respec. So, like, I don't know. I don't have too much of a concern. No, I can't heal you. No. Do I find healers kits? I don't know. Shoot. Oh, this button. No, I don't have a healer's kit. Did I get one into the chest? Nope, I didn't. Shoot. Oh, nice. Got him back up. Wait, we have a druid? With no heals? That's interesting. Yeah. But I do agree. It is an annoying feature for some. So far, I haven't needed to change subclass. My first character was Void Knight, and it's a lot of fun. And my second character is a sorcerer, and it's a lot of fun. So, if I want to make a new one, like if I want to make a Forge Guard, I'll just make a Forge Guard. Like, I don't really care that much. Yeah, hot tub stream. I don't know. Are made designed by executives who want what shareholders want, not gamers that know what other gamers' customers want. Well, I wouldn't say that's 100% true because I do know people that have no idea what gamers want.
Woman rambles on, her thoughts
Well, when does that hardcore season end? It's already over. It ended last month.
A shadow passes over her face.
The garden. The garden.
she
The
gets.
garden.
Before she disappeared, Lily Hargrove returned home in search of something.
Just want to eat hot chip. True, dude.
All you see when you enter is
How many
a-
gamers out there are like, man, you know what's good? Tackies.
She doesn't seem to notice you. You find a dull and rusted scythe
True.
among the other
Very
gardening
true.
tools in this workshop. You take it
Four also made more money only because the game is twice the price and a triple A title. Well, yeah. If they can literally, Blizzard can make a bad game and write Diablo on it, and people are still gonna buy it.
Some monsters have taken up residence.
It says Diablo on the front.
As you approach, they spring from the dirt and attack.
Plan for your weapon upgrades to 20? Nope. I never planned for that stuff. Why is the server still up? Because it's the after party where you're supposed to take stuff off of hardcore. That's why when you log in, there's a message that's displayed on screen that says, by the way, this is the hardcore after party, transfer your stuff. And the game, every once in a while you play, will like go colorless and fade because it's meant to signify like the world is fading away and you're supposed to leave.
Struck by a headache as a cold voice sounds around.
It's for people to transfer their characters off and stuff.
Here, Lily.
Yeah, so my plan for leveling up with the bow is I'm using the Nicked longbow, and I'm probably going to use it till I get the Barovian longbow at 10, because it's free and it comes from Ravenloft, and then I'm probably going to use that till 20, when I can go and get a Keep on the Borderlands weapon, because they're free, and then I'm going to probably use that till I get a Morning Lord's longbow at level 29, because it's free. Also, I don't know where Zulkin is. Alright, I'm going. So, yeah. Is build for your next to go get Dragonlord? Yeah, go get it. It's free.
When the vision fades,
It's gonna be good? Oh, man. I apologize that you got bamboozled by Blizzard thinking that Diablo 4 was going to be good. I'm sorry to hear that. I do hope that I can help. Or in the future, if you ever are curious about if a Blizzard product is going to be good, you can either ask anyone for guidance that you might know, or just already be aware the answer is no, it's not going to be good, and then you're all set. Is this Blizzard product going to be good? No. Like, it's just a flowchart. So yeah, pretty good puzzle, and also that is a pretty good brag, by the way. I know. Could you remember that when Blizzard used to make good games? It's crazy. Also, Canicus, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate support for 30 months. Glad to have you here. Oh, yeah. Next is the Apple one. Well, so what they said is that apparently the companies, they have two teams that work on, one works on the odd seasons and one works on the even seasons. And the even season was, they're like, hey, you know what's really popular? Hell Tides. So you know what they did? They made green Hell Tides. Apparently that was very popular. I played it. I played season 2. I got to level 100. I beat Uber Lilith. I got all the season cosmetics and achievements and all that. I used my season pass token to get the season pass, so I have all the cosmetics.
The air grows more humid as you approach the next chamber.
And it was like kind of fun, but I did everything in like 4 days, and then I had nothing to do. So I stopped playing. Mediocre and designed hook players in the hamster we love engagement. True. They are. Fun and OP. I don't know, I got bored of it pretty fast. Again, the problem that I have is like there's so many just like weird fundamental flaws. So like a great example I can think of is just like visual clarity, right? So in the inventory, they made the decision to make it so every item is the same space. And a lot of people think that's a good idea. It's not a good idea, but they think it's a good idea. So what I mean by that is in older action RPGs, a bigger item, like let's say a two-handed sword, would take up 8 inventory spaces, but a smaller item like a potion would only take up like 1, or a helmet would only take up 4 inventory spaces. And this has 2 effects. The first effect is that it means that you know, obviously things take up less space because now everything is the exact same size. But as the secondary problem is now, because of that, all the icons are smaller, and it makes it more difficult to distinguish what it is you're actually looking at. Oh, welcome. I have no idea what the LFM said, but we're on Sacred Bounty, soon to be the captives. So what I mean by that is very quickly you realize that because all the icons are the same size, and they're also relatively small, I don't know about you guys, but when an item was in my inventory, it was very difficult to always tell, is this a shoulder piece, a pair of gloves, is this a chest piece, is this a helmet, especially depending on the class. For the heavier classes, it was a little bit easier, but for the light armor classes, in a lot of cases, they all kind of look the same. So I'd have to like mouse over it just to see like, oh, what does this look like? What does this look like? And just to know what slot it actually goes into it. And again, for the record, like I'm not blind and I play a lot of video games, but it was difficult to immediately see what it was you're looking at. But then they made it compoundingly worse by using overlays. So in Dungeons & Dragons Online, you can see very obviously a quest item has a blue background, whereas a generically randomly generated is like a lighter blue sort of color. It's not teal, but it's like a lighter blue color. So they have like a darker blue and like a lighter blue. So you can easily see that. Well, in Diablo, depending on the rarity of the item, they used a color, but it was a color overlay. So it would be in the background, but also be in the foreground. And then if your item was either a sacred or an astral item, they would add another overlay on top of the item. So when you look at your inventory, you see these white blotches that you like literally can't even read what the items are in your inventory. If they're all sacred items, you have to one by one mouse over all of them. So just from an immediately looking perspective, it's just like very difficult to see what you're looking at in your inventory. And that is just one small problem that gets compounded throughout the whole game as you're continuing to look at some of these things. Now, I'm not saying that everybody struggles to look at all of these things, but again, as somebody who plays like a lot of video games, and I've played games with even smaller icons, right? DDO isn't the best, and it takes some time to understand what it is you're looking at. But the object in question, like this pair of boots, is front and center. You can identify that this is a pair of boots very quickly and very cleanly. At the beginning of the game, you can also identify that something is a pair of boots because there aren't any overlays over top of it. But as you get later, everything is overlaid so hard that you can barely even read the items. And it's not even close. Just look at the icons in your inventory between a game like Diablo 4 and literally any other game in the Diablo franchise. And you can clearly see like, this is a chess piece versus Diablo where you have to mouse over it to kind of get a good look at it because there's just so many overlays on the actual visual. And again, this is not the nail in the coffin. It's just one of many issues that starts to add up when you look at Diablo 4 of like, how did this game cost us much money and what happened? And in a video game about picking up equipment and looking at the items in your inventory a lot, having to spend extra time to identify the item slot that an item goes into is like a little unnecessary. So yeah. Inventory relies on images for the inventory. Just images of the inventory. I struggle. Again, this is also not like a... It's one of the biggest dunks on the game when you hear people talk about Diablo 4 is inventory problems. So there's that. Also, what's up, Death Drummer? How are you doing? Again, this is not me trying to have like a D4 bad session. Like, it is a bad game, but that's not totally like relevant to everything else. And again, the reason why I'd say Diablo 4 bad is if Diablo 4 was $20, people would be blown away. If it was like $40, people would be like, damn, that's a $40 video game. But it's like $80 to $100 depending on your regional currency. And also, they already said they're going to be releasing expansions that might possibly cost actually $100 every year.
You freed Lady Asda with Gravnok dead.
It's like, Alright, housekeeping. What's up, Mad Melu? How you doing? It's not doing the chain and hitting multiple monsters once, only one of them? I don't know. I haven't cast Chain Lightning. I'm playing an Archer. They did change Chain Cure, so maybe that affects Chain Lightning. I don't know. Hundred support staff that very little connection development instead when you have 10 outstanding studios and support staff, all those numbers balloon up. I don't know. I don't know anything about like the costs of making video games. Like that's one of the things I try to like when there's a discussion, I try to keep myself on the outside from. I just don't know much about that, about the like internals of how these companies work. I can make estimates, but for me, I don't really know about, especially when it comes to outsourcing staff and stuff. He was doing the new expansion on your birthday this year too. True. Hopefully it's good. And it is fun to play. It might not be, but hopefully it is good and fun to play. We'll see.
Quest received.
Don't cost counts Bobby's stock options? Yeah, maybe. Good old Bobby. The knee UI mean scale land and future.
Inside the hut, you suddenly feel disoriented.
SSG has said they want to add UI scaling to the game, if that's what you're asking. And as far as I know, it's not on the checklist for like the producer's letter. So I don't know if it's going to be added at some point, or if it's just like a systems change. So it's not going to be like an advertised feature. Yeah, basically. It just takes some work. They do have to add UI scaling, like for the record. Monitors are not getting smaller with smaller resolution. They're getting bigger with more resolution. So UI scaling is a good idea. Because as somebody who will, from time to time, peek in at some DDO streams, some people, when they stream DDO, will use their big fucking monitor that takes up the whole wall, okay, with their like 8K monitor, and then they stream it, and you can't read anything on the screen. The reason why I'm streaming it in 1080p, and the game is 1080p right now, is because it's all the numbers are like fairly readable, even if it's a smaller screen. So yeah.
Oh, look, more flies
Yep.
stuck in the jam. Welcome to hell, idiots. Grumbles Stell. We screwed up. Bad. Adds Capstone.
Why am I rebuffing? I don't know what I'm doing. Wizard of Thay's excited for Myth Draenor. I mean, yeah. I don't know much about the Red Wizards of Thay, but hopefully it's a fun expansion. No gold roll? I did it earlier. You missed it. Sorry, dude. I rolled 68 today. Yeah. I Neverwinter 2, Mask of Betrayer to have fun with Red Wizards. Neverwinter Nights 2? I don't know about that. I mean, it doesn't sound like it's a bad idea, because Neverwinter Nights is a very fun video game, but go play right now? Dude, look at the AoE on this bad boy. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, it's reasonable. Like I said, you can play with higher resolutions. I'm not saying you can't. But just that, especially like if you're trying to stream it, you can. I've seen people like stream the higher resolution, and unfortunately, without UI scaling, it does not look as good. Basically, the problem that exists is that the graphics aren't designed to work with. The graphics are not designed to scale because you would use what's called a vector graphic, which is something that is able to scale based on its size, so it'll just fill in details, which is very helpful. The game is not designed with that in the first place. And then second, also, some people are like, well, why don't they just upscale it using a UI? Even if you do that, you still have to go back and manually correct every icon and everything all throughout the game if you try to manually upscale stuff with UI, because, or not UI, with the AI, because the AI is not, like, perfect. It's not going to get everything right. It might save some time, but then also, and this could be another thing, there might, like, be, like, you know, contract issues about the specific use of AI in certain sources, which also could be a piece of the puzzle, which I don't know. This is speculation. All I know is it's expensive. What's up, Belgaret? How you doing?
Then she poops into a cloud of
Knights
dust.
of Myth E Anor? Myth E Anor.
Beatrice announces with a distinct lack of enthusiasm as she falls over and scatters into dust.
How would you make a Final Fantasy style red wizard in DDO? Well, Final Fantasies are red mages, not red wizards. It's very different. And also, how would you do it? That's a great question. So, you're probably just going to be an Eldritch Knight, if I'm being honest, and just cast spells and attack people at the same time. If I had to guess, your best bet would either be a Spell Singer Bard or a Eldritch Knight who just uses like a rapier, because they use rapiers for the most part, and either nothing in the offhand or like a focus or orb in the offhand, something like that. You could do swashbuckling if you wanted as well, and do like a multi-class of like Bard Sorcerer to swashbuckle. But yeah, that's probably what you would do.
Ayo, did someone say Final Fantasy?
Yo, what's up, Goro? How are you doing? Welcome back to Final Fantasy Stream 2024. It's me, your host, Stream Tom, man. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. How you doing? How are you and how are things? How's it hanging? Archer's focus, please. Healing and spell singer gets to use red scrolls. Yeah, but bards don't have anything that would qualify as black magic, which is the other problem. You'd have to do some type of multi-class. Because yeah, you'd be able to do the white magic, but you wouldn't be able to do the black magic, which is like a similar problem. Okay, so what do we do here? So, I don't need a Cloak of Summer. Don't I have the Spring Cloak? Cloak of Spring or something? Yeah, Cloak of Spring is pretty good. Let's get that in here for some dexterity. That's pretty good. I can get Charisma and PRR MRR. That's not bad. Crown of Fireflies gives me healing, but I don't need that. Cold Iron Bracers gives Ethereal, so I can just hit those monsters now, which is convenient. Amber Pendant gives Insightful Sheltering, which is not terrible. Dire Bear Belt also gives Insightful Sheltering, but gives me more armor, which is nice. I'll take armor over most things. So I'll keep that going. What else do we do here? Belt of the Ram. I can cast Ram's Might now. Crown of Leaves is pretty nice, so I'll probably use Crown of Leaves. Lionheart Ring gives Insightful Con and Armor Piercing, which is pretty good. Although Ring of Winter's Chill does give me Force spell power, so I'm actually going to use that instead, since I am using Force. And then Lotus Mail is neat, because it does give max dex bonus of 12. So I think I would actually... Do I lose armor class from using this? No, I go up in armor class. So this will give me more armor class, so it's going to be better than my robe that I have here. And then I can get max dex bonus. I could also use Garb of the Spring Winds if I wanted, which is probably a reasonable idea. Well, hold on. So this is 56 armor. Yeah, this is going to be more armor class. So that's fine. So I'm going to use the armor class instead. Do I not have any gloves? Oh, shoot. I think I have the leather gloves of the snake, which I'll be using soon. So I'll put that in my inventory here. And the raptor tooth necklace is honestly quite good, so I'll just put that there. Nice. And then the steel weave shin guards can go over the boots. Nice. Most things I need. Did you after a long break checking out new things? I'm wondering if I can remember current life. Gnome Ranger 5 favorite soul rogue into an archer build. Check out the new stuff. Like I'm doing it. It's pretty good. You don't necessarily need to, but if you want AoE, you need either Artificer or a bow. So yeah. That their magic is innate. Not entirely. It's just that they're just called mages and not wizards in Final Fantasy. That's all it is. AD&D kit was Winterwolf with Trainer Ranger. Your initial rolls and aiming, you died. Oof. Change to Inferno Shot, additionally working well. Yeah, it's sick. I just blast everything. Like, I press this button and everything explodes. It's awesome. It's so awesome. So I'm a huge fan of this. Yeah. Wizards. Wizards? FF1 advanced classes? Oh. Because is that in Final Fantasy 1? I remember playing Final Fantasy 1. I don't remember there being advanced classes. Dragonlord dash doesn't mount you. Is that intended? No, it's definitely not intended, but if it's happening, it is what it is. If it makes you feel any better, Wolf Kobold, I've only played Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advanced, Tactics Advanced 2, and Final Fantasy 14. That's all I got. I didn't play the other Final Fantasy games. AoE range attacks inconsistent hitting targets. Anyone else? Nope. I'm finding it pretty good. The range in the AoE is small, so it's only a 2.5, which is very, very small. It has the same AoE range as Spring to Summer in Epics, which also has a pretty small range. One sec, I got a message to respond to. There you go. Pin doesn't even work with your RD Warforged and repeating crossbow. Just no damage and strike goes on cooldown. I need to do more testing since working on your bow build. Weird. Yeah, there's going to be quite a few bugs in this patch, especially with some of the ranged AoE skills since they changed some things. But yeah. I am currently using Inferno Shot, and it works fairly well. The only thing you have to deal with Inferno Shot or any of the AoE attacks or bow in general is just weird like delay where you shoot and then there's like a half second, then the damage goes through, which is not ideal. I don't know why it does that, but it just sort of does that. And yeah, it's kind of annoying to deal with. Yeah. Overall, this character is working pretty well so far. The plan, as I said, is to go Paladin, Rogue, and Ranger. Now, the Paladin part might be weird to some people, so I'm going to try to do my best to explain the thought process here. So, if I go here, you're blind now. In Paladin, there's Knight of the Chalice, and Knight of the Chalice gets two things. In Tier 2, I get Exalted Cleave, Exalted Shot, which allows you to do an AoE, which is very, very cool, and deals AoE damage. So that way I can have two cleaves, basically. I can have two shots during the leveling process. And also, once I get into Epics and I have more AoE attacks, so I don't need this anymore, I can still use Slayer of Evil, which is a toggle that scales with 200% range power and does light damage, which I'll be using in Epics as you pick up more range power. In Heroics, you don't have a lot, but in Epics, I'll end up with like 200-300, which will be easier to scale and better for my character than using spell power. So it'll be easier to manage. Also, Dukep, welcome back to the stream team. Pretty supportive. Been a fantastic day. Also, other than the first couple of levels, I haven't really complained too much about bows overall. I'm having a lot of fun. The bows are really entertaining to use. So if you haven't tried like any of the bow stuff, it's pretty good. I can't speak on any of the other attack skills because I genuinely do not know. I haven't tried anything else like any of the other characters, but the bow so far is working really well for me once I got Inferno Shot. Okay, so let's sell some garbage. I haven't sold yet, so this is a good idea. Bow lag? Yeah. Not bow lag. Bow lag. Make a Void Knight? Oh, you should. Why would you make a Void Knight? Anyway, I'm going to just be right back. I use the bathroom real quick, and then you will return in a moment. Lots of water drinking. Lots of water drinking. And we're back. Good bow build for noobs. Yep. Shrimp Tom's Acid Arrow. It's still basically good. All right. All right. I have returned. What is this? Major sheltering on the Nocturne ring for heroics? That's disgusting. +2 crit confirm on Cloak of Winter? Also kind of gross. Nice. Next up is new missing in action plus new sunken sewer, then STK. Yeah, damn, dude. Those are fucking crazy. Those are some crazy curses. Anyway, yeah, I think I can just take Silver Bow instead of Ratcatcher and swap from Inquisitor Arcane Archer. Maybe feed swap Rapid Reload to something else. I don't think I need LR to go Inquisitor Arcane Archer. No, you definitely don't need a LR, especially if you're going intelligence based. You just have intelligence hit and damage and just kind of go the same way. Is Silver Bow, old one, still top bow for leveling? Unless you can get Unwavering Ardency, yeah. All right, where was this? What's this one called? Volcana Braddock, missing in action. So this is now level 3, so we're going to do new missing in action. I don't know if they change it or if they just increase the level on the quest. I have no clue. But this is, we're learning here. We're learning if what they did. Hello, Axlet. How are you doing today?
Dull and lifeless flank the gate. There must be a mechanism to activate them within the tunnels.
I mean, it looks the same. There's still kobolds in here and stuff. Troglodyte.
The bodies of some
Sapphire Sting good for leveling, or is it still bad? No, Sapphire Sting is also good. You just have to get it. The reason why Silver Longbow is nice is because it's tradable. So yeah. That's a benefit. After I finished BG3. Good. I'm glad you showed up after we talked about how every single person in the chat was upset with the ending of Baldur's Gate 3. Did a human just give me greater heroism? Who's the human? Are you? Dwarf? Shifter? Human. There it is. Tuluin with the human ability. I guess I could search around and actually find the doors and stuff, but I didn't do that out of laziness, so I'm not gonna. Everyone jumped, so we're good. I'm bow-legged? Yes, I'm bow-legged. That is correct. Yeah, so as far as I can tell, new Missing in Action and new Sunken Sewer are the same quests. They just happen to have, like, higher level on them. I don't know if they changed the XP at all. I don't know. Yes, Fireball Shot feels fantastic. So, like, see these guys? I just go boom, and then it's a big explosion. It's very, very satisfying. Now, that being said, there's not as many monsters to hit right here, because I'm doing a lot of, like, there's a lot of people around, but look at that. I just hit 3 monsters at the same time with 1 bow shot. So satisfying. The AoE bow attacks, just so good. They feel so good, dude. Shifter Ranger? Legend? This guy's a legend, dude. Yeah, so this quest is the same, because they revamped an explosive situation, so now it's a level 4 quest. They did update the XP. That's 6,000. I feel like that's higher than usual. I think that's more than used to get. I thought this used to give like 2,000. So I think they did update the XP. It feels like it's a lot more than before. 6,000 feels like it's a lot more. I could be wrong, but it feels like it's more. All right. Enemy XP and enemy CR were allegedly changed. Allegedly.
Cascades of putrid water rush through these echoing tunnels.
Okay. Well, there's a secret door thing here now. What is this?
Catching you unawares as they emerge from secret doors set in the wall.
Wait, what? There's a secret door, and they got the voice actor guy. Is that a new voice line, or was that always there, or am I tripping? What's happening? The guy said, kobolds have devised a truly clever trap, catching you unawares as they emerge from secret doors set in the wall. I don't remember that ever being there. I've done this quest like 1,000 times. Decades until you release them? Are you sure? I've never seen that before. I've done this quest like probably not thousands, but easily hundreds of times. I've never seen that. That has to be new. There's no way. Compared to S solo playthrough run to be sure. I could go check if I wanted to. I don't know if I did that. But yeah, that's crazy. That's blowing my mind. Get there at the start of a reflex save? It's not supposed to be. Is it a reflex save? I think it's been too long since I started the quest. No, it isn't. Save versus trap roll an 18 plus 35 save. It is a reflex save as well. Did they change the trap so it's a reflex save instead of a fortitude save? Because I'm plus 35 on my reflex, not my fortitude. Interesting. Yeah, shag, helm. Yeah, interesting. So they did make a couple weird choices. It's on the poison if you get hit. I didn't have a fortitude save. It was just a reflex save. So I think they did change it. So again, pretty interesting. Pretty interesting stuff. Bar back on character sheet. I mean, they probably could make a new one, but they said they removed it to make more space. So they got rid of it to make space so that way you can fit in more like identifying information about your character class and other stuff. So they are not going to bring it back because they've talked about how they are not going to bring it back. Something I also didn't realize until afterwards. So I never looked at that piece of information, like ever. Like never. And then when they changed it, I suddenly heard about many people who were like, "Man, bring it back. I miss it." And I was like, Like I'm just surprised that so many people were like very passionate about it. It's something I'd never think about. I just look at the bar at the bottom of the screen. It's good enough for me. Oh, I need morphic arrows. Arrows! Archery! Let's go! Oh, yeah, you do. So, like, now with this, so you see this trap here? If I tumble through it... Oh, then. It can't hit me. I'm now plus 64 because I get to add my tumble to my saving throws when I tumble through the trap. Which is fun. So now you can tumble through it. Yeah, this is new? Yeah, it's like, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I didn't read your message about why you wanted to play one. There's a new support build. Oh, okay. I was like, why are you going to play a Void Knight? But that answers my question about why you're going to play a Void Knight. Check the character sheet for XP over cat. Not having to cycle through the bottom bar, which makes me rank to the next level. It's not a big deal. It's just a bit more clicking. Oh, I don't cycle through anything. I just look at it because it tells you the rank. Like, it just displays here the rank. So I just look at the number. Is strong. I feel like tumble mod would work. I mean, it actually gives you a reason to do it, right? Like, yeah, they could just use, like, the tumble ranks. Like, you add your ranks of tumble to your ability score. But if I'm being honest, getting high saving throws in endgame is never a problem. And you have to use it. It's not free. Right? Like, remember, it's not just you add it all of the time. It's only while tumbling. So if you are not tumbling, then you don't get the bonus. And so you actually have to, like, decide, okay, I want to get this bonus, so I am going to tumble, and now I'm going to have the bonus. Also, I just smoked all those guys over there. Holy moly, they got destroyed. So from my perspective, I think that it works well in terms of the adding bonus because you are rewarded for using your skills as appropriate. Like, again, if you are playing a character that is going to have high reflex saves, it's just going to work. Now, the hard part about that is tumble bonuses in the form of the tumble spell. The tumble spell was borderline useless, and now it just gives you 20 tumble from House P buffs. And, okay, you can make the argument that maybe that's, like, too good. But even then, I don't really care too much. Oh, yeah, the old skip. Skippity-doo-dah-day, let's go! I love that skip. That's so good. With the 1 second timing. Yeah, exactly. Like, it only works for tumbling through a trap or tumbling, like, if a guy's whipping a fireball at you and you're like, oh shit, I gotta get out of the way. So you tumble your way out of the fireball. So yeah. The esports skip? Exactly. Esports skip. I'm a professional gamer and I'm skipping shit in video game quests. Yeah, so as I said, because there's a skill element involved, I'm less inclined to believe it's a problem. However, SSG did capitulate with some of the people who were posting on the forums who were like, it shouldn't give you an unlimited amount of dodge, like 100%. It should only give you a dodge comparable to the amount of your armor, like what armor you're wearing, which I think is fair. So now, when you tumble, you gain 95% extra dodge if you're for 1 second, if you're on light armor, 75 if you're on medium, and 50% if you're on heavy. And I think that's a perfectly fair way to do that. And it means that if you wear light armor, you get iframes, whereas it's similar to like Dark Souls, where if you wear the heavy armor, you have like the fat rolling, where your character just like just slams into the ground instead of actually rolling, and it doesn't give you as many iframes. And you can always roll a 1. Yeah. We put XP caps in their bio? I don't do that. Oh, what is this? How do we do this? See? God, that's so good, dude. Oh! Oh, you see me get the friggin' quadra kill? Should post Animal Farm in your bio. You do not have the entire script to the book Animal Farm in your bio. You don't. No way. People put the whole B movie. Whoop. But damn, if I'm not alt-tabbing now and doing that, yeah, you should. Oh wait, where do we go? How do we get through this? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Anyway, here we go. What I do is check the next level XP needed and how much I'm left over. Roughly estimated if it's still space left over. It's definitely not the best way, but I'm too lazy to remember the ranks. Oh, 100%, yeah. Like I said, I just look down here and just look at the numbers because the bottom bar tells you what's going on. But that being said, if you are like, I don't want to come off as like telling people, oh, if you are somebody who looked at the bar or you looked at the thing, like that's a waste of time. You shouldn't have done that. Everybody looks at information. There's in different ways. Some people will like use that information where they will, keep it in their bio so it's easier to see, easier to use, easier to understand. Some people make spreadsheets about this stuff. So however you save and put that information together, like that's fair. And SSG changing that, obviously not ideal for a lot of players. I was just surprised by the number of people that like said that was something that they used. I just found it interesting, that's all.
As the rune hums to life, you hear the grinding of several large gears.
The villain is actually entirely correct, and the bee is gaslighting both him and the love
Chill
interest.
through your body as you pick up the barely audible moaning.
Well, I mean, yeah. It's called preservation, dude. He did what he had to do. So yeah, he, you know, is Jerry Seinfeld the hero of the story? I mean, he's the hero for the bees. They, against all odds, won their lawsuit. And they got their honey back. Oh, yeah, well, the point of the TV show Seinfeld is that the main characters are generally bad people. That's why they do so many bad things and have so many problems with their entire lives. Yep. Individual combat have full thief kit. If you could shoot a point and pull yourself with an arrow like a grappling hook, that would be cool. You can't do that, but that would be kind of cool. And why they all go to jail in the last episode? Yeah, exactly. Oh, good. It's raining outside. Yeah, all the snow was gone, basically. It's weird.
This necromancer must be the source of all the undead.
Really inconvenience themselves just to get back at someone who's mildly inconvenienced them mildly? Oh, 100%. You know who those people are? Most of humanity. There are a lot of really good, kind-hearted people out there who are almost always thinking in a selfless act and they're trying to help others. There's a lot of people who do that. But even those people succumb to, that son of a bitch. And they get mad. They're going to do something petty. I'll do it. Grappling moment. Oh, yeah. Well, so for those of you that don't know, me and Tonquin, used to be named Linnabelle, now Tonquin, did a video where we took ideas from chat and we would put together like a piece of content where basically I'm like just some guy who thinks about video game and he is some guy who work on video game. And so one of the ideas that was put into chat was like a Indiana Jones style character. And so what we came up with was the action archaeologist who could use a whip grappling hook. It was a neat idea and trying to incorporate that into an actual character like design idea in DDO and how it would fit. Also, it's like not raining. It's like pouring rain. Well, good old February rain. Just Castlevania? Yeah. Well, it's more like, it was more Indiana Jones adjacent, but yeah. Have you ever tried being petty? It's actually super fun. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, 5 health per leather item was a good one. Yep. Rain isn't real. Listen, we can't all live in a desert.
Maybe some guy
That's a lot of
on
rain.
top of your house with a garden hose right over your window.
I mean, yeah, probably. Why not? Is that thunder? Is there a thunderstorm going on? Hold on, I gotta check the weather. It's 16 degrees? For all you Americans, that's 60. What the hell? And then overnight, it's going to minus 12. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of ice. It's gonna be a lot of ice. So for all the Americans out there, it's going from like 60 to like 10 over the course of the next 12 hours. So yeah, that's kind of cool. No, it's going to minus 22. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, I'm not leaving the house. Fuck that noise. Yeah. Cool. Weather, man. Year 30 or so in a 1 in 2,000 year drought. Yeah, that's a lot of temperature change. Yeah, so it's going from, it's currently plus 16, it's going down to minus 22 overnight. So in like, yeah, the next 12 hours. I'm not going outside. Nope, no way. I'm staying right here. I got food in the fridge, okay? I got snacks. I got water. Everything I could ever need. With fog, yeah, we don't have fog very often, which is annoying because in Pokemon Go, fog is the weather you need to have more dark and ghost Pokemon spawn, and it's literally never foggy. Even when it's foggy outside, it's not technically foggy as reported by the weather, like the local broadcast station, and so as a result, because they just ping from like whatever the weather towers are saying, and so as a result, it's almost never foggy here. Even though it's foggy outside, it's just never there. Yep. Tea command? I'm not a big tea drinker. I drink a lot more coffee. I'm more of a coffee person. So yeah. Hey, Marksmans. What's up? So if I pull this guy over here... Look at that AoE, baby! Oh yeah! I could have just shot him, but yeah. I just like the AoE. Or would you want your food warmer? True. Yeah, true. Well, it's not going to be minus 22 in the house. Because it's raining 24/7? Yeah. I used to go, there's like a big park where it was like right on the river and there were so many water Pokemon there. It was so nice. So you'd always be able to just fill up. But I don't go there as often anymore. It's not that far away. If I had a bicycle, I could get there fairly easily, but I'm lazy and I don't have a bicycle. I have an exercise bike, which I've been using again. It's been great, by the way. Actually physically exercising and like just working out. Love it. Huge fan. Which I'm going to be continuing to do. In a city by the coast either? Oh yeah. If you live near water, you get water types. Now, to be fair, if this was like actual Pokemon, man, water types are amazing. In Pokemon Go, they're okay. Root cellar that stays cold? Yeah. Yeah, we don't have a natural ice cellar here. We just have fridge. Whoop. God, I love that I can just like wail on these guys with AoE and go.
Working out is
Oh, I missed.
Pushed the heavy sled and carried the weight long distance and broke my back.
Mm.
Don't recommend.
Well, yeah, but just be like Batman and go to the pit and then work out and then fix your broken back and then leave the pit and then kill Bane. I don't know. I don't really remember most of that movie. But yeah, do that. Then it'll fix it. Yeah, well, isn't that why they say, like, always lift with your back? Because it's the strongest muscle in the body, so always use your back to lift? Or something like that? I'm fuzzy on the, on that. Fire, earth, and ground types? That doesn't surprise me. When it's sunny weather outside, you get a lot of fire types, ground types, grass types. That's the old weather. Here, it's almost always cloudy. So partly cloudy is normal and rock types. There's a lot of normal types and a lot of rock types outside. We were under rain upwards levels of storm. Raining, it's okay, it shouldn't be raining up. That sounds pretty cool. That's like some fantasy stuff. And so the magic drew the power into the sky, and the rain started to reverse direction, flying upwards. That muscle is strongest. Always lift with your teeth. Well, yeah. That's the reason why when you're trying to open up like a package or something and you can't get it, but then you like bite it and you pull on it, it works. Because your teeth are stronger than your fingers. It's like common knowledge. It's called Peloton, Gilly, and Keeves. Oh, yeah. Isn't Peloton like a scam or something like that? I don't remember if it's like a scam, but I remember it was like, I saw the commercials for it. Legally, I'm not saying it's a scam, Don't sue me, Peloton people. I'm saying I heard it, maybe, allegedly, I don't know. But I remember it's like the cycling program, because I remember seeing ads for it constantly seeing ads for it everywhere. And I was like, oh yeah, biking program. But it's like an exercise bike that is like $600 as a deposit or something to like rent the bike. And then you have to pay for the program to be able to use it. And while you have it, you can use the program. But if you stop paying the subscription, you also cannot use the bike. It locks you out of the bike that you paid for. Or something like that. It's sort of like that like subscription service where it's like, oh yeah, you get heated seats if you subscribe in your car. It's kind of like that. Yeah, you have to get the bike, and then you have to pay a subscription to use the bike. Where like obviously, you know, there's like courses or classes or like little training sessions you can do on it, but like you can either just get a cheap bike and then find them on YouTube and watch a video, or like go to any local gym. And there's, I don't know about everywhere in the world, but at least in the city of Ottawa, there are tons of like inexpensive 24-hour gyms where you pay like $20 a month or whatever, and then you can just do whatever you want. So yeah, I don't know. I remember seeing it and being like, oh, this looks interesting. And then also they like lost a bunch of money. Like, hold on. Peloton stock. Where's the stock? Where's my Yahoo Finance? Peloton. Stock price. So if we look at the 5-year stock, Peloton in the pandemic was $150. Their stock was at $150, and then during the pandemic it crashed, and they're at $4 right now. $4.64. Because I think it just wasn't as popular, and the price was... I think the price point's also a little out of whack. But they probably still made a bunch of money anyway. Oh, God. Oh, good. Oh, I didn't jump. Oh, it's okay. I caught myself. Oh, no one bought it at that high? Oh, people did, for sure. People definitely bought it like that price. It's kind of crazy. Why double blast arrows FX? I don't know. I think it's a bug. I reported it before, but I guess either just didn't have time to get fixed or whatever. I'm not sure. Gamify systems are real-time competing against other people. Gets a good draw for some. Oh, yeah. Gamifying stuff is the best. 100%. Like, they should gamify everything. Gamifying every single thing. Like, that's the reason why, like, if you want to make people be motivated to, like, exercise more or, like, just do other things, just gamify it so it's fun. It's the reason why I play Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go gets me out of the house, so I have to, like, go walk around to catch Pokemon. So, like, if I want to go get cool Pokemon, I have to go do it. I can't just sit in my house. I have to, like, go do it. So I do. It's like a good, for me, it, like, works really, really well in terms of, like, the stratagem there. Beat Saber also seems fun. The problem I have with that is VR. I don't want to have to set up a whole room in my house to deal with VR. And if it was just easier, maybe. That's the problem I have with that. And also, I don't want to have like a VR console that I'm just never going to use. But I've played some like the VR like Beat Saber and stuff. But yeah, I just don't want to deal with that. Don't tell stream about location spoofing. Yeah, but like, what's the point? Like, that's so fucking dumb. Like, I don't understand people that do location spoofing. The literal whole point is to go outside. Like, you're literally only cheating yourself. You are the loser if you location spoof in Pokemon Go. I found that so dumb the entire time. It's like if you bought like the Peloton program, and because it like ranks you against other people on the bicycle, and you found a way to hack it in so it actually gave you twice the distance, so you're like beating other people in the scores. Like, you're the one who's losing. You're not cycling as long. You're not doing as much exercise. I don't understand. What's the point? I will never understand it. It's so baffling to me. It's like the same people who like use like aimbots in like online games, in like shooters and stuff, where like somebody will like use an aimbot, and then it's like all you're showing is that you lose. That's it. You're just showing that you can't win. You cannot beat people at the game. You're too bad at the video game, and you need aimbot to make it work. It's just so confusing to me. Sure. We can do House D Depths Chain, and then Irestone, and then 3PC. Yeah, same thing. So live in Valparaiso, which is basically hillside in front of the ocean. Streets are... Whoa! That's crazy. Yeah, I definitely don't live on that much of an incline. Ottawa has like a couple hills in it, but they're like gradual hills where like you don't realize what's happening until you bike somewhere, and then you bike home and you realize that you have to go uphill. Yeah, hi, is AoE up and running? Inferno Scatter? Yeah, it is. I'm playing around with it right now. Oh, Depths of Doom. Let's see. Use Measure Device. Nice. What feat am I taking? I think I take Dodge and Mobility. I want to get a favorite enemy. So we take favorite enemy, Elemental. And I think I take Dodge here so I can get Mobility, which seems good. So we'll do that. Seems good. So yeah, I don't play Pokemon Go. I know people's cheated in. I know scammers use it all the time. Again, I just like don't get it. Like, I know, like, obviously the idea is, like, yeah, where you're like, yeah, some people get the dopamine of winning without putting the effort, but, like, but you're not winning. I don't understand. You don't get anything. There's nothing tangible. You don't get a thing. You barely even get satisfaction. Like, I get when people cheat in, like, contests. You know what I mean? Like, cheating in a competition, cheating on an exam. Because, like, if you get through these things successfully, there's a tangible reward at the end of it. If you cheat in a competition and you win $10,000, you win $10,000. So, like, I understand why people do that. I'm not saying it's good or people should do that, but at least, like, my brain can comprehend the motivation. But, like, when you're playing Call of Duty and you're using an aimbot because you're so bad at the video game you can't win, I don't even understand how somebody can feel anything other than just, like, regret, I guess. Like, I don't understand it. Congratulations, you can't beat other people at a video game that no one cares about. It's just so baffling to me. I don't get it. Oh, oozes? Watch this. Watch this. Ooze? Guess what? Hey, oozes. No, stack together. Come on. Stack together. Stack together. Stack up. There we go. Aimbot and hit scan. So hit scan is where bullets don't have travel time. So that's how a lot of video games work. So for example, in DDO, the term would be like arrows have a travel time, so they are not hit scan. You can dodge them, but casting mass hold is hit scan in the sense that there's no travel time. The effect just hits the monster when you press the button. An aimbot is where the game itself will automatically detect whatever location you want it to and move your cursor to that target. So if you have an aimbot for heads, it will detect heads and move your cursor onto heads so you can't miss. So all you do is pull the trigger, like press the button on your thing to shoot, and it will automatically shoot the head every time. Or whatever you program it to do. And because they're computer programs, you can detect people through walls, you can do all sorts of stuff. Again, hit scan is a way to describe how something functions, and an aimbot is a computer program that controls your computer for you to force you to aim at a certain target or an area. Also, Off Meta, welcome back to the stream team for 21 months. Appreciate the support. You're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Your experience is so varied. I could try Google VR Cardboard and VR is bad. And VR heads up and it'd be an entirely different experience. Yeah, I think VR is really cool. My problem, again, is just like the space. It's not even like the cost. It's mostly like just the space cost. No. Hit scan is something totally different. That's just so hit scan. I think maybe the context was missing. Is describing the way in which the weapon type functions. So, like as an example, if you play the video game Destiny, there are guns in Destiny. The guns are hit scan. If I'm pointing somewhere and I shoot, the bullet just teleports to the target instantaneously. That's just how the game is designed. Halo works like that. A lot of games work like that. But then when you pick up the rocket launcher doesn't teleport. It has a projectile that goes and hits and explodes. So that's like just describes the nature of how the projectile functions. So it's not like a third-party program. That's just the word to describe how that functions. Like if you ever played like GoldenEye on Nintendo 64 and you like shoot somebody with any of the guns, how it like instantly hits them. But then if you use like a rocket launcher, it has to go, or like a grenade launcher where it bounces around the ground. Would that be cheating? No. Aim assist is built into video games. So, for example, the reason why there's aim assist on controllers is because with a mouse, I can change the settings to reduce my sensitivity and use my whole arm to like get a wide range of motion, so I can very accurately get somewhere on somebody, versus with a controller, all you have is this stick. And this nub is significantly less accurate than the laser on my mouse with a large amount of range. And so to accommodate for that, a lot of video games will add in aim assistance, which is just built into the video game, where if you're using a controller, then it is easier to land shots on different targets because a controller is a less accurate way of controlling aiming. Like a handheld gaming controller is less accurate in all cases than a mouse, simply because you have a smaller range of motion, so you can't make fine movements. That's just all it is. And so they solve that problem by just giving you an aim assist, where it just makes it so it's slightly easier to have target acquisition. So where it becomes where people have the debate of is it cheating or not cheating or whatever is when it comes to the individual product in question. How much better is it to use, if you can use both methods of control? So for example, a game like Call of Duty, where you can have console players and PC players in the same lobby. How aggressive is the game's built-in aim assist versus the requirement for you to look places quickly and consistently? And in most cases, people use keyboard and mouse, because even in the small areas where you might get some better adjustment from like the aim assist, if your aim is better, you're just going to hit targets more often with keyboard and mouse, and you can stay on target and hit headshots better, especially for games where you need to turn quickly. Like if you look at some of the stuff that people do, if you ever watch like a game of Counter-Strike, like a professional game of Counter-Strike, the turns that these people make are insane. Where they're like, window, 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 door, 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 window, 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 door, where they're like checking everything instantaneously, and you just can't do that on controller. It's impossible. But with a mouse, you can perfectly and precisely move your hand to a certain way, which is very, very cool. H from Tom Cordovan here. Hello, chat. Getting the word out about this thing. We are currently investigating an issue where selecting main menu from inside the game world is causing the client crash. Pressing the escape key rather than selecting main menu by pressing the main menu button appears to cause client crash. Whoa! That's crazy. Well, I never hit main menu. I always hit escape to get to this menu, but that's interesting. Cool, good to know. So if somebody crashes, I will let people know that that is a thing. Thank you for giving me that information. I will spread the word to hit escape. I don't know how many people click through the main menu, but it's obviously some amount of them, yeah. I hit escape in like every video game to get to menus every time. That's good to know though. Like at least knowing in bugs, if somebody is like, oh, my game keeps crashing, at least I can like kind of help that. Yeah, there is, I know. Dragonlord? Yep, 100%. Please claim the Dragonlord. I kept saying that throughout the video that I posted about like the review of all the stuff, and I'm like, go get it. Go claim Dragonlord. Claim Dragonlord. Claim it. Don't wait. Do you want to play a Dragonlord? Go claim it. Do you not want to play a Dragonlord? Go claim it. Have you never played DDO? Put the game on a computer. It's like 17 gigabytes. It's not even 1/4 the size of Diablo 4. And then go install it and claim it. Is it worth it past next downtime? I mean, I don't know. I don't make those decisions. Yeah, exactly. And then it depends on the amount of aim assist as well, is what you're saying, Run. Like some games will, because they have more aggressive aim assist, people will play on controller and stuff. Yeah. remember I watched a video where like these guys, when they were making, I think it was like Halo 5, did like a video in terms of how the controls actually work. And there's 2 steps. There's both aim assist, where when your cursor is over top of a target, you can shoot. As you're turning, it will actually slow your cursor when it gets over top of a body. So that way you can be more precise when you get over top of something. And then they also have bullet magnetism, where even if you miss, so you're aiming like here on the head, the bullets, depending on how close they are, will magnetize to like the head or the face or the body in games like that. Because so even if you're not, so if you've ever found like on console, sometimes you're not shooting a target, but you're still kind of hitting it. That's because a lot of games have bullet magnetism, where they will curve through the air in terms of their trajectory and still hit on the side, which is interesting. Watching because I just pressed the menu and wondered what happened to the game. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for spreading the word. I appreciate that. And if anybody else crashes out, I will do my best to let people know as well. Yeah, because I found there's also, like, there's a bunch of weird bugs. Like, if you try to cast a spell, like ability, the game says you can't cast spells from other classes. It lets you cast the spell. It just says you can't cast spells from other classes. I don't know why. But, so there's, like, a bunch of weird bugs. And then some people were saying that other skills weren't working and other things weren't working, and I don't have a full list. I personally haven't encountered that many bugs so far, so I'm feeling pretty good. So yeah, log in and test. I mean, yeah, we can always crash the game. I mean, it's been like just shy of 4 hours, so I could probably am good for like a client reset. So let's see what happens. I'm curious. Oh, it does crash. That's fun. Yeah, it's instant. It's just instant crashes. Yeah, that's cool. All right, good. Good to know. Yeah, I insta-crashed. I clicked in, it was gone. Match testing it. Issues trying to cast the anonymously version of the spell. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I thought at first people on console had walls somehow before learning about the aim assist. Yeah, they had like wall hacks or something. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because I played like the Modern Warfare remaster or whatever, because I wasn't going to buy it, but then it's not really a remake or a remaster, but I wasn't going to buy it. And then like half of my friends bought it and they're like, dude, are you playing Call of Duty? I'm like, no. So then I bought it and I played it for a few weeks. Oh no. There we go.
Quest received.
Just testing out a crash. Doesn't crash for you? I'm not the chosen one. Am I on DX11? Probably. Options. I am on DirectX 11. Yeah, I like crashes straight. I will say this. As somebody, like, sometimes I can't even close DDO. Where, like, I try to close it, and it just doesn't go away. And I have to, like, hard close it, because if I'm playing for too long, if I've loaded too many zones, the game just does not want to go away. But that was an instant crash. Dragonlord and Dragonborn doesn't stack. If it doesn't... So... It does stack. Because the way it works is if it doesn't... So this is why the word natural armor is confusing. It does stack, because technically natural armor bonus is a type of armor class. You can see natural armor bonus. However, it's not a natural armor bonus to armor class. It's plus natural armor, which should probably be reworded. But yes, it does stack with natural armor bonus, which is a separate stat, which you can find like here, rough hide, or sorry, I have natural armor bonus, which gives a +4 natural armor bonus to armor class, whereas that's just natural armor. And then rough hide is a primal bonus to natural armor, which is that a primal bonus to the natural armor stat, or is that a primal bonus to armor class? I don't know. I don't know if anybody knows, but yeah. So the answer is yes, they do stack. If you're running Windows 11, you have 11 built into your OS. I'm actually not currently running Windows 11. I don't know if I'm supposed to upgrade at some point. I didn't. You can get 12 to your armor class? Yes, you can. Which can be nice for the early game. Busted as in it does not work, or busted as in it's very good? And the game to the fast alternative to Alt F4? I wouldn't say it's faster, but yeah. Ravager tree for fighter. Well, you get Dragonlord instead of Kensai and Ravager instead of Vanguard because Dragonlords can't use shields. So it doesn't make sense for them to have Vanguard. Yeah, it's very, very good. It's very powerful. Honestly, I love Dragonlord. Cool character, cool addition to the game. Very excited to see more Dragonlord and stuff and see all the builds people come out with. I will be releasing some Dragonlord builds. Just to give some like ideas for people to play around with and some toys to use. I am just playing Bo because I told I challenged Steelstar to give me Fireball Arrow, and if he did, I would play Bo, and he did. So I am paying my dues. Okay. He make a Fireball Arrow, and so now I'm shooting people with Fireball Arrow. The shields, should I have not gotten shield proficiency? No, like they're not proficient with it. So Dragonlords do not gain shield proficiency right away, or like at all. So regular fighters are proficient with basically everything, but Dragonlords don't get shield proficiency. So if you're playing a Dragonlord, I would recommend single weapon fighting, two-handed fighting, or two-weapon fighting. If you want to get shield proficiency, you can take the feat, but ideally, because it's not designed to work with shields, there's no shield synergy in the tree. There is technically Stalwart Defender, which can work, but you can multi-class to get your shield proficiency back if you want. So you can take like Paladin as an example, or you can just like take the proficiency if you want to be like a pure tank and combine it with Ravager and stuff, depending on what it is you want to do. But the general theme of Dragonlord is, well, like dragon, you're meant to be imposing on the battlefield, making a grand presence of yourself. Think of Dragonlords like the person that are close to the front lines on the battlefield, charging in with lots of armor. Also, Hartman, thank you so much for the kind welcome back. Welcome. Thank you so much for resubbing for 3 years. Appreciate it. And Balanian, welcome back for 1 year. Appreciate it. Man, a lot of years today. Bit busy at the moment, but ERTR, a character to be probably Pure Fighter Dragon. I'm very excited. Pure Fighter Dragonlord is going to be cool. 16-3-1 Shader Kai, 16 Dragonlord, 3 Bard, 1 Rogue. Super crit hand axe Dragonlord is going to be pretty cool, which I'm excited about. Just generally doing 16 Dragonlord for buffs, going Dragonlord for the immunity stripping. I'm excited. There's a lot of cool Dragonlords you can do. Is yours something that is always on? It's always on. Once you take the feat, it's just on. So you don't have to like turn it on. It's just always there. Yeah, this character is fantastic. Bo is good. Chain uses your trip DCs? It does. It does. I will say that the hardest part about Dragonlord is that because Trip and Sunder only use Strength as a baseline, and everything in Dragonlord requires you to use Trip and Sunder, or improve Trip and Sunder, it does mean that the Charisma Dragonlord is a little harder to use because you're not going to have the same bonus stats, right? Like if you have a Strength of, let's say, 80 around the end game, which is it's a fairly, that's like if you have all the numbers, you should get around somewhere around 80. That's a plus 35 bonus to your stat, to your Trip and Sunder and all that, versus if you have Charisma, even though you can use the Trance to get like halfway there, you're still missing out on that like 35 if you had an 80 Charisma. So it's not going to be as easy to do. And that's one of the things that's a little bit harder about Dragonlord, is it really does want to funnel you into Strength, but yeah. It's not that using shields isn't a good idea, it's that the character isn't designed from the baseline to use it. But if you want to use shields, go for it. You just have to remember you have to take the feat or multi-class to get proficiency. Yeah, Strength or Purple Dragon. Well, Purple Dragonite, again, only mitigates it. It doesn't you're still missing the full bonus. Trying a tactics tank, yeah. Also, Dragonlord is going to make really cool tanks. They're going to be extremely good for Hardcore League, so it's going to be really, really good. Like, it'll be a good time. Something I learned recently, so with the change to Second Wind, Fighter feels great on Hardcore when it used to be, like, one of the classes you didn't really want to play because all it does is fight people. It doesn't do traps or other things. But with the change, with Second Wind, it feels a lot more powerful. And Dragonlord, since it gets that, and it has the buffs, and it has like the kind of cool tactics things, especially if you get strike through with a two-handed weapon, oh, it's good. Oh my god, and Kentos, welcome back to the stream team for 36 months in a row. Oh my god, that's 3 years. My goodness gracious. You guys are watching me for 3 years? I have 2 things to say. One, thank you. It's very kind of so many people to tune into my content. I appreciate it. and your growing support is not lost on me. You know, I'm very lucky to be in the place that I can do what I do, and I'm very grateful for all that. And second, you've watched somebody who streams Dungeons & Dragons online for 3 years? You guys are losers. I mean, so am I, but like, you know, jeez.
Fine.
Like, we're all in the same boat here, but like, damn, dude. True. Also, Path of Exile too. Yeah. Still not playing DDO. Damn, this guy spilling truth. Was it last Epoch time? Also, Quintoxic, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Hope you're having a glad day. 42 months. Very, very fun. Who's a real loser? Me. Watching the stream. You entertaining? Be entertained. Oh, 3BC is gonna be next.
Hype Train was my nickname in high school.
Was it? Honestly, it's a pretty good nickname. It's over at least 2 years. Convinced you to play more Oblivion. I will say this. Very fun game. Would recommend. I was actually talking about more Oblivion yesterday to a friend of mine who'd never played Morrowind. And they're like, I don't know. It's like old game. It's hard to get into. I'm like, yeah, but more Oblivion. It's pretty good. Before we do this, we're going to have to reset the group because it's going to lock people out because I opened this group when I was level 2. So I'm going to leave group and make a new LFM. So please hit the LFM if you want to rejoin, just because we have to reset the quest group. All right. So now we got to do this. It's one of the weird things. Is that you have to fives are 1. You have to the game when you make a party takes the level of your character as you were when you made the party and sets that as the group level. So as a result, because the level was 2, that means that anyone that, even though we're all higher level now, if you try to join in, they'll be like, oh, there's too many level difference and it won't work properly. So keep that in mind. Magic. Yeah, dude, I gotta go back to Mournhold. Good times. How long someone's been watching? You've been streaming longer? Also true. Very true. Kept doing last Epoch. My Void Knight's 87, and I made a Elemental Nova build. I'm a rogue. And the Elemental Nova build's level 74. Yeah. Also, Cowbees, welcome back to the stream team for 11 months. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing very, very well. Thank you. You run Explosive Situation? I did. It's cool. If you're going to run Explosive Situation, it has Quickfoot casters. So you need, but I would recommend a Magic Missile immunity and a way to prevent acid damage. There's a lot of Oh, I hate bats. That's so good. Do you see that? 1 arrow, triple bat kill. God, I hate bats in this video game. Oh my God. All right. That's the best feeling I've had all week. My goodness gracious. Oh, just. That feels so nice. Oh, fighter's gonna take swim, best skill in the game. Totally agree. I got ranks in swim. I got 9. Gotta max it out. Gotta swim fast. Did you guys know that the movement speed cap for Dungeons & Dragons Online is 200% bonus movement speed? And not here, movement speed multiplier, but like up to 200%, like 300%, like 200% extra. And the reason I know that is because when you swim, it actually affects your movement speed based on your swim, where each point of swim increases your movement speed by 1%. And if you get your swim to 200, you hit the hard cap of swim. So 200 swim is the hard cap of swim where you're capped on movement speed. I know because on Alemania in the past, we got bored and made the swim character that had over 200 swim. But you zoom around the harbor. It's great. Oh, did we not do the thing? Whoops. Whoops. Oh, traps. I should have disabled the traps before doing this, but it's fine. Add reflex save while underwater. Ranks in swimming add to reflex saves underwater. That's a cool idea. If you run the Crucible, like, that would make it crazy easy, though.
Swim also affects your flying speed for quests that use that mechanic.
Which is very true. It does also do that. However, that doesn't work with soar sleds, because soar sleds set your swim to 50. For those of you that do not know, it sets your swim to 50. You cannot change it. It is one of the weird quirks about quests with soar sleds, is that soar sleds set your speed to 50, so having more swim actually doesn't make you faster. Unlike horses and stuff, where they just are additive on top of your swim bonus, it actually just sets it to 50. Which is weird. It's a fun quirk. Well, kind of like Runearm's auto shot feature. To prevent breaking the quest. Honestly, probably, because things have to load right as you're coming in. So it would make sense if this, like, as you're moving into different areas in the quest. Oh my god, the AoE is so good. Oh, bow character. If you go too fast, it might, like, break loading barriers and stuff. So that, again, that makes sense. Require a spell resistance check required. No, because they go under the screen. Give me a sec. Nope. Doesn't say that. Oh yeah, there's all the new tooltips, by the way. I haven't gone over a lot of the new tooltips, but they're way prettier now. It's one of those things that, like, doesn't seem like it's a big deal, but just prettier, cleaner information, so it's just easier to understand, is always good for everybody. Well, here's the thing. I think a lot of people maybe miss out on this on the bow, and there's a lot of people who are very passionate on the DDO forums about the changes coming to bows. And you know what? Passion's a good thing. Some of the words people use to describe their passion wasn't as good, but passion is always good to see. But the cost of losing Hunt's End as a scaling multiplier is that it's still an okay skill. It's still one of your highest damage buttons that you can press. But the trade-off is now you have Area of Effect and the ability to apply AoE crowd control, which you might not have had before. As an example, Dire Shot is now just ranged Dire Charge, which is very cool. And having that as a trade-off, which means in a raid situation where you're plinking and plonking on the single target boss, your damage will go down. But damage for R10 quests is so over the top, it's not really that big of a deal for bosses. Even with the reduction, you're still going to be ripping through stuff. And you can now do lots to enemies in an Area of Effect, which is very, very cool. The versatility, I think people will take some time to come around to, but I think the versatility will be great. Now, does this mean that I personally think that ranged characters and melee characters and spellcasters are all balanced together? No. Because this game is probably never going to be balanced. Not because I don't think the developers don't try hard, but you know how much shit there is to combine in this game? All the past lives, all the classes, 3 classes, different races, different whatever, a gajillion items, item sets, all that other nonsense, where you compare it to a game like World of Warcraft, where at endgame, there's like one set from the current raid, and that shit's not really, is like only still balanced within like 25, like the top to bottom is still like 25% different. So the fact that DDO is at all balanced is a miracle. And as long as something is good enough, it's always going to be good enough. And so I think people will come around to the range changes in terms of seeing that like the versatility will be very valuable. So yeah. Touch more on the new player experience. Then in like a year, if Josh Hayes tried DDO again, he'd have a much better experience. I do think, well, the hard part about the new player experience is that we talk about this all the time. But if you ever wonder why like a company doesn't do something, the answer is always money. It's just expensive. It's just like literally expensive to do. Like the new player onboarding would require so much like time and attention. Is it worth it? In my opinion, yeah, totally, absolutely, 100%. I think it's absolutely worth it. But the I don't pay the bills, dude. I have no idea how expensive this game is to manage. So like, you know, if you're kind of close to the line and then making that type of investment, that'd be tough. That'd be tough to make that call. I don't know. Meta will always be evolving. Also, I've said this before, and I don't think people understand this. DDO doesn't have a meta. So, and I want to do my best to explain this statement. I've said this before, and some people got confused. I want to try to do my best to explain this. when you think about a meta in a video game, okay? Like, let's think about like a game like League of Legends. A lot of people probably have played League of Legends at some point. In that game, you have the meta, which are the heroes and strategies, which tend to be the best. Now, the reason why this exists is because of a lot of active communication amongst a large chunk of the player base and aggregate websites which allow these things to be disseminated. You have the lords on high, the professional players and the streamers who play certain strategies, which then trickle down to the aggregate websites and the build websites and all these things where they can get pushed. And then the different levels of content creators make tons of videos, and you have a relatively established idea of what people are playing and doing because of these aggregate data collection websites, as well as the amount of information that's spreading about that. The reason why I say Dungeons & Dragons Online doesn't have a strict meta is not because there aren't things that aren't better than other things. I would never make that claim, that's just silly. But the difficult thing is the information doesn't like trickle all over the place. If you ask a lot of different people what the best thing is, a lot of people probably wouldn't know. And the harder part is when it comes to the average end user, if it's meta, the average user should have an idea of what that is. They should know. But if you go onto places like the DDO forums, where there's a lot of wide variety of average users, you will find people posting that spellcasters are the worst and they need to be buffed, and spellcasters are the best and best and they need to be nerfed. So the complicated part is that I don't think the game has a meta per se, from the sense of having a wide enough distribution of information among players to have a concrete and solid idea of what is the best in a certain circumstance. And so that's one of the reasons why I don't really ascribe to it when people talk about like, oh, the meta is a certain way or the meta is not a certain way. Because like what is it? What is the meta? What are people doing? Again, if the meta build is to talk about, oh, people are saying like the 1811 Razorclaw fighter, there's probably a good chunk of people that like don't even know what that is. They have no idea what I'm talking about when I just said that. And so it's hard for those things to carry down. And then also, very true, like Dungeons & Dragons, between playing on the low difficulties of being in normal or hard or elite versus Reaper 1 versus Reaper 10 versus raids versus whatever, they are treated as basically entirely different video games. And so again, to me, it's all about disseminating that information. How many people have access to it and how widespread is it determines if something, in my opinion, is meta or not. And I don't think DDO has a meta, because I think that people, like the majority of the population, doesn't have access to the information of what would be classified as the meta thing or not meta thing. Again, not saying there aren't things that are better than others, just if we're talking about what would be the understanding of the game. Uh-oh. Oh, geez. Oops, sorry. I'm just gonna blow all these up. So yeah. I hope that's like kind of clear. But yeah, so we'll see. New player just leveling and casters are OP, but any raider, push raiders, casters are trash. Exactly. And the issue is that in a lot of cases in these discussions, the nuance of using the specifics in those words, you know, it doesn't always translate, and that's the harder part. And so you'll have people who get information where somebody will say publicly, casters are bad, and casters are very bad. And I know that because people do that all the time. They will say caster's very bad, caster's bad, caster's not good. But if you play DDO for 99% of the game, which is like leveling and running quests, casters obliterate everything. Right? If I was playing a sorcerer right now, no one in my group would get any kills. They can't. I'm just too fast. I cast twice as fast. I do a jillion damage. Everything dies in one spell. So that's why, again, the context in these things often gets missed. And that's why I have the opinion that DDO isn't big enough. It doesn't have enough like concrete sources of solid information that is up to date to have a clearly defined meta that is understandable by the general population. So yeah. Kind of build too. Meta only matters at the very top end of gameplay. And even still, it's a wide variety. And there's a differing opinion. So yeah.
Muscles are worn and weary from the
Oh, Darkness 95 dodge energy sheath on every character. The EDH update shaked it up, and they just shook it up even more. Yeah, true. I like the approach, but at least they were clear in the gold standard as epic strikes at that level. So when it comes to the whole Dragon Breath thing, a lot of people are still going to be using Dragon Breath because it's still a fair amount of damage in an AoE. A D6 plus 10 is not a bad amount of damage, and so a lot of people will still be using it because it just adds to the combo of what you're doing. The 1-2-3 combo, you know, of different spells. You change kill the poison tank build? No, you just have to change it. It's better with Macro Tech. See, when Macro Tech came out, it was better, and then they recently changed it so Macro Tech now has a shorter cooldown on the Epic Strike, which makes it even better. So it's even better than before. When upgraded with tier 4. Yeah, it is. It's when upgraded with tier 4. How's Dragonlord going? I'm playing Bow. I'm playing Bow Ranger. So I'm assuming Dragonlord's pretty good. Yeah, I'm playing Bow Ranger. Survival except for on the army build. Play the army build on hard or normal. True. Yeah, the army build is not that great, but yeah. But no, the ED changes don't change it. A bunch of people had commented when they saw some of these changes and had sent me messages like, what am I going to do? The fun tank build's really easy and it's going to get deleted. Why is SSG deleting the game? I hate Standing Stone games. They're deleting my favorite build. And here's the thing. I understand some people's concerns. But the fun tank build, again, can change. It's so like the poison thing was just an idea I thought of before Epic Destinies had even like been released and added to the game, because I wrote it with the specific purpose and goal of explaining to people that the new Epic Destinies were different than the old ones, and here is a new tool you can use. So there's new ways to play that same build. It just takes a little bit of time to like work it out. And in general, the answer is Macro Tech. Now, if you don't own Macro Tech, I mean, that's not ideal, but it's pretty good. Eternal Healing in EA, not gonna lie. Yeah, I never really cared too much about that. So, yeah. White square around its feet. Ooh, white square. It's supposed to have the aura. It might be something not loading. Did you reset your game? Because it might be you don't have like a texture loading properly. Because it's supposed to be like the aura like this guy who does. Also, what dragon color did you pick, Guacamole? Alright, Dark Hunter. Just regular Ranger. I need access to Arcane Archer, so I have an access to Elemental Inferno. The Prison, and also the same as the rest, and also no, I want a Swashbuckle, and thank you. You answer him wrong, so he summons more guys, so you get Conquest. XP. Storks and R10s, for example, see people playing that casters don't do enough damage, then argue with me that helpless damage is pointless, and going down Falconry is wasted points. Again, the answer is it's complicated. Is this Ranger build posted anywhere? No, I'm currently working it up right now. I will post it later. But the Shrimp Tom's Acid Arrow build will also work just fine for this. But I'm going to be a 15 Ranger, 3 Paladin, 2 Rogue, exactly. I took 1 at level 1, and then I'll be, 3 Paladin, 2 Rogue, 15 Ranger. I'm going to get 6 Ranger, then I'm going to get my other 2 levels of Paladin, so I'll have 2 Paladin at 9. I'm going to get my second level of Rogue at 10, and then I'm going to finish out Ranger from 11 to 20.
A small building stands curiously alone.
Jump, high kick, high punch, forward, low punch, super. DG player. Oh, I figured you'd think of like a more degenerate combo than that coming from Magic the Gathering. Gathering. Conquest, the new Conquest changes? I don't know. Ghost of a Chance. But yeah, that's weird. If it's not loading properly, I assume that's just a texture that's not on your screen, or like you didn't download it maybe with like the launcher. I'm not sure. You try to examine something specific? Yeah. I'm glad I can help. Also, I apologize if I don't read the YouTube chat as often. There's not a lot of great ways to combine the YouTube chat without it combining on screen as well. And I'm lazy, but yeah. I am reading it though. It's on my screen. I have you guys here. So again, thank you YouTube chatters for chatting on the YouTube chat. It's just harder to see. That's all. That and the features suck. YouTube chat is just terrible. Not like the people in it, but just the chat box itself is terrible. Overburden, double curse thing. If people didn't want to have their items taken away, they should have cheated in the video game. I don't know what to tell you. I think it's awesome. I think it's hilarious. It's pretty good. So yeah, it sounds good to me.
A strong breeze gusts from a crack in this wall.
So, I don't want people discussing exploits here in the chat, but I did know how to do some of these exploits. And I can confirm to you, you don't get extra curses on your items by accident. You didn't do that by accident. Can confirm. Oh, sure. So yeah.
You notice a lever on the back of the ornamental
Devil's Advocate? Well, rip. Get a curse card. The methods that I knew about didn't happen by accident.
Again, the clattering of Warforged. One springs at you, eager to attack.
So yeah. Really the innocent? Well, then submit a ticket. If it happened one time and it was a mistake, SSG can fix it for you. Give you a new copy of your item. I wasn't sure if I could happen by accident. I'd be pressing X though. Like I said, of all the methods that I know, I don't think so.
Speak with me first.
Other 4 banned accounts? Okay, now I definitely don't think it was an accident. Now I don't think it was an accident at all. Yeah. Sneeze while the cat was on the keyboard and accidentally clicked these 25 things different times? Yeah, probably. Hypothetical question. Can you purchase an autos box and the game crashes? You log back in, there's like 2 in your inventory instead of 1. What do you do? I don't know. I've never had that happen. But, that all depends. Again, when it comes to the answer to all of these questions is always, 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 always intent. Okay? Right? This is always how it happens. So, in a circumstance where, and I think, and most people can understand this entirely. Like, this is not like a wacky or crazy idea. Intent matters intensely. As an example, if you go to a store and you find out that there is an item that is priced wrong. So when it comes up in the cache, it's coming up at free or something close to free or something like that. And you're getting an item for borderline 0 cost. And you know that's wrong. But like, you don't realize it maybe at the time or until later. It's not a big deal. Because the company will fix it eventually. People will figure it out. It is what it is. But if you find something that is not correct, and then you go, well, now I'm going to try to do this 100 times. Now it's a bit of a different thing. Now it's a bit of a different animal.
The current is drawn
It's all about the intent.
the rock, just large
Fire caves next. Feel free to go run and level. Right? Like I said, for me, it's all about the intent. And I think that most people also can get behind this. It's all about the intent. So like, if you had a situation where you bought something from the store and the store crashed at the same time, when you logged in, you had 2 of the items from the store, and then you decided to do that 10 more times, that's very different than you just going, oh, damn, this is crazy, and either bug reporting it or doing nothing. Yeah, exactly. It's not like you're committing a crime But you can understand if people get mad at you about that. Yeah. That's what I think about it. How do I get DDO to stop randomly switching what hotbar it wants to focus on? That's the control button. If control plus a number will change the hotbar, you just have to disable that function. I believe it's control. Hot. Oopsie. Screenshot. What is it called? Is it action bar? Shortcut bar. There's like a thing which is like control plus number to like select the shortcut bar somewhere. Next shortcut previous. Something like that. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, shortcut bar 10. So if I hit control 1, you see it's starred. 2, 3, 4, 5. It's moving around. So it's control plus the number.
Heat and steam.
I just hard keybind the actual slots, so I don't care what shortcut bar is the one that's there. So yeah. I do it again. So that's the way to think about it. I'm thinking of chat windows keybinds. Yeah, it's all good.
The air here is hot and sticky.
As I said, I think a lot of it, in so many cases, just comes down to like intent and execution of a thing. Hello. I've had a circumstance where I myself have found something that wasn't sprite in the game. So what I did is I sent in a bug report about this thing, and then I didn't do it. I didn't do it again.
From beyond the door come low, chanting voices and a disturbing feeling.
Turns out it's fine.
of something stirring deep within the earth.
Is it exploited by the incorrectly priced beholder gem in the store? I mean, so the answer to that one is I don't know. I don't think so. But, you know, I personally have reported that one, so I don't know. Dodge! Sorry, I have iframes. Bitch. That's good. It wants to focus on 7 as opposed to 1? Yep, so that should explain that one. Again, I don't really want to discuss exploits on the channel because, you know, oftentimes not good for the game, but yeah.
On a ledge.
It's one of those, like, my opinion on people having their items locked away by getting extra curses. Good. You get what you pay for. Yeah, exactly. If there is somebody who legitimately does have an accidental second curse on something and they don't even know how it happened and it like bugged out on their game, then that sucks.
The altar of the dragon below lies ahead.
Yeah. The thing about Inferno Shot, though, is you have to remember you have to pay the mana cost. So if you can't afford the mana cost, it gets really crazy. But if you can't afford the mana cost,
The dragon
it's nice.
below awakes.
Yeah. Yeah, like literally 100%. They deletable cursed items? No, you get replaced with a curse of like encumbrance or burden that basically bricks your item. So you can't use it until you remove the curse. Can we discuss surge pricing at Wendy's and buying a Baconator in the dip and short it an hour later for a 27% return? I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that Baconator's gonna retain its value over the hour.
A second altar rests.
Okay, that's a lot of mana. Yeah, for me, I just have a bunch of wisdom and a mana item, and a past life.
The second
for mana.
altar breaks, and you feel a faint tremor below your
It's a downstream problem. Oh god, the finances of Wendy's surge pricing. Yeah, I heard about that. So the answer to that question is because people can get as mad as they want, but if it works, it doesn't matter. So, like literally, your opinion about whether it's a good or a bad idea doesn't matter if they do it, and then people keep buying Wendy's sandwiches. That's it. Which sucks, but you know, economy. Like, I don't know, this maybe isn't gonna sound controversial. I like only buy stuff when I got a deal or if it's the cheapest, because that's just the way that my brain is wired. So like, it's gonna be an easy sell for me. If Wendy's is more expensive, I'm just not gonna go there. But that's not like also an uncommon thing. I also don't go to Wendy's because generally it's more expensive. Like realistically, if I go to Wendy's, the only thing I normally get is like a JBC. Because that's just good. For the price and what you get, I'll go for a JBC.
The air grows more stifling, the sulphurous stench more. The third altar collapses, and the dark presence seems to lift from the caves.
So then when you go get a different fast food sandwich, if you don't like Wendy's business, yeah, 100%. Yeah, exactly. Now, the thing is, here's the thing about the pricing. If there is a reality in which, because they said it's going to be algorithm driven, where the price goes down at a certain night, now that probably won't happen. But if it's like, oh, people don't usually come into Wendy's between like 8 and 10, and the prices dip a little bit during that time, or they go below the standard, then you know what? Maybe.
As Megmurug falls, he shouts something in an eldritch language.
Nice mana, you peasant. Is this guy playing Mana Ranger? What the hell is Sit 931 mana? What the what? What? Sad hour, perfect branding, yeah. Potato wedges though? Yeah, the potato wedges are fire. The thing about the breakfast at Wendy's is that the potato wedges they give you are like garbage basically everywhere. But for whatever reason, the potato wedges at favorite soul, there it is. The potato wedges at Wendy's are actually super good, the breakfast ones. And honestly, you're right, the sandwich is very mid. But you know what's not mid? That Frosty Chino. Oh my god. Do you need 1,300 calories for breakfast? No, you don't. It's going to put you in a coma. You should not operate heavy machinery after Wendy's breakfast. That being said, man, that shit's so good. It's like a drinkable Frosty that has like a coffee flavor to it. Oh, it's so tasty. It's so good. Yeah, it's so good. That being said, I can't ever go there because Wendy's stopped serving breakfast at 10:30 in the morning, so I can never make it. No need to turn in.
Heat and steam rise
Arby's
from the
or
cave
Jamocha.
entrance.
The problem is there's only one Arby's and it's really far away. Yeah. And the thing about it too that gets me is since if they stop breakfast at 10:30, is like, I don't know, dude. Who's lining up at 10:31 being like, nope, I need the full lunch. I mean, there are people that do that, people that start at like 7 in the morning that take their lunch at like 11ish sort of time. But even like that's 11. 11 is like the start of the lunch rush. Never enough Arby's close by. So I don't know a lot about Arby's, but there's one Arby's in Ottawa. It's in Canada, and it's pretty far away. So I have no reason to ever really go to Arby's because again, it's a little too far away from where I am. So I have never been to Arby's. I've never had the beef and cheddar or the curly fries or whatever the products they sell. But when I went to Moncton, I lived in Moncton for 2 months, and while I was there was an Arby's that I had to pass by every single day on my way to work, because I was there just temporarily. And so the Arby's got progressively more and more desperate. So first, the Arby's had a sign advertising their new sandwich. Very excited. Then Arby's had a sign advertising, hey, we've got free Wi-Fi. Come into Arby's. Okay. As the week goes on, hey, we're hiring part-time people. Okay. The weeks go on. Hey, we're hiring 2 part-time people. The weeks go on. We're hiring 2 part-time people and a manager in the sign in the window. So I don't know what was going on at this Arby's, but they went from having the signage of like, buy our new sandwich that's promoed to like, please come into the store to, guys, everyone's quitting, help, we need an emergency. And it's not like people weren't working other places. It was just the Arby's. So again, I don't know about Arby's, but I was like, that's not a good sign. Roast beef is better than beef and cheddar? Probably. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, again, I don't have a lot of experience with that, but yeah. Hardee's or White Castle or Carl's Jr.'s? Well, that's because we live in Canada. Has it been up all night? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, 100%. Like, if you're somebody who, like, works nights, and then so you get off work in the morning, it would make sense that you'd want to be able to have like dinner food in the morning. So like I do understand that, people with an off schedule. But if you're somebody who like, you know, works a 9 to 5 and you're like, it's like 10 in the morning and you're like, man, I gotta get a Baconator at Wendy's. I don't know, man. That's sus. As far off from wherever I am, unless I'm driving through a desert. Yeah, probably. That's where they put them. I find that's the same thing with like Burger King. So there's, I think, 2 Burger Kings in Ottawa. And I don't know anybody that like really enjoys Burger King, except for people that live in these weird satellite towns in like middle of nowhere Canada, because they'll be like, oh yeah, I grew up in like whatever, like in Barrie. And in Barrie, we had only one fast food joint and it was just Burger King. So because they only had Burger King their whole life, like, yeah, it's my favorite fast food joint. Like, yeah, it makes sense. The white square went away. Nice. Okay. That makes sense. Five Guys hot dog? Yeah, Five Guys hot dogs are always good. True. Make it home? Probably. European I enjoy watching was critical try fast food menus. Taco Bell stuff look really nice. So Taco Bell, the thing I like about Taco Bell, as somebody who doesn't eat it very often, is the cost per like volume. Where like if you get Taco Bell, I don't understand it, but they just give you more food than any other fast food place. There's just more of it. And you just put it in the body. Option that did it? Yeah. I mean, it maybe Denny's is 24 hours near where you live. Taking level 7 and also a bathroom break. Cost for bathroom trip? Well, yeah, also that too, but yeah. Nothing else is close by. Yeah, I still remember when I was with Rock here in the chat, and we it was literally like a crisis. There was a storm in the city. It was the hardest storm that had ever hit the city of Ottawa. The power was down here at my house for like 10 days. It was an awful experience for a lot of people. A lot of destruction, trees ripped out of the ground, a horrible storm, okay? And it was also a holiday, unfortunately, so all the grocery stores were closed. So as a result, the only place people could go with no power to get food that they could eat were like fast food places that happened to have like a generator going or something where they had some amount of power. And so like I would go to McDonald's because it was literally the only place I could get cooked food. And you would go there and it would be a line around the store because everyone's just waiting and people would be like trying to charge their phones or do whatever it is because the McDonald's just had like a generator. So they were the only place that had power anywhere within like, you know, a couple miles, right? So we're looking for food to pick something up. And everywhere is packed. Every drive-through just has like a million people at it. All the people that are like the lines out of every store. And then we come to the Burger King, which we thought was closed because there was no cars and no line. But as fate would have it, we decided to go through the drive-through. Nobody was there. Just nobody was going to Burger King. Literal crisis. People can't cook any food. And the Burger King that's right next to everything else is just dead empty because no one wants to go there. And it was still like 10 minutes to get the food. And I'm like, yeah, this is why nobody's going to Burger King. It's not a surprise. I love talking Arby's, but are you going to post a new bow build? Yes, absolutely. This character I'm going to be posting. This one's just not free to play. But yeah, I'm going to be posting a bow build. Waffle House in the area are operating? Interesting. That I did not know. The Waffle House Index. The Waffle Index. I guess I can put points into heal. It's not terrible for Ranger.
Something strange has been sighted off the coast of Stormreach. The mysterious
Meadowline Arrows is good.
Speak to Wolf, the gatekeeper in Stormreach Harbor, to learn more.
I don't know what I'm doing with my points right now, so I'm just not spending them. It's probably fine. Burger King as a whole because of Tim Hortons? No, it's not. It's not just that. That's probably part of it, but it's mostly that the food at Burger King is just really mid. Take care, Tirbior. I've said this before. If I go to a fast food place, I'm either gonna get fast food that's really satisfying, like it's like warm and it's got that like the level of grease where it you feel bad for eating it, but you also feel kind of enjoyable about it. So there's that part of it. But then the other part of fast food is sometimes it destroys your evening. You go to the drive-through and you order something and you open your bag when you get home and it's not what you ordered. You have to like wait in line for like a million years. The food you get just like really sucks. It's just like it's just not good in general. And you have a lot of those situations, which can be very bad. But there's like the variance, right? You never know what you're gonna get. It's the surprise factor. But Burger King is just mid every time. It's like, yeah, I get a Whopper. It's got mayonnaise. Special sauce? No, nothing special about it. It's on a sesame seed bun. Thanks for coming to our regular restaurant. Dragonlord is 50% displacement. Did you take the enhancement in tier 4 that gives you displacement? Because there's an enhancement that gives you displacement. And I'll be right back. Tim's food sucks. Yeah. That's my problem with Burger King. Is that it's just mid. Like I don't have good stories. I don't have bad stories. It's just it exists. Like I'll eat at Burger King, but I wouldn't stop there. Like, if anything else is open, I wouldn't stop there. Anyway, I'll be right back. Bathroom break. Yeah, Dragonlord's gonna be good, dude. I like that. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons Online. There's new stuff coming out for Dungeons and Dragons Online. I got 2 people in my party that are playing with new stuff in Dungeons and Dragons Online. And then in chat, they're talking about Last Epoch. So that's good stuff. I didn't shame you. I'm also excited. I also want to talk about and play Last Epoch. It's a good game. What are 5s? What do 5s do people do? Feywild? Alright. Feywild. Let's go. High displacement is way weaker than you'd expect how common true seeing is. Yeah. Like, it's really good. I will say this. Displacement for leveling is crazy. You didn't do Kitty Dragon? No, I forget about that quest. I need to learn it in the rotation. The 4s. It's hard to remember the 4s, man. Wake me up inside. First. Time to wake me up inside. 5s are 1. And wake. Oopsie. Wake me up inside. Let's go. Oh, wrong quest. I do like I said, I've been playing a lot of Last Epoch recently. This is unrelated to DDO. That game is quite fun. Now, I streamed it Wednesday and Thursday of last week, and I did continue playing over the weekend. I had some things I needed to attend to, so I was unable to stream over the weekend, unfortunately. But I did continue playing offline. And while the game didn't function a lot, they had a lot of connection problems, which seem to be a lot better now. Now they just have like a queue that you have to wait for, but once you get in game, it's pretty good. The best part about it is, while the game is fun and entertaining, even though people are, not able to play, myself included, where there were many times where I would spend 2-ish hours just waiting to get into the game to try to play. The chatter online is so funny. The chatter online is amazing. So good. Like, all the people complaining on the forums, the Discord is wild. It's so fun to read.
The home of Lord Arden and the local center of the summer court.
So yeah. No end game time, but there's time and place for knockoff Path of Exile. It's not knockoff Path of Exile. Last Epoch is definitely its own thing. They did a lot of good things. If anything, I would argue it's more of a knockoff Grim Dawn than Path of Exile. Especially in the way in which like the skill system works, it's definitely much more like Grim Dawn. One second, I have to rickroll somebody. Classic Mind is awesome. Oh yeah, 100%. But like I said, it's definitely more of a reinterpretation, reimagining of like Grim Dawn than anything else in terms of the way it works. Lost Ark and D4 more than Path of Exile. No, it's interesting. It does a lot of things that the other games don't do, for sure. So yeah. If you're somebody who enjoyed Grim Dawn, you will probably enjoy Last Epoch quite a bit because of the crafting system is very cool. The way in which like the classes and level ups work will feel very familiar to you. There are a lot of things I don't like about Grim Dawn, and a lot of that can simply be traced to like the user interface, which is a big one. Like the separation of prefixes and suffixes and affixes on items is such a madhouse and is like impossible to decipher. Versus like a game like Last Epoch or Path of Exile, which is like, oh, you have 2 prefixes and 2 suffixes, and this is what they do. Oopsie, accidentally pulled an extra pack of monsters. Oh no, I guess we'll just have to kill the pack of monsters. Oh no. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. If you're thinking about buying Last Epoch, I can't tell you to buy something. I can, and some people will listen to me. But for the most part, if you are considering buying Diablo 4, buy Last Epoch instead. That's what you should do. Just keep doing it. Take care, Cyrus. Enjoy your evening. Or you do either? No. You're definitely gonna have a better time the other way around.
Ahead floats the frosted cerise you need for the ritual. 3 bears rest outside. Magical talk.
Hasn't Last Epoch been on Steam for a while? Yeah, but their official release.
After all, you've recovered the frosted cerise.
The official release
You've recovered both the loot
was
and the
last
frosted
week.
cerise.
It was in early access.
Now,
And the 1.0 version is quite different. They had a lot of, like, not so much, like, added content, as a lot of the content was pretty much the same and mostly finalized, but a lot of, like, they changed the visuals on stuff. They really cleaned up the way a lot of things look, which is a pretty big deal. Last Epoch, Grim Dawn, Vinny's Disco Elysium, basically the same game. I don't think Divinity looks the same. That one's a little different.
A pixie flutters into your path.
She said to make sure you didn't make it to her. I won't let you get near them. I won't let him wake up.
The pixie smirks.
You won't
Second, I need to send a text.
let me. So long as they are alive, their devotion
Oh, one sec.
eternally.
A portal opens as the pixie collapses. In his last moments, he says,
You haven't won yet. You still need the true name.
You exit the portal and find yourself in a strange, empty void. Yet that appears to be Lord Arden's resting place.
All right, what was it? Yeah, it's a really wide net.
Between you and Lord Arden stands Cadence.
Before users were supposed to release in early 2020. Oh, really? Interesting. That I didn't know. Also, I didn't realize the quest was going on. Sorry, I had to send a message to somebody about something and to get that taken care of. But yeah, like I said, it's a fun game. It's unique. It's special. It does its own special little stuff. It's pretty fun to play. Granted, one of the pieces that it's missing is it doesn't have quite the depth of a lot of the modern action RPGs. Wait, burn both notes. Name? Oh, we're good. Oh, we are missing one. Oh, we're missing Zulkin, who went AFK. Alright, we'll give him a second. But yeah, they're very different. Isn't it? Just seen friends play it? I don't know.
Be a dear and die for good this time.
Weakened and battered, Cadence tries to surrender.
All right. That's enough. You need what I have. So then, let's make a deal.
You've reluctantly decided to allow Cadence to live in exchange for Lord Arden's true name. You lay out the ingredients for the ritual and repeat the steps to reverse the curse. First,
Sorry.
play the lute. Then, grind up
So
the
I
flour.
can't figure this out. So let me explain this to you guys. So there was an issue where a little while ago, for some reason my Spotify account was being used somewhere else. I did some digging and I found out that it's actually at my parents' house. My mom, for whatever reason, is somehow accessing my Spotify on her Google Home. I do not know how. I do not know. Okay. But that is. Oh, he said, "Run, wake me up without me." Oh, he said, "Run without him." I didn't read the chat. So I don't know how, but it is connected there. And so for some reason, they will every once in a while use my Spotify, which is annoying because it's in the middle of what I'm doing. I don't know how to disconnect it. I have disconnected everything on their Google Home. Everything is disconnected. I've been to the house. I've disconnected everything. I've turned off, had to reinstall the software. I've disconnected all connected programs, everything else. On my own Spotify, I've had logout of all devices. I've done everything on my account to fix it and change it. No matter what, they all on in their house, it just automatically connects to it. I don't understand. I might just buy them a new Google Home. I did change my password. And I forced a logout. I did both of those things. It didn't change anything. It's still connected. It's driving me insane. Which is obviously a major security issue, but yes, I had changed my password, and I had used that. Submit a ticket. It's honestly probably the best way to do it. Is your home Wi-Fi hacked? No, it's literally them. It's them doing it. I just texted my mom. Because I'm like, you guys are still using my Spotify somehow. And she said, we don't know how to turn it off. Seriously, Rick Astley? Because they kept using the Spotify, so I just kept blaring Never Gonna Give You Up until they turned it off. So they stopped using it. Yeah, she's like, seriously? Yeah. So I don't know how to solve the problem. I don't understand. But yes, to answer the question, I have both used the disconnect from all devices feature. Yeah, we're just going to do all of them clockwise. And hey, we're in make-believe. Sorry, I was angrily texting. Yeah. So the Google Home is not set up with your Google account? It's not set up with my Google account. Different account to their house? They don't have one. They apparently don't even want to use Spotify because they have like an Amazon, or no, not Amazon, or they have some other music account and it's like supposed to be connecting and it isn't. Again, I don't know. It's driving me insane. I should probably just submit a ticket with Spotify and be like, please, please, please fix this. I don't know what to do. Just fix it. It's the only problem I have ever had with Spotify. Is this one problem. Other than that, I'm very happy with the service. It's not that expensive. I can listen to all sorts of music. There's lots of great music on there. Works on my phone. I can download stuff. It's in my car. Great program. I've had a great time with Spotify over the past like several years I've been using it. I'm a big fan. I do like it. But this one problem is so stupid and dumb. You know what? I'm just going to write a note here. Hold on. Yeah, I'm just gonna submit a ticket with all the details and get them to fix it for me because like I cannot figure it out for the life of me. And 7 on warning. I can't stop it. Dark Hunter, Dragonlord. Do you think the heavy armor training lines were taken, or would you think medium is better? That depends. Bluff. Nice. Look at me, I'm so good at this. I would say that if you have the feats and you can afford it, that the heavy armor line's not terrible, especially since you can get dodge from tumbling now. But yeah, in a lot of the cases, medium armor is just better for melee characters because you get way more dodge. And it's also more dodge when tumbling too. What's up, Cruiser Zero? How are you doing? How am I doing? I'm playing video games. You know, I'm gaming right now. You want to see something cool? Check it out. AoE bow build. Boom! I just hit the whole room with a bow fireball. Firebow. It's good shit, man. It's good shit. Firebowl. Diplomacy. Fight to subdue. I rolled 3 1s and I missed? I used Fireball and I rolled 3 1s. God, video games, dude. I want to be cool and show it off, but I can't. God, get out of here. It's also, you have to bear in mind, you have to take like 3 feats to make the heavy armor really feel valuable because of the extra bonuses you get to like the heavy armor stats. So yeah, it's gonna be dependent on a lot of things. So yeah. I wasn't getting evasion anyway? Yeah, you don't get evasion. For sure. It's all about, can you afford to just take the armor feats instead? Please stop rolling 1s. I don't mind missing sometimes, but man, that one when you hit the Inferno shot, makes me sad and upset. You get a family account? No! They don't want to use Spotify. This is the problem. I totally understand where it's like, well, just get a family account and let your parents just use the thing because you can pay for family accounts. I know that. I've offered. They said no, they don't want that because they have their own thing that they pay for.
To be alone.
That's the problem. I've offered to pay for the family account, but they're like, we don't want it.
But your precious gray moss is dead. Trusting idiot.
This lady's giving me an error. That's a new bug.
The frost wanted
Yep.
you dead.
Anything that's not a direct spell says that now. So spell like abilities, clickies on items, everything.
But it was you who was supposed
I'll think about it, Bobby. I'll think about it. I might pay for your account.
as a distraction.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I do Harrison's bidding.
Is that a good bug? I mean, it's kind of funny. Cruiser, do you want to see a good bug?
The hag's form splits into several mirror images.
Yeah, I want to show you a good bug.
Closely to
Alright.
see which one is the real.
Yeah, give me a second here, but I'll prop it up for you.
The hag dies.
Also, that she got wrecked. Arcan Archer, baby.
The Viscount rises to
Okay,
his
so
feet
check out this bug. So fun fact: if you click here, you click main menu, and you click this button, main menu. Oh, my game didn't crash. Apparently, your game crashes, and I did it the first time, and now I can't do it again. I can't reproduce it, but it did it earlier. There was a bug where if you click that, it causes game crash, and it's not working now. Endless Revels. Yeah, apparently. So if you have experienced a crash from clicking main menu, that's why. Click harder. I tried. I was trying to do the bug. I was trying. I just wanted to show off my cool bug to all my friends, and then it didn't work when I tried to use it.
The party here is in full swing, and Cascading Springs Cottage is clearly
There you
the worse for wear for it.
Alright, I tried to increase the main menu bug and it didn't work, yeah.
Waits on the raucous satyrs.
Yeah. You could point and laugh at me. But are you gonna do that? Oh no, now I have the bug where I can't zoom in and out with my mouse wheel. There's so many bugs in this game.
A satyr calls to you as you enter the courtyard. Hello there.
So I've been playing other video games for a little bit. I spent some time playing I've been playing some Lord of the Rings Online, Helldivers, Last Epoch, some other things. And then just coming back to DDO and seeing the endless deluge of bugs that I forgot about. It's very funny.
Collection of potted plants suggests that this room is the conservatory.
Thanks to your Spotify account? Yes.
A note next to the sack of seeds reads, Slakeweed. Keep away from sunlight. and
That's,
damp
you know
soil.
what? Great question.
Drop a few of the magic seeds on the ground. Huge weeds burst from the earth, and the thirsty plants quickly drain the moisture from the surrounding soil. This large key is labeled Spring House. It seems someone was trying to hide it. The gardener says he left some magic seeds inside the conservatory. Seeds that instantly grow into giant, sprawling weeds.
Yeah.
It's surprising to find a large, well-stocked library
That's
in a
great.
house
Go lie down.
given over to an endless party.
Get some tea.
It's even more surprising to find a sphinx.
That's also good too. There's water in tea.
Gushes up from the ground in one corner
Yeah,
of the
it's 2 for
room,
1.
forming a large pool.
Did we get the key?
Must be the cascading
We
spring
did.
that
We did get the
house
key.
is
Good,
named
everything's doing everything. God, I'm doing so many things. Yes, the anniversary party is live right now. Cool ranged build. Right now, anything with a bow is going to feel really good. Or repeating crossbow artificer using the attacks out of the artificer tree is going to feel really good. So both of those things will feel great. We got the signs. We're all good. We're all done. Both of those will feel fantastic. Sorry, I have a lot of things going on. My roommate is feeling very under the weather. She's really sick, so she's asked me to do some stuff for her, and she's gonna go lie down and hopefully not move and feel really recover. And yeah, just texting other stuff. I don't need you to
to the powder keg, which explodes in
Stoke fires. Leave it alone.
Partygoers turn to gawk at the spectacle.
Because I had Carnius out of fries, someone always gets sick when I get those. Probably. Wait, did you have Carnius out of fries today? And you didn't bring enough for the whole class? Windmill quest.
We'll leave, but nothing in the deal
Windmill quest.
can't rip you to shreds on our way out. The revels have finally ended, and not in the way
Yep.
the satyrs expected.
And then on Sunday when you weren't streaming, I wasn't streaming. I had other things going on. It was a very busy time. It's a very busy time to be me right now, which is good. I'm actually excited. I got a lot of good things going on. Some things I can't talk about. Some things I can. Biggest thing is, like I said, the journey of self-improvement has been good. A lot of getting the physical exercise in has been like, man, just so good for the brain and the body. You were playing Last Epoch? Well, yeah, I did some of that too.
You enter the grove the villager told you about and spot a small encampment in the distance.
You gotta play Last Epoch. It's a fun video game. Again, it's quite good. Like Dungeons & Dragons Online, this patch is massive and is bringing, personally, for me, a huge amount of enjoyment in the form of a bunch of tweaks to a bunch of the epic destinies, which is going to make leveling with a bunch of different characters different and hopefully a lot of fun to play around with and experiment with the new toys. And then also, just the AoE bow changes is massive for just the general feeling of playing a ranged character in this game. I find generally ranged characters don't feel quite as fun to play. But with these changes, I'm honestly really enjoying myself with some of the AoE, and that's only going to get better. Plus, also experimenting with some of the new range stuff in Epic Destinies. So, again, I'm excited.
The windmill seems undaunted by your weapons and spells. The strange gemstone seems to be protected.
I think it's good.
From spells and weapons.
I'm just continuing to shoot the windmill, because I just don't want anyone to, like, aggro the windmill away from me. Come on, you can make it. I think it's good. I think it's good. Nice. Let's go. Fireplace? Yeah, you can do that. That's fine. Whoop. We're good. Nice. I hope everybody was in. Yeah, it was speedrun %. Sorry, I do it the fast way. 134. But yeah, Bo's feeling good is so surprising to me, but also just so satisfying. Okay, Keen Eye of Assassinate. I don't need any of these items. I didn't put on any of the items that I was supposed to put on. Raptor Tooth Necklace. Leather Gloves of the Snake. Steel Weave Shin Guards. There we go. Now I don't need to put this on the bar or this on the bar. We are set. I can actually, if I still want to use clickies, I can replace my helmet here. So I can do this. And Frosty Reception. You're despicable. Wow. Damn, dude.
Distance of just a few short steps, the temperature plummets and snow covers the ground. Whatever caused this.
Jamie's beef curry with rice last night? That sounds kind of good. What did I do for dinner last night? Funny enough, I actually had Wendy's for dinner yesterday. Yeah, I got Wendy's yesterday. It was good times. I very much enjoyed myself. Had a JBC. Frosty. It was good. It was mostly because I was busy working on and doing other things. And my girlfriend grabbed Wendy's when she was on her way over. And I also had my D&D campaign last night. I would go into... It's running well. I've been running a new D&D campaign for the past 4-ish months. And it's been going well. I've tried to do it as more freeform. I don't know how well the freeform nature of the D&D campaign is directly going, because the idea behind it is I just try to set out a large open world with lots of things to do, plot hooks and things to go in places everywhere. And I do think that I need to have just a smidgen more structure. And the only reason I'm saying that is because in the most recent game that I ran, my players had a I gave them the option to go do a very direct task, and they immediately jumped on it with almost no question. And so I'm like, huh, maybe I could use a little bit more structure in this as opposed to being more freeform. So we'll see. I'm gonna still bounce around and experiment with some things and see how things are going. Yo, what's up, Brian? How are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
Why have you disturbed me with your presence?
Falconry decent second tree for bows. Are there better options? I mean, falconry is not bad, especially if you're going to be using like any wisdom, because the falconry attacks all, for the most part, cause helplessness, which gives you a lot of extra damage.
I assure you, they will not disturb.
You think Shadow Mantle Shot has ever stacked up to 100? No.
That Osha loathes
Never.
extravagant parties such as this one. He's likely to be avoiding the crowd somewhere, perhaps out on the windward balcony. Squire Icebrook asks you to bring an urgent message to the Baroness. For reasons he will not.
Oh, we already got the thing. Nice, somebody did it. Sweet. Even the other party members concocting? Yeah, and that's fine. But like I said, it's just a I do think I need to have a bit more of a structured way of putting things. Again, I don't want to have like a story. I want the story to be destined by the players and how they want to organize themselves, what threads they find interesting, what they want to follow, what they think is the best way to do stuff, and give them a lot more freeform. But I am learning that it can be difficult to interpret that and interpret I can do anything as to having an idea of like what you can do. Again, it's like the scope of Dungeons and Dragons versus a video game. So in Dungeons and Dragons, the video game, I'm limited by what the game lets me do. I can only do Frosty Reception in one way, which is to do the way the quest is supposed to be done. There might be alternate routes, but even then, I'm limited on how I can solve that problem. Baldur's Gate 3 is another example. It's based off of pen and paper D&D, but again, there are solutions to problems, and there are ways that you can solve problems. But in pen and paper, it's a lot more freeform. So somebody could say, well, I want to solve the problem like this by doing A, B, C, or D. And then you go, okay, well, as Dungeon Master, I guess that makes sense to me. All right. And you kind of like go through with it, and you can solve a problem in any way. So that's part A. And then, yeah, you guys are right. It's the decision paralysis where, you know, how do you decide what it is you want to do when, one, you have the party has to make a decision together, and if there's no direct option of like, this is the right way to go, or these are the right ways to go, how do you kind of get through that? So, yeah. It's interesting. I also swapped into an experience points system. The specific reason I'm going to experience is so that way people have a better understanding as to when they're going to level up as opposed to milestone. Because milestone is great when you have a very directed campaign with clear-cut points and when you're doing something. You know, if you're doing a campaign with Strahd, you level up incrementally as you complete objectives as you get closer and closer to your confrontation with Strahd. So that like makes sense. But my world is open with adventure and things to do and explore and see. So for me, I'm using experience points as a progress bar that would simply indicate how far they are in terms of the general scope of, like, how long till they basically do enough things before they level up instead. Are you playing a ranger? I am playing a ranger. I'm playing a bow ranger. I'm playing bow because they added area of effect bow attacks in this most recent patch, and it's so much more fun to play than before. You always do XP the DDO way, where a bunch of XP when you do tasks. Like I said, for me, it's I have an internal progress bar, but instead of it being a surprise when they level up, they'll have an idea of when they go. We talked to her? Yep, we're good. So yeah, so it's a interesting problem to tackle, because I just don't want people to feel like things happen out of nowhere. So I want them to see like the progress and understand what's going on. But it's not gamified in the sense of like oh, go killing more monsters grants more experience points. It's not directly like that. It's it's already dead. Oh, we're already done. Wow, I wasn't even here for this whole quest. Progressing objectives is what allows you to gain experience points, whether that is defeating enemies, defeating encounters, growing as a team, working together, doing things. All of those things will count as, from my perspective, experience, and so I can kind of dole out as I see fit. I do have a loose structure. I do plan on running another campaign in the future that is a much more strict structure in terms of campaign, But that one's a little bit more complicated because I have like this whole, I have like a chart and XP system and all this other stuff. And it's going to be more complicated, but we'll see. Also, I didn't do anything in this quest. Everybody was just everywhere. I don't know what is going on. Quid pro quo. I just walked around, and because we split up, people went in different directions. That was great.
Frost glowers down at you.
Yes? Why have you come here? Out with it!
The Prince of Frost chuckles, but his eyes remain cold and hard as they bore down at you.
Yeah.
You come asking for favors when you impose on me by your very presence?
I'll use a little bit more structure. Again, as I said, it's a... I'm going to do my best. I just don't want... I don't think the best way to describe it. I don't want the game to feel short or like there is going to be an end. I don't personally... Someone wants to sneak? Oh, yeah, I can sneak. I don't personally want there to be an end to the campaign. I don't want the story or the fun to come to an end at some point. If that makes sense. I want the game to stop when people don't want to play the game anymore. Where do you grab Lord of D? Hall of Heroes downstairs.
You've arrived at Rhine's
Dude.
Refrain, one of the Prince of Frost's favorite venues. He demands that you remove the griffins that seem to have made their home inside the amphitheater. You find yourself inside the base held by the rebel bandits. The Prince of Frost wants you to retrieve a wine chalice that they stole. A number of griffins are perched throughout the amphitheater.
Yeah, Ebron Hall of Heroes. How's leveling going? Ranged character feels amazing, by the way. AoE ranged is literally a game changer. It's like the greatest thing I've ever done in my life. It's so satisfying. Again, I've been playing a lot of like action RPGs, and in Last Epoch, which I've been playing recently, the class Rogue, one of the first abilities you get is called Cinder Strike. And Cinder Strike is a 3-hit attack, where the first hit is like an AoE fireball, and then the second and third hit are just like recuperate attacks, so you get like mana back, and then you have the first hit again. So it's like it's like big hit, and then recuperate, and then big hit, recuperate. And if you use it with a bow, because it's a bow attack, it's area of effect. So you shoot like an arrow that has like a giant fireball on it, and you fireball somebody, and it's extremely satisfying to do. It makes you feel good, and it just clears out big packs of monsters, and stuff like that is very satisfying. Having the ability to use ranged attacks on your bow character, very, very satisfying. And so with this, it also feels great to be able to just like see a monster coming at me and get them. Also, the fact that I can just tumble and now these guys can't hit me also feels very good as a ranged character. It's just good. Yeah. How do people figure out Rackham's Conundrum the first time? Are there hits I just didn't notice? Yeah, the puzzle's on the ceiling. Yeah, if you look upwards, you can see what is going to happen with the puzzle. So, like, the stuff on the ground corresponds to the stuff on the ceiling. So basically, the tiles, whichever direction they point, determines which thing is going to activate on the ceiling. And you're trying to open the gate, which has a pipe leading to it, and then hit the lever that's behind the gate. And so you figure that out by just like looking around. You got to take in the observation. If you don't see what's going on the ceiling, that's definitely going to leave you out of a lot of the puzzle. You know, a fan of the tumble changes? Oh, I love the tumble changes. They're so good. Dude, I got it. I was being like, there was a Reaper that came up to me, a Carnage Reaper, and I could just go boom and get all dodges, keep sniping, dodge a second time, and then I took 0 damage against the Reaper on a bow character. Though if I didn't have that, I would have been dead before the patch. It's insane. Just getting basically invincibility frames when you tumble is super good. It's literally Dark Souls. Yeah, when you tumble now, if you're wearing light armor or no armor, you get 95% dodge extra. That's uncapped. If you're using medium armor, you get 75, and heavy, you get 50. So you can get iframes. Yeah. Your range attacks. Does your character have damage? All determined by the ammo. Oh, in DDO, it has nothing to do with the ammo is actually negligible. They used to have ammo that had special things. Instead, it's just treated like any other weapon. It's the bonus of the weapon. So my weapon is a +2, and then I get other stats from other places, and then also I get dex to hit and damage with using a bow, and then I have like deadly and other stats, so I'm +35 to damage. You forgot your command? Oh no. See these guys? Boom. Fireball arrow, hit a bunch of guys. Also, it's not technically fireball arrow, it's elemental inferno. I'm using force arrows, so it's actually an AoE force damage. Yeah, like, I can understand why some people want the speed to come back, because going fast is fun, but the usability of tumble now, for me, is so much better. It's like a way better ability. We're going to become the meta? No, because it only works while tumbling. And so you have to pay attention to when you can reposition as a tank. I mean, maybe people will do that. But again, if you like tumble at a bad time, and then you cause people in your party to get wailed on by enemies, that's bad. We're using a new scattershot? Yes, I'm going for scattershot. This character for area of effect attacks will have Elemental Inferno, Exalted Cleave from Paladin, and Scattershot. My next 2 levels are going to be Paladin levels, so I can use Knight of the Chalice for the Cleave, and then I'll also be using Scattershot as well. Yep. Oh yeah, as a tank, tumbling will be valuable, especially because you can dodge certain attacks, but it's not like a... people will be wearing light armor. It'll probably be more a circumstance of people will be doing it just like at intervals or certain times. It makes the game more complicated, but not complicated in like a numbers way, but complicated mechanically, which is interesting. I like complicated mechanics. That's one of the things that DDO lacks the most of. If you compare any of the raids in DDO to raids from other MMORPGs, DDO is pathetically easy. There are almost no mechanics in any raid. Almost every boss has like 1 attack or 2 attacks, and like that's it. Where you compare to a boss in like World of Warcraft or some other type thing, or like Final Fantasy, where boss fights, the boss will have like just the single boss, not including anything else, just the boss will have like 10 different attacks that it does, things happen on intervals, timings, different phases, places you have to stand to do certain things. Like the mechanical complexity is gigantic, whereas DDO is pretty simple by comparison, right? And so this is not me saying that DDO is bad, but adding from my perspective, I like adding a little bit of mechanical complexity that can pair along with the numerical complexity that also comes in the game. Because right now in DDO, the numerical complexity is, the numbers, the stats, getting the stats go up, and that's the most complicated part about the game, and less so the other elements of it.
Nature, yes. You needn't worry about that.
Yeah, which is not a great sign. It is not limited by armor type.
A place where nature is unbound.
Is it a warlock? It is a warlock. Oh, warlocks. Let's see if mid-raid bosses in vanilla. Wow, yeah, basically.
Out of a massive tree, you pick up the sticky sap.
Again, this is not me saying DDO bosses are bad in any capacity, but the idea that now players have a way to avoid specific mechanics can also then lead into the developers can design mechanics that are hard to deal with, so you have to use mechanics like, oh no, I'm being attacked, tumble, and now I don't take any damage, as opposed to getting hit. And that's interesting. Like, it's very difficult and somewhat unfair to imagine having like a big trap hallway that everybody has to run down in like a quest. But now, with a new tumble mechanic, you could have a trap hallway that has a dangerous trap that you can assume everybody can just press tumble to get some extra defense against it. Again, I like the windows that it opens up in terms of the design space that you can use now that we have like an action button. I think it's cool. And as I said before, it's also going to make it a lot easier on hardcore, where you can just tumble through every trap now.
Remember, Archfey, you're not the only one
so, yeah.
who can do me this service.
Again, as I said, I'm not saying that DDO's designs are bad or things are bad, but it's just, yeah, could be named design space. Honestly, it is. They open up design space on ranged characters by just killing Hunt's End, which they should probably do with Adrenaline as well for melee design space. And although Hunt's End is a much bigger offender than Adrenaline in terms of that same context, and also the tumbling thing is also very, very, very cool in terms of how they can get players to interact with different mechanics. So, yeah. Also, Cruiser Zero, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. Tier 2 sub, 42 months. 42 divisible by 2 is 21. 21 not divisible by 2. Thank you for the resub. Appreciate it.
Amid his remains, you find a large pot of owlbear butter.
Outside of NA because of lag, same as jumping puzzle mechanics with moving platforms. But as they say, move to America. Just move to America. That's the solution. Yeah. Lord of Blades' special attacks and stages, and if you don't know what he's doing with a given special, someone is going to die. Lord of Blades is slightly more complicated. Who's not here? That's okay. Lord of Blades is slightly more complicated. You are correct. But it's like three effects. The no fail knockdown. Yeah, but what I mean by kill adrenaline is just get rid of like the stacking thing. I'm not saying like that adrenaline has to disappear and it's in the fact that it's like a no save knockdown that does a bunch of damage and auto crits. Just they give it the Hun's End treatment, where it just becomes its own separate button, so you don't like have to press adrenaline plus another ability and do whatever. Yeah, exactly. And again, this is my opinion as somebody who doesn't like adrenaline and doesn't use it, because I just find it clunky. I literally just find it clunky. Yeah, and if they replace adrenaline, that's the best part. If they replace adrenaline, then they could just and put it as a separate ability, then it could just hit all enemies with strike through, which would be sick. Alright, next is combating corruption. Ad time? Oh yeah. Master's Blitz? No, no, no! But anyway, this is not me saying that they should do that, but like, as somebody who doesn't like the ability, I wouldn't care too much. But also, I'm not the type of player to work with the adrenaline playstyle. I didn't really like the adrenaline playstyle. Not because adrenaline, or like the idea of using one ability that boosts another one, isn't a terrible idea. There's a lot of things that are like that in other video games. For example, for a long time, I don't know if they still have it, but Holy Priest had an effect in WoW where you would use, I can't remember what the name of the spell was, but there was a spell and it would cause your next heal to cast to be an automatic crit, which is also in Final Fantasy XIV. Is another character class that has that, and stuff like that can be kind of good depending on people if they like it, or the specificity of it, like in terms of the way you can really granularly choose when you're going to get these effects and abilities. I've just never been a big fan of that type of prep. I'm more somebody who either likes a combo where I use ability A and then I use ability B, but ability A still has an effect, and then like it's like you get the combo with it, or just the button does what it does.
An ugly red magic barrier blocks the way down to the tree's heart.
Yep.
The barrier flickers out as the first orb is destroyed.
PK3 Cruiser Jr. post? Oh shit. Cruiser Jr. is trying to PK the tier 3 subs? Uh-oh. Dodge, buddy. Have we determined if new Quick Cutter sucks or is it good yet? It's amazing. It's one of those things you identify it immediately that it's really good.
Lifting the sense of dread from this area. A second barrier blocks the path down.
Like, if you just put it on once and try it, you'll be like, damn. Oh, Beatles, get wrecked, losers. Holy moly. Oh, just one-shot everything with... Oh, it feels so good. Oh my god, arrows. Look at my arrows, dude. God damn. Oh, feels so good. Am I on Lamania? No, I'm in the game right now. I'm on Argonison. It came out today. Update 66. It's DDO's anniversary. If you guys didn't know, Dungeons & Dragons Online released February 28th. 2006. What a time to be alive. Yeah. Got spell power or ranged power? Oh, like the explosion? The added damage over time that it leaves scales off of spell power, but the attack is just an attack. So it scales off of whatever your attack is. So like it's the same thing as cleave, like how cleave works. It's just cleave, but it's a bow attack. That's all it is. So like bow cleave. Edio just turned 18. There you go. Be amazing if it scaled off range power. The damage over time? No, it wouldn't. 1d6? No, every 2 seconds. You can make it scale off 10 times range power, and it would still be bad. The damage over time is not the important part. The AoE is the important part. The damage over time is just like the cherry on top, I guess. Like, it's mostly negligible, but it's just like, oh yeah, nice. And it also leaves like a 2 to 5 damage bleed. Cool. That, and also, yeah, it doesn't work in heroics.
Stop them, Void Fang. The Guldias tree ritual must not be interrupted.
Again, the attack scales off of range power in terms of like the damage of the attack because it's a cleave, like it's just pressing cleave. So you're still going to scale range power. Like, the idea behind this character is I scale spell power in heroics using Arcane Archer because Arcane Archer is all spell power scaling. The reason why I do that is because you can't get range power in heroics easily because it's just really frustrating to try to figure out how you're actually going to get it on your character. However, in epics, you get loads of range power all over the place. It comes from the trees, the level ups, everything else. I'm just going to be stacked with range power. So the solution is in heroics, we use spell power with the force arrows. At least I'm currently using force arrows. And then in epics, my plan is to take Knight of the Chalice, so I can use the Knight of the Chalice imbue. That's a d6 times 200% range power, and just swap to that when I get there. So in epics, I'll be using the Knight of the Chalice in imbue because I will have range power. But in heroics, when I like, what's my range power right now? I have 16 range power versus the 128 force spell power because I just slap on an item and it's really easy to do. And the best part is it's easy to do with this character. All I have to do is be lawful good and take a level of Paladin. Ooh, level of Paladin. Make clear it's an attack against everything in an AoE, not just a random hit. Yep. Uh-oh. Oh, God. They're too far away. I can't cleave them. And also, they cast Produce Flame, which deals direct damage to my face. There's no saving throw. There's no armor class. There's no defense. Goes right through. Good old Produce Flame. Can I break these? Oh! Arrows for the win. God, I'm stuck on a spider. Goddamn spiders. Yeah, so overall, I'm having a lot of fun playing a bow character because I have a button that lets me AoE stuff conveniently. It's awesome. It's so awesome. And I can't wait. At level 9, I get another one in the Exalted Cleave. And then I'm going to also pick up Scattershot, which is a AoE attack with +1 threat range and multi, which is even cooler. Now, the hard part about this build is I currently don't have the ability with my point spread to get Sniper Shot, and Sniper Shot's very good. And I don't have a solution to that problem yet, but we'll get there. Sniper Shot's good. Mine is 3 seconds on Inferno Shot. All right, let's go.
The Dryad calls for the test to begin, and creatures instantly spring to the attack.
It's 3 seconds on Inferno Shot, 5 seconds on Paladin, and Scattershot's 12. I know, Scattershot's not 12. Scattershot's also 3 seconds. But Scattershot has charges, so you can't use it all the time. And Inferno Shot costs 6 spell points, which for me is not a big deal because I have past lives and a bunch of stats and stuff. But I was playing this on a First Life character on the preview just to test it out. And on a First Life character, it's like if you're playing a brand new build or you're on hardcore, it is a bit more difficult to maintain the charges or the mana cost of it on a First Life Ranger without multiclassing. Now, granted, if you do decide to multiclass, it becomes significantly easier. But again, that's going to be if you're doing that. Oh, my eye got itchy at the wrong time. Oh, geez. Yes, so I've already gone over this with Cruiser Zero because Cruiser Zero wanted to make a build that used Outburst, and he wanted to make a fighter build, and now he can make a fighter build that uses Outburst as a Dragonlord, because Dragonlord can allow you to bypass lightning immunity on a melee, so you can actually use Outburst, which means it's actually, maybe, not bad.
A gnarled woodwort carefully picks through a pile of brambles, plucking out the largest and sharpest thorns. Surely this is the thorn right.
Oh, whoops. Does that AoE work on Inquisitive? So this one doesn't because it's bow only Inferno Shot, and Many Shot is also bow only. So there are area effect attacks in Artificer and tons in Epics, but Inquisitive itself does not have an AoE attack in the tree. You can make your game crash with the main menu. Nice, you get to be part of the exclusive Game Crash Club. Alright. Witch Hunt. Because I play WoW Classic and Super Simulator doesn't mean I'm uncool and cringe. I'm gonna be honest. I can't tell who is more cringe. You for playing Supermarket Simulator, or me for watching you play Supermarket Simulator for like an hour. I honestly don't know the answer to that. Yeah. I'm gonna change worse. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a Necronomicon! Nice! That's fun. It's a fun item. But yeah, so the ranged area of effect attacks are mostly concentrated in Bow and Artificer. Now, granted, a lot of Inquisitives will take 2 levels of Artificer, because like Rune Arms are just good, and Artificer is also just kind of good. And with that, you can get access to Shattering Strike, which is an AoE. So I don't think it's that big of a deal for like an Inquisitive or really any crossbow build. But the bigger problem is going to be throwers, who generally don't want to take Artificer, and so it's going to be a little bit more complicated for throwers to get AoE attacks and heroics. I honestly don't even know if they can. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Have you come for the hag? Asks the master of the hunt.
What is VR Supermarket Simulator? I don't think they have VR for that. They might. I don't know.
One of the portals. Use these banners to summon my huntsman. The hag will try to avoid the huntsman. That doesn't mean, though, they're invincible.
We can take 8 after Legend of the Lost Locket.
Each of my huntsmen are bound to the hunt.
Roll a 1. Beatrice, how are you so dodgy? Look at those dodges, dude. Oh, so good. Being like, oh, iframes, dodge, 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 dodge. And then I can just AoE these guys down with my bow attacks. Obviously, it's not as good as like playing like a melee and just kind of standing in their faces and tanking them. But I guess I could do that with my dodge. I have a reasonable amount of armor class too, honestly. Because I have 56, so it's not that. Whoa! Oh, and I can't tumble because I was blocked by the Reaper. Whoa! I still don't like how you have to like mostly stay still to gain power with archers, but yeah.
Oh, where did I put it? Where did it go?
Beatrice mutters, rubbing her hands.
Oh, Cadence will have my head, and Hirson will turn us into worms.
Where did you go? Hello. Wait, I only shot her once. She's like barely taken any damage. She's like halfway across the map. God, I hate this quest. Might be one of the worst quests in the game. The problem I have with this quest is it just feels very unsatisfying to chase her around. Oh, it does? Is logging out a spell? No. Alright. Anyway. Nice might be an active attack rather than SLA. They could rework Fan of Knives and actually just make it an attack with Vistani for throwing daggers. So it'd be like an AoE attack. I'm not gonna lie, that would be very cool if they did that. Yeah, going around corners is also kind of annoying. Triggers your GCD? Maybe. Got her. Nice. All right, let's get the HE double hockey sticks out of here. Okay, so and the item we're looking for is right here, so we're good. Anyone else get set to non-VIP after the update? No. Did you pay for your VIP subscription? That might sound like a stupid question, but I'm just trying to like trying to just cut out some of the possibilities here. Woo! Because for me personally, I have not been un-VIP'd. At least I don't think so. I don't really... How would I check that? How would I check if I'm VIP or not? I don't know. I have the problem where I was looking at the subscription page and I clicked the wrong button and I accidentally bought another year of VIP. So I have VIP till like 2025. Because I just wasn't paying attention. Oh, true. Quest XP. I have bonus XP for being a VIP. Yeah, I'm good. I am VIP. Like I said, I can imagine if you dropped your VIP for some reason, then maybe. Okay, next is what's the chest quest called? Oh, I haven't played DDO in too long. It's not another man's treasure. I don't know. I'm just calling it chest quest. Also, Slam Dunk. Welcome back to the stream team. Please support. How am I liking it? Check this out. Whoop! I just blew up 3 ravens with 1 arrow. How am I liking it? How am I liking it? See these red caps? Guess what? Boop! No, you don't. He's dead. Very good. The AoE is really like shallow, so you have to like practice a little bit to understand the general range. But my god, it's so good. Being able just to snipe down and hit a bunch of targets and blow them all up at the same time. Ooh. And remember, Legendary Rally is an AoE out of Legendary Dreadnought, and Legendary Rally is a +2 crit multi AoE that always crits. So I'm stoked, man. I'm stoked. Yeah, and 40% damage. Will I be playing Legendary Dreadnought? Probably not, but maybe. Honestly, I don't know. Playing a bow build in Dreadnought seems wacky. But also kind of fun. Yeah, it feels good. So overall, I'm currently very much enjoying the changes, but again, it's going to be a, as far as like some of the other elements of it, like Dragonlord, I haven't had a chance to play with Dragonlord yet, but so far, this is good. This is good stuff. Baby. Oh, that's interesting. So if you haven't played, that's neat. So I saw that first when I logged in. I don't have the message anymore. If you haven't claimed something, by the way, like for Dragonlord, it will actually have an icon on your screen that says you have something to claim. So if you look at the top left or wherever your buffs are, and you see a buff that looks like a dragon roaring, it's going to tell you to go to the Hall of Heroes and claim your reward for free each month. And once you've claimed it, it's gone. So it's gone. Apparently, they also have one that tells you that you haven't claimed an Epic Destiny either. So there's Macrotech. That's very cool. Just giving people that information is nice. So they don't have to guess at it. All right. Let's get them. It's time to shoot a deer.
You open the chest, a unicorn. As you defeat the unicorn, a deer bursts out from it.
Fortunately, I can hit the deer easily because I have ranged attacks. And we get the good boy. Then we get the raven, who is just stuck in webs, and he's gone. Nice, we're good. Also, ads, you got it. My posture could stand to be better. It's not great.
Among the shell fragments, you see a glint of something that looks like a small winged shadow down from the sky.
Yes, I am listening to Honesty is No Excuse by The Both. Worst quest in DDO. This quest? This quest is easy. I love Needle and Face Stack. It's so fast. It's so simple. You just come in, do the quest, leave. The only time that this quest is bad is if you can't stun the Raven. Then it's awful.
I hope you are tomming today. How is the Jacobean Drexel dungeon?
Mr. Lift, welcome back to the stream team for 28 months. I appreciate your 28 months of support. I hope you're doing very well. I hope you're enjoying your new life in Chicago, a city which you will never leave ever again. Thanks so much, dude. Appreciate it. I'm doing good. I'm really enjoying the new bow stuff because the new bow stuff lets me shoot guys in an AoE with my bow, which is so good. It's so good. God, it's so good. It's just, Inferno shot. AoE. It's not technically Inferno shot. It's technically Elemental Inferno, but it's not called that. Oh, so good.
The little dragon disappeared through this portal, taking your
The little dragon. Range enemies at a certain distance, they don't run away. Really?
The little dragon pops.
Oh, right. The dragon, I forgot.
The little dragon announces.
We're gonna play hide and tag. So first
Yeah, if you can't stop the animals that run away, then yeah, that's it can be a very, very frustrating quest. I'm with you there. Totally with you there.
and then you run. Ha! Ready?
Yep. Because second person problems of no options when things swarm you. It does. Honestly, it's like night and day difference. It's very difficult to really put into like words how much more fun it is. And the fact that I'm just not complaining about ranged. Like, that's where I'm at with this, is that it's just fun. Like, I just press a button, it hits all the monsters, and it just feels satisfying. It's a problem they need to address in other areas of the game. Pretty much, Dungeons & Dragons Online is designed in terms of volume. Every quest has lots of monsters. Like, even though we did this quest fast, we did this the fast way, killing as little as possible. We're at 104. Okay? And so, with this, if you're single target, it's going to take you forever to complete a lot of adventures. And so having area of effect, even a little bit, is so hugely impactful. Even if it's not a gigantic amount of actual damage, it's just nice to have. So that's why it's going to be good when they... what's the next one? Next is Legend of the Lost Locket. So having even just that like little bit of extra stuff to do is it's just great. Just fantastic. Having a way to hit a couple targets, just good. Good design all around. Adding something like that to like maybe dual wielding or like other different classes. Like think about how good what's that melee frontal cleave and bard on point feels, where you can like frontal cleave and do a little bit of extra damage. Stuff like that's nice. So yeah, I'm having a blast with this character so far. And I'm going to continue to. And then we're going to move on from this ranged into Dragonlord, into the next, into the next, into the next, into the next. Get 100,000 things happening all at the same time. Oh crap, can I tumble underwater? Nope. Alright, so I can't tumble underwater, sadly. Wanted to protect myself. Alas, I could not. Honestly, agree. Great month for video games.
You know what's not a blast? This goddamn loot man who will not give me a snowdrift in last teapot.
Still gotta farm out for that snowdrift. It is unfortunate when you farm out for a very long time to get an item, because the worst part is when you farm out a long time to get an item in a game like Last Epoch or an action RPG, and then you end up just getting a rare that's better. And you're like, well, but the upside is legendary potential. Just get something with like legendary potential 4, and then slam your whole rare into that, and you're all set. We play Oblivion at the rate I'm going. Yeah, you're probably never replaying Oblivion. As I get older, I struggle more and more and more and more and more about the idea of trying to replay a video game. Because like so many video games are coming out that are so good and also not expensive, right? Like, yeah, you can go out and buy your AAA like garbage. Go buy your quadruple A, what's it called? The Pirate Quest Skull and Bones or something from like Ubisoft. It's like $6,000. Or you can just buy games that came out in like 2016, 2017, 2018 that look and sound beautiful, that are incredible for like $20. Or buy like new indie games, and there's so many fantastic indie games coming out now. Yeah, 30XX, amazing video game. Last Epoch, amazing video game. Hell Divers. Hell Divers, so fun. Alright, so now we go to Fate. Okay. Taking 8, then the last quest. Prince of Frost. Can't remember. Also, I can't do this. I apparently didn't talk to the guy. Yeah, Immortality. Man, I forget stuff really fast. Yes, it is a Sony published game. Well, Helldivers 1 was an indie game. Doesn't that count? Also technically published by Sony. Well, I guess it wasn't an indie game because it was published by Sony, but still.
The hag gives a surprised laugh, then scuttles off.
I will say, it is interesting that Helldivers 1 is a relatively unknown game that I don't think most people have even heard of before Helldivers 2. It definitely had no right to turn into Helldivers 2. Like, where did the money come from? Was somebody at Sony just did a couple lines of coke and was like, Helldivers was like my favorite game in 2013. Here's, $30 million or however much money, $50 million, whatever. Go make Helldivers 2. And then they were like, okay. And they made it. Like, I don't know how that happened. It's a great video game. It's absolutely fantastic, but also like the quality is so high. Just start working on the next game, maybe. Paladin trainer, Zinnia Dane, regular paladin, please. Dexterity, please. Okay, so I'm not gonna level up most of these skills. I'm just gonna put them all into heal and then level up on my extra rogue life and fix the rest of the skills later. And my deity has to be Silver Flame because that's longbow. Nice. Got Risk of Rain too and said we can do that. Maybe. They like 3 rounds of DLCs. Oh, true, yeah, because I bought like or no, did I buy it? Or did you? I don't know. But Helldivers, I have like all of them built into the game. Or do I not have them? Honestly, I don't even know. I didn't get high enough level to get all the guns anyway, because you need a lot of science. In run, Lord of the Rings, 2 Towers, Diablo 1 on PS1, 10 other games over the past 2 months. Nice, dude. That's awesome. There's a lot of good games, as you just said. So, yeah. San Andreas is a great game. Simpsons Hit and Run, very, very fun game. Lord of the Rings, 2 Towers, classic video game. I remember going over to a friend's house and doing the part where you have to fight all the ghosts in like the tunnel or whatever. Over and over. That was good. You played Pokemon Blue 17 times? Oh my god. Yeah, I don't really have any interest in going back to the classic Pokemon games. If I was going to go back to the classic Pokemon games, I would probably either replay it in Let's Go Pikachu or Eevee or Fire Red Leaf Green. The original Pokemon games are just littered with so many bugs and problems. I just don't find it as fun. Oh yeah, the games were pretty good at the time, but as the standards grow, especially like the remakes, are just better ways to experience the game.
Speak again. But until then, here's some.
All right.
Then disappears.
And again, I like the Pokemon video games. Okay, I like them, but like some people have rose-tinted glasses and forget that these things were barely held together and barely functioned.
Dust motes drift through the air, while cobwebs choke the corners of this corridor. Fearsome's voice floats through.
Right. Let's grab the torch.
And nowhere at all.
Torch, I choose you. I have 17 points to spend. Oh god.
Once you and your fellows are ready, step up onto the table.
Again, I like gold and silver, but you know what's better than gold and silver? Heart Gold and Soul Silver. The remakes are so good, it's actually unbelievable. Looking at how modern Pokemon Company treats their remakes, especially the Diamond and Pearl one, which a lot of people really didn't like. It's crazy to me how good Heart Gold and Soul Silver was. Apparently, the person who was the lead on the project is somebody who played Heart Gold and Soul Silver a ton as a kid, played Gold and Silver a ton as a kid. And so when they came to Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they were like, this literally has to be perfect. He's like, it has to be a perfect video game because these games are amazing. They got to do everything right. And I was like, damn. Played some of that while Junior was starting to learn how to exist. Yeah, the old breathing, reverse breathing. Oh, I didn't pick up any of the things. Well, they got it. That's good. Like, the fact that they had to get the 3D sprites for every Pokemon that follows you around because they just thought that that was a good idea. And they're just like, did it add to sales? I don't know, but it's so good for the game. Pokemon Mart, stuff like that for retro achievements. Those are achievements that where you have to finish the game once per each Pokemon. But that's 151 runs, so more of a marathon. That's something we've done in a month or two. Yeah, I don't know if I would play that much Pokemon Blue. I mean, you can burn through the game pretty quick, depending on the Pokemon. I don't know about that. Yeah, the Elden Ring DLC trailer looks very cool. I haven't yet to watch all of the update videos that other people have posted where they're like picking apart the trailer looking for stuff because I'm lazy. But again, my favorite part of the Elden Ring trailer is when they show off the guy doing like the martial arts where he just goes like 1, 2, 3 and just like circle kicks this like knight in the head, and the knight just like eats it and it's fine because he's wearing armor. And it's like, yeah, why would you kick somebody? That's stupid. I was like, yeah, that's true. Yeah, the Elden Ring DLC is gonna be amazing.
A gargoyle perches on a high ledge inside this room.
I don't have an issue with the weapon or style, by the way, or like the weapon art or whatever it's called. The having that as a weapon art, I don't think it's an issue. I think it's very cool. I just find it funny.
The gargoyle flinches at your blow. A chunk of stone chips
Yep.
off his
Yeah, you got to do that move.
Tourmaline shudders as even
But I'm
more
very, very
of
excited to
his
replay it.
chips off. One more strong blast should do
Like, I'm going to start a fresh save on Elden Ring and do it again.
crystal on the
For sure.
wall lights up when you pull this lever.
Allows some Pokemon that can use Psychic, Ice Beam, Surf, and Body Slam. Yeah, Body Slam being better than almost every move in the game is definitely an interesting part of Pokemon. I didn't get the thing. I was lazy. And you get it on the SSN, which is not that far. So you just get Body Slam and then Body Slam your way through the rest of the game.
Statue rests in this chamber. Now that you have collected both watchwords, you can unlock the door to the roof.
I got stream sniped when I streamed Dark Souls 2.
Behind it, you notice
In the Shrine of Amana, I got stream sniped by somebody who was watching the stream multiple times.
you've collected this watchword.
And then all I did was just go offline and kept playing.
Out of this labyrinth.
Yep.
This door matches the one you used to enter this labyrinth. You found
Yeah, it's a good question. I wonder, do you think they contacted the lawyer about that one?
You're free to leave.
Oh, shit. That's really funny. Thank you. I needed a good laugh. Is that real? There was somebody who was angrily posting on the forums.
You clear your
It's like, you know how people, when something doesn't go their way, they will cry and be like, well, I'm going to quit. And me and my guild of 50 people, all of whom have been paying for every expansion, bought that highest tier of every expansion, and we all buy 1,000 DDO points per month, all of us are going to quit over this change happening. And then they, like, obviously don't quit because, like, it's a video game and change is hard. So, like, yeah, you could quit playing a Dungeons & Dragons Online, or you could just keep playing begrudgingly because changing your pattern of behavior is very difficult, and I wouldn't want to change or evolve or grow either, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah.
two familiar figures shimmer into view. Illusory versions of Lord Arden and the Prince of Frost.
These two bore
Yeah.
your allies.
About general chat, Discord general, a Battle of Ages for salt production. Again, it's all really funny to me. Like, both of those things, I find just endlessly entertaining. Not saying people having a bad time is, like, good, or that people should be having a bad time, but just that sometimes certain people's complaints can be really funny. That's all I'm saying. I suck. My timing is bad. I should feel bad. Oh, God. Timing bad. Oh, God.
Shattering in a spray of ice and snow. The gleaming walls of the room dim, then fade away. Hear some whistles and applause as he appears.
Let's see. I must admit, I was using this double curse feature and on my in-game item tunes. A friend of mine from a well-known guild on Argo told me about this feature, suggests this might be quietly work as intended to increase hype on cards. And having two good curses is 1% of 1%, so still beyond reasonable luck. Who thought getting a second curse was working as intended? That is insane to me. Listen. If somebody told you that it was working as intended, that you could get a second curse, and you believe them, just so you know, you got to really work on the critical thinking skills there. And two, you got to be really careful about who you're believing and listening to. You got to be really careful about that one. Also, do I have a timeshare to sell you? It's a great deal. So let me know. We'll talk about it. I got a bunch of great land. You'll love it. Anyways, also usage was quite widespread on Arganessen, but enough of those silly excuses. But shouldn't the punishment be somehow adequate to the guilt? I must say, trashing, as I assume Curse of Overlit will give 90% walking speed penalty on all items on endgame tombs that took years to collect because of lack of QA made this feature slipped in is equal to a permaban for me. Cleaning curse cards isn't something widely available or a common drop, and after this penalty goes on mass, will probably disappear completely from auctions. Do you feel this punishment is adequate? And the first commenter is, don't exploit when you know it's an exploit? Crazy. It's crazy to me. The curses and the cards very directly indicate that no, you can't. You can't stack them. But yeah, it's not an actual ban. They punish you. They say you can't use the items anymore that you cheated on. That you did something that the game indicated was not correct. But nobody got banned. You just can't use your items. They're just bricked. And they're not even bricked. You can undo it with a curse card. Yeah, exactly. Although according to Steelstar, he says that the effect on live isn't live yet as originally planned. It's just going to make it so that it does nothing but counts as a curse. So you'll have to remove it to fix it. Either way, I think it's really funny. Nobody's agreeing? Yeah. One, because I think most sane and logical people can get behind the idea that exploits in the video game are not great. But yeah, it doesn't matter how widespread it is. It's like, look, I know I did this bad thing, but lots of other people did it too. So doesn't that lessen it and make it easy? Like, doesn't that change your people's perspective? And it's like, no one should have done it. It is unfortunate that you happen to be one of the people who got caught, for sure. But also, yeah, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I find that very funny. Yeah, that is so funny to me. I love it. I really love that. And yeah, we going Isle of Dread, baby. It's only wrong if you're caught? Yeah, basically. we go. Take my thing. I'm going to go take level 9. Go do Isle of Dread. So yes, I don't hold a high degree of sympathy for people that got their items bricked. Because yes, I do appreciate that somebody's like, they suggested this might be quietly working as intended to increase hype on cards, and then somebody linked, this item has been imbued by the power of Deck of Many Curses. It cannot gain another card power. Again, I have no idea how somebody could think it was working as intended. That is amazing. It's amazing to me. Oh my god. So good. Yeah, that's so funny. I need improved critical. Ranged. Nice. So now I get my charisma to my saves, so my saves are gigantic. And I have the Paladin tree. Knight of the Chalice. Knight of the Chalice, we take the point here. I grab +1 to hit and damage. And honestly, skills are fine. And then the cleave, so I have Exalted Shot, which is a cleave attack. So we spend those points there. And I'm trying to decide whether I want to go up Horizon Walker or if I want to go up Assassin. Get the extra imbue dice. I think Horizon Walker is probably better. Because I get... I can get Opening Shot, which gives me some better single target damage. But I can just go Eye for Accuracy. I don't know if I need Opening Shot. I can get a Favorite Enemy, Evil Outsider, which is convenient, so I'm glad I didn't take that. I can get +1 to hit and damage. I don't need saving throws versus traps, so I can just pick up 1 dodge, which is convenient. And then I can grab full no misstep, so I can have that now. And I can grab haste, which is good, because I don't have haste. So now I can just do that, which is convenient. And I have Exalted Shot, I have an extra spell slot, and I have no misstep, which is convenient. Nice. Sure. Yeah, sure. Tom, do we need to log in a certain time frame each month to get the goodies for this year? So I understand the Reamer stuff. Every month, there's a giveaway. And so once a month, you have to log in and claim your giveaway. So you have to claim the giveaway for the Dragonlord before March 26th. When you log into the game, there will be an icon on your screen if you haven't claimed it yet, telling you you have something to claim. And once you claim it, then that icon disappears, so it's no longer cluttering up your screen. Okay, let's go Island of Dread. So 7 to 9. IOD R1. And we go Dread. Nice. And we head over. You need to claim the thingy on every server? No. Only, it depends on what it is. Some things will only be able to be claimed once, and it will tell you that. Other things are account-wide.
Haven't you heard? There's actually a promotion by your federal government going on RN. You simply don't have to pay your taxes.
Whoa, really?
They haven't announced it cause they want to keep the hype on the DL.
Whoa, that's crazy. Really? That's awesome. I love that. So you're saying I don't ever have to pay my taxes because of a special promo by the federal government? Wow, that's awesome. Thanks for letting me know. I'm not going to ask any questions or think about that and believe you to be true.
Before you could find him, you were accosted by a mysterious stranger. The stranger vanished as suddenly as he appeared. Then, Foxpaw hailed you from the water's edge. He wanted to discuss the strange teleporting island. Foxpaw said he wanted to show you some experiment related to the Clock of Secrets. He had mounted the magical artifact onto an arcane device.
Alright, I'll talk to it. I just don't want to move.
Foxpaw had amplified the artifact.
Get wrecked, dude. Also, there's like a light explosion. So when you like hit him with the AoE like paladin arrow, there's like a burst of like light. It's kind of neat. You want to join my party? We're good. I agree. I do think that it would be good if like each range style had a way to acquire an AoE attack. But I have a feeling that'll probably be like a stretch goal, maybe. I don't know.
A strange feeling washed over you.
But yeah, they've also posted the list of what you can get in the celebration thing. So let me see if I can find it.
Terrifying shape.
Oh.
Yet for some reason, you found yourself unable to attack. Gatekeeper. Pick that up. As if in a trance, Foxpaw obediently retrieved the conch of secrets. But Gran, you will be punished for your failure. But for now, that must wait. Let us finish the business at hand.
Sorry, I'm doing something.
Give the artifact
Yep.
half-orc thrall.
Where's the program? I have so much weird garbage that I was looking up. Packs. Year of the Dragon celebration has arrived. So, next month is curate your expansion cache. So you're gonna be able to pick an expansion and get it for free. But it's just gonna apply to your account, so it doesn't. You don't need to pick it on multiple characters. It's an expansion, so you get one for free. If you own all the expansions, like I do, then you get an elixir of discovery instead. So that is also like an option there. No. Oh, no, never mind. Gift of the Silver Dragon. Dude, I can't read. I thought the first month would be the first month. The first month is the second month in the list. Because February is above it. I can't read. You made it? Nice. That's good. Oh, Reaper. Change the out traps so you throw into special bolts. Yeah, they probably could do that. So instead of having it like you throw like a stunning stone, it's like stunning bolt or something. I think they like the idea of them being traps though. The problem is they don't work and they're bad, but like conceptually it's neat to have like an alchemist mechanic having like different tools. Like think about like being Batman where you have like, you know, your anti-shark spray or whatever. Like that's a cool idea. It's just the execution's not good. So yeah. Yeah, I also like the idea of there being different sizes of area of effect attacks. Like having one that's a wider AoE but a shorter or a smaller AoE, stuff like that. For ranged, I agree. Alright, let's go here. Time Bomb's flavor? Yeah, exactly. Again, I think these abilities can work. Like, imagine if... The problem with Time Bomb is there's a delay on it. Anything with a delay is always going to, like, struggle to work in DDO. So think about it. Imagine if Time Bomb was a shot where you shot a Time Bomb into somebody, and then it would detonate after a duration. So you hit them, and then after 3 seconds they explode, or 2 seconds they explode. But the problem with that is... they're going to die before it explodes, because that's how DDO works. Like, the benefit of Time Bomb is you shoot the ground, but it explodes, man.
I will attend to you in due time. For now,
oh, man, now I got to read some YouTube comments. Let's see what we got. Hold on, I have a lot of YouTube comments. Deeply excited for the tumble system change. We're looking forward to ways they can expand and interact with the system. I agree. Thanks for the video stream. Great stuff. You're welcome. Interesting pair fact. Did you know that somewhat common practice in Southeast Asia is to mold pears in a light casing while they are growing on their trees to increase profit? In these Southeast Asian countries, the mold will resemble a Buddha, and if the pear hold its shape as if it is somewhat ripened, they can be sold for around $10 a pop. Wow, it sure is cool that pears are so fascinating. Definitely worth at least a S tier rating on any list. I mean, I like the Asian pear. The problem with it is the price. It's a little pricey. It's worth it. It's pretty good flavor. There are a lot of places that mold fruit, where they grow fruit or vegetables into specific molds. It's like those like Japanese like watermelons. They have like the square watermelons where they grow them in like these special square molds. And they also don't like grow properly, so they can't like apply pressure. It's like it's weird how they have to do it. It's like a whole process. All right, crab quest. Gonna get and share them all. Anjou pear is better. So I don't really eat a lot of pears, but I did eat an Asian pear, and it was very, very good. Let's see. Draconic Breath Weapon being nerfed in the Year of the Dragon 50th anniversary Go figure. Yeah, they did nerf it. Again, if you didn't use it a lot, you would not know, but Dragon Breath was a huge outlier, did way more damage than everything else. So I can understand why they nerfed it to bring it in line, which makes sense. And then someone says, nerf to be weaker than a level 12 spell-like ability and many non-epic spells. I mean, most level 12 spell-like abilities are worse, so that's just not true at all. But again, the problem I have is when people are disingenuous. I don't like it when people are disingenuous. If you have an opinion about something, say what you mean. If you don't like something, say what you mean. But lying about it doesn't you no favors. Like, literally telling a lie doesn't you no favors. It's just silly and weird and bizarre to me. I just don't get it. Like, what is the point? I guess the point is to convince people of your point, or maybe people are like lost in the sauce. They just exist in another world where things are just different than the reality that everyone else experiences. I don't know. But don't do it. So yeah. I find it weird. Skyward archive about pairs and articles. I'm in too deep. Yeah, probably. And again, you might be like, well, what do you mean, Strim? Isn't it? Like, I'm not saying that the ability came down in power in any capacity. But again, the majority of spell-like abilities that you get at level 12 don't do more than 86 plus 5 damage. There are a couple of them. Right? But for the most part, they don't. Like Alchemist, Druid, all the Sorcerer ones. Favorite Soul. What's the other one? Divine Disciple. Like, the list goes on and on. So like you can say like, oh yeah, well, also Arcane Blast does less damage. Yeah. Some of the game notice a bug. Using Tronic Power Attack instead of normal icon gives damage and doesn't take attack. It's supposed to do that. That's probably a bug if it's not actually taking attack. That's weird. So I do know that it doesn't matter which one you turn on, it's the same thing. It actually just gives you a new button, but it doesn't matter whether you turn on Draconic Power Attack or regular Power Attack. They're supposed to do the same thing. If it's not doing the same thing, that's definitely a bug. That would definitely be a bug.
Officer appears, along with a slew of reinforcements. Koku lets out a garbled cry before slumping into the.
But yeah, again, I think that I can understand why a lot of people are upset about the epic strikes just in general in terms of like epics or like the epic casters spells and stuff, because a lot of them are just like not as interesting as spells they can actually do, and it's a part of like the design of spellcasters where like epic characters like epic spellcasters already have a whole heaping helping of spells they can do, but melee characters oftentimes don't. So the melee abilities are really cool because they give you like tools you just didn't have before. But for casters, you already have 9th level spells. So like having something that adds damage like Dragon Breath, it's not doing anything cool or interesting. It's just doing damage. And so if it does a lot of damage, then it's better than everything. If it doesn't do a lot of damage, then you don't care about it as much. Versus like Quick Cutter. It's an AoE that applies a bleed that gives you a dodge buff. That's cool, and nothing else in Heroics does that. So that's actually very interesting. Or Dire Charge, which is like an AoE Sunder, which doesn't exist in the game. Or it becomes an AoE Trip, which is hard to come by depending on your class, which is hugely different than what melees are doing. And so I think that's the issue with this space of the epic strikes, is that the arcane epic strikes, or like the caster ones, just aren't as interesting generally, and so they oftentimes do come down to like that damage threshold. So like Dragon Breath being a d6 plus 5, which goes up to a d6 plus 10, a d6 plus 10 is not a bad amount of damage, but like that's what it does. But like Acid Well exists, and Tsunami exists, and Multivile exists. So like just doing damage is like, it's not bad, but yeah, exactly. It's the same one. So between the Barbarian and the Barbarian Ravager and also the Dragonlord Ravager, those should both be basically the same thing. So yeah. Tar Pits next. Should have said. Anyway.
Someone within the Tar Ogre tribe has been harnessing the power.
But as I said, I don't have an issue with people being upset about changes. But again, I just like I don't understand like the need to exaggerate it. The way people are describing it already sounds pretty bad. Why would you exaggerate? It already sounds pretty bad. Now I don't trust the narrator. Direct spells, but obviously the breath was too high. Yeah, exactly. And so like there's that weird that weird spot of like it doesn't do anything that really makes you turn the needle and going, "Oh, yeah, this actually is better than what I'm currently doing," which is the problem. The other issue is it's also generic too, which makes it complicated. Because the spells are really generic, them being too powerful is also a problem because it means you can just take them on a melee or a ranged character, which is another problem. I think that the approach that spell-like abilities use is actually probably best exemplified in spell-like abilities Epic Strikes in Primal Avatar. All the Primal Avatar spell-like abilities are really unique and just do something different, where there's a use case for all of them. Thunder Snow disrupts reflex saves, and Spring to Summer heals you and applies while dealing damage, and also applies Rejuvenation Cocoon to a lot of people. Reborn in Fire gives like a dodge thing and an AoE heal, and it's got damage. Stormcatcher technically has a slow, which could be useful. It's not, but it does do something. And so, like, again, that's kind of where there's stuff that it can do. But yeah, Dragon Breath just feels a little lame because it doesn't really do anything. Technically, you do have a 25% chance to stun targets, which is quite potent. But like, it's only like 25%. So like you can whip it into a crowd, and you're usually going to get one or two. But like that's the best secondary thing that it does. In my opinion, I think that what they could do, if they wanted to, is... Also, this hurts so bad. Okay. Alrighty. What they could do is change it so that I have Lay on Hands. I'm a paladin. Hold on. Got him. What they probably could do is move like the energy burst, vortex, and whatever into like the tier 1 and make it a multi-selector so you can get it right away, and then have it upgrade in the tree somewhere that does like an extra thing. Because at level 20, an extra spell is very good. Like, I know people are like, oh, D6 plus 5. Having just another spell to cast at level 20 that costs almost no mana in an AoE is very, very, very useful. The problem is, the scaling problem exists, where it just doesn't feel as good late game. So I think that's something they probably address. So yeah. Spirit Blades got some love and needy passes, hoping to get something to Shadow Dancer. Yeah, poor Spirit Blades.
A large gateway blocks passage here, held shut by a sturdy lock. There should be a key somewhere nearby. Chanting before a druidic altar.
Oh god, I'm stuck in the wall. No. No, the timing. No, dude. It's okay. Just go beat the boss. I'll be free. Something. Oh, is that guy just posting everywhere? Oh, he's posting on like everybody's thread. Oh, dude, this guy posted like 7 comments on my video. Thanks for that's good. That's good engagement right there. I love that. Any publicity is good publicity. I just keep seeing it. Seeing comments. Anyway. Said nothing said about lag. Something. DDO. DDO died when hardcore started. The servers can't handle more than 50 people. DDO hasn't died. I don't know where people get this take as well. Again, just if you ever think something, just Google what the answer to your question. Are people playing DDO? And then it'll bring you to DDOaudit.com, and you can look at players' projections and be like, oh, no, players are pretty flat. They've been down recently. I think the anniversary is going to help bring some people back. But yeah, player count has been down like a little bit, but it's basically pre-pandemic levels right now. Right with this grade at 20? Yeah, it's just great. Like, having an extra spell to weave in that costs basically nothing and is an AoE is fantastic. Like, if you're playing, and especially for, or like all of the arcane, or the divines can use it very effectively. So Fire Druid can use it really well. Cold Druid just doesn't care because Ice Flowers is a spell in the video game. Like, Ice Flowers just does things. Like, Ice Flowers just does things, you know? 2-second cooldown, it's pretty good. Like, pretty much everyone else can use it. Like, even Alchemist, the thing about Alchemist is that Multivial has a reasonably long cooldown, and Elemental Combination's expensive. Yeah, basically. I'm just eating a snack. Got to keep the brain hungry or happy. Dinosaur! Oh shit!
You spot Scytheball as he passes above the valley, spooking several small.
I never look up and see Scythemaw up there. That's fantastic. Again,
Scytheball runs by on the rise above. He appears to be
I'm not saying that a level 32 character will make good effect out of a Draconic Dragon Breath doing 1d6 plus 5. But when you're at level 20, it's very, very helpful to have an extra spell that's doing something. And even still, a d6 plus 10 damage is not that bad.
a massive saber-toothed cat launches itself out of a small cave entrance. Really startled, the spike-covered dinosaur lashes out at everything nearby.
I'm good.
Dinosaur falls. You hear the sounds of
Just shoving food in the mouth. One sec.
The massive Tyrannosaur eyes you warily, focused on protecting its kill.
Oh, yeah, that was good stuff. So I gotta eat sometimes. Human being and all that.
Hello there, Strime Tom. I love the YouTube content. Do you have any tips for us new players on where we could get a good start with both characters?
Well, you could get a good start by using Strimtom's Acid Arrow. It's pretty cool. It's an old build, but it's a good build, and it works. So what's up, Cozy? How are you doing? Oh, I meant to get back to you, because I have, stopped being lazy and have squared up a lot of my plans. Don't fear me. Ugh. Anyway, I've squared up a lot of my plans regarding traveling to Boston. So I gotta get back to you about that. The old packs and all that. I just hadn't squared away a lot of things. We're scything into food into your maw. True, I was kind of doing that. I put instead of unique insane power. I agree. I think that's what kind of throws things around, where the melee attacks are insane power, and the range attacks are like, well, for the most part, the same as the melee attacks, pretty good power. And the epic spells are the exact opposite. It feels like a step down in power. That being said, epic strikes are fantastic for stuff like raids or where you need sustain, but yeah. He's yelling, yeah.
Sorry about the stuttering. I just get nervous sometimes.
I also get nervous sometimes, don't worry. Have I updated the Acid Arrow build in the past year or so? I mean, nothing's changed about it since the last time I updated it. But I'm going to do that. Because I'm going to be posting this build. And I'll be... my plan is to post 2, a free-to-play Archer, and then this build, which is not free-to-play. But they perform very similar. This one's obviously better because it has access to Horizon Walker, which is really strong. But even without that, you can still make some good stuff happen. Like, the only thing that's changed for the most part has been the range changes coming out today, so. Machine oil, Mr. Warforged? Machine oil. Can't get to forums, but DDO.com is giving you maintenance screen? Oh, interesting. I might be able to get the patch notes for you. Oh, maintenance screen. Well, you know, it is what it is. Well, if you need to check out the maintenance, or the patch notes, did StrimTom put out a 50-minute video today going over the patch notes? Yes, he did. Yeah. So yeah. Oh, and the there you go. They're on the wiki. Nice wiki, dude. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to silently reading more YouTube comments. By silently, I mean loud. Let's see. I Hates Idiots says, my biggest problem with Dragonlord, they put 25% HP in the top tier when you take all the resistance in the dragon element, which I don't want to waste 4 points on. So either waste 4 points or spend 13 points in our defender tree for extra HP. Those points are so good and so efficient. Why wouldn't you put points in them? I do agree. I don't like the fact that half of the tree is connected. That there's 2 lines on the left that connect all the way up that are borderline mandatory for pretty much every single one. Every single Dragonlord is going to be taking those 2 points. That being said, it is what it is. Thank you. I'm doing okay. Thank you at the Cairo appointment. Good to see you. Oh, Cairo appointment. Getting that back adjusted. The old back crack. Maybe the old crack of the back. They grab you and do the old twist. Your shards of your spine start shooting across the room. Also, that's good. Good nickname. A little wordy, but I can see that. Looking for an Azamar Scourge iconic. I have a Azamar Scourge Inquisitive that I played a long time ago called the Falquisitive, and the idea was to play a Falconer, but then I used Inquisitive to give some just additional damage and use all the falconry attacks, and it was quite fun. I very deeply enjoyed it. It wasn't a bow build, but if that interests you, that's there. Other than that, yeah, I don't have a Scourge build. Because Scourge are heavily designed to be used as a melee character because of the whole like bonuses with two-handed or two weapon fighting and maces and dual wielding and all that in there built into their tree. But yeah. She's meant that it's not crypted into both lines, but does feel pointless. Yeah, it's like, is there not Absorb in the tier 1? I thought the Absorb was in the tier 1. It's not in the tier 1, that's my bad. I thought it was.
One of the fallen guards has an ornate key.
Fighter, Dragonlord.
The western corridor, explaining that several of their number were
Oh yeah, you're right. It is just +3 resistance. Yeah, I'm misremembering. I mean, it's like for 4 points, getting 60 or 12 resist and 10% absorb is like not terrible. And then the tier 5 is just crazy. So like for 5 points, it's an insane investment. So I don't really hate the fact that it costs that much, or like that you have to take it in the sense of it's really cheap, so it doesn't really matter. But again, I don't like the fact that it's connected. I can agree with that. Like, the value is pretty good. The value proposition for how many points you have to invest for what you actually get is not bad. Yeah. Is that a prison chiropractor? A prison chiropractor? I'm pretty sure that would just be somebody throwing you into a table. Or like Homer Simpson's chiropractic, where they just shove you over a garbage can. Anyway. Looks interesting to TR my dragon breathe pure sork into a rogue bow build. Nice. Somebody else commented, this is OP, but I don't mind. What's OP? The whole thing? The YouTube video? I don't know. But sounds good. Sounds good to me. I will say this. I am very fortunate. I have, for the most part, as somebody who like goes on YouTube and reads comments every once in a while on other YouTube videos, I have a pretty tame comment section for the most part. I don't feel like I have to ban or hide too many comments. And for the record, I don't like, if somebody is critical of me or judges the things that I say or wants to question things that I say, I don't hide or ban people's comments for stuff like that. Only for, you know, stuff I don't want to see on the internet. I also have like a 3-strike rule where people get 3 chances. So if you write a bunch of mean shit about me or talk a bunch of shit, but like not backing it up or like being constructive, but if somebody's just mean, you get 3 chances. Technically 2 chances. It's 2 strikes. I'd say 3 strikes, because you do it once, you do it twice, and the third time it's over. You're done. How many strikes are you at? Enough. You smell funny? Yeah, I know that. So? That's why I'm a streamer, dude. That way people don't have to smell me. We don't have smell-o-vision through the screen. That's the whole point. I don't require people to have to bathe in my musk. But instead, you get to see at a distance and pretend I smell beautiful. Apple Nostril Pro? Oh, God. I don't really want smell-o-vision. I feel like of all the senses that you can, like, kind of, like, try to absorb in terms of media, you know, you've got the hepatic feedback kind of really hammering out on, like, the feeling of touch when you're playing games. So, like, the actual rumble sensors will try to emulate what it feels like to actually do a thing in a game, especially in, like, VR is very cool. Visual, audio. Do I need smells? Do I need smells? I don't know. I don't need something that's going to generate smells for me. I feel like that's an unnecessary thing. Maybe we've gone too far, and we need to go back. You know what I mean? Unless like ancient tech, like the scratch and sniff or something like that. Although, you know, that is kind of fun. Man, could you imagine if you're playing a video game and you go into like a bakery and you walk in the bakery in the video game and it just smells like baked goods? Oh, that'd be awesome. The problem is you have to take the bad where you go into like a graveyard or like a crypt or like the Lunaris Temple in Path of Exile. Yeah, or like all the sewer quests in like DDO. Yeah, I don't know if I need that.
Imprisoned by webs, beg you to free them from their bond. Figures crowd around a strange device.
Yeah. Claim AI to mix the spells. It's just AI something that might come to smell for days. True, because they also stick in your mind when you smell something really foul. Oh, it hits different.
You find yourself under attack.
Also true. The smell of fresh baked cookies are a double-edged sword. The upside is they smell delicious, and now I smell fresh baked cookies. The downside is I can't eat smells, so the fresh baked cookies have to live as something in my imagination and in my dreams. Oh, it's so challenging. Also, what's up? Welcome, Brackart Raiders! Hello, everybody. Hi. How are you doing? How was the stream? How are you, Brackart? How is it going? How's it hanging? I hope you're doing well. Hope things are happening good with you and your family and the things that are happening over there. Hope you're enjoying the anniversary patch. Or not. I didn't tune in ahead of time. I was going to do another stuff. Oh, you can't take my tree lights. Actually, you probably could. I'm not very strong, and I wouldn't fight back very hard. But you know what? I don't want you to. I wish I had more AoE damage. Just need more critical hits, that's all. Well, heard you were ill. I have been ill. That's true. I have been ill for a little while. I have not been doing the best, but we are improving. We're getting better. Sick of the lag? Yeah, I was sick and tired of this goddamn lag in this goddamn video game. Nah, it's a whole myriad of things. But we're doing good. I'm doing good over here. You're gonna be seeing a lot more Strim Tom. You know what I mean? In your dreams, you can't escape me like a nightmare. That haunts you while you're awake in your computer screen and haunts you while you're at night, dreaming silently into the evening, thinking of nothing but your soft bed and the soft pillow until suddenly, my face. Saying good morning, everybody. I'm talking about a new build. You thought it was bad enough that I nerfed Sonic Blast. Well, wait till you hear about Dragon Breath. Whoa. I'd probably leave it up till July. No, when the snow is gone, I'm going to take it down. When the snow's gone, it goes away. Yeah, so we'll see. It's the, when the snow is gone, I will definitely be taking the tree down. Why didn't I heal myself? Whatever, I don't need to. Dodge. Sorry, I have iframes. Dark Souls.
Thanks to your help, the local pixies are now safer.
Just imagine a tree with rabbit ears. All right.
On the savage isle of
looks pretty cool. Day before Christmas is a power move? No. I'm not going to leave the tree up the whole time. Well, one of the problems is, like, it's also just kind of in the way if I want to get to my shelf, which I don't ever go to. I don't really read a lot of books. Those are all books that I've read. And I don't need to buy new ones because I don't want to. Wild thing. So it's not that inconvenient, but it is in the way of the shelf if I did want to get access to it. So, you know, it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. It's January and February. So the thing about the Darkest Nights is that a lot of that is precipitated or like brought on by just the snow. The snow is white, and so it reflects a lot of light off of the ground. However, the shorter days mean it can be kind of difficult to kind of handle all of the darkness being around all the time. It really starts to wear on your psyche. So the idea with all the colored lights is that it bounces off the snow, and then it will, like, you know, just keep places nice and bright and warm and feeling festive, which is cool. It's just a fun idea. Except, for those of you who are unaware, we talked about this earlier today. I live in the city of Ottawa. Apparently, according to the weather network that I was just looking at earlier, it is currently 10 degrees or something like that. Or, no, sorry, it was 16 degrees when I looked at it earlier. 16 degrees Celsius, which for you Americans is just around 60 degrees. And it's going down to minus 22 tonight. Which for you Americans is like 3 or 4 degrees. Actually, probably just about 0. Actually, it might even be below 0. In 12 hours. So I don't understand how that works. I don't really know weather that good. But it's a surprise. -5F, yeah. Trying to do the conversion in the old brain skull. I just don't have the conversion of freedom units yet. God, these things have a lot of hit points. Oh, stop biting me, dinosaur. So the double tumble. Oh, the Dragonlord shows up and gets the stun. Thank you, Dragonlords. That Dragonlord stun is so good. The Scream or whatever. Fantastic.
You spot a patch of what the islanders call local. Looking closely, you can see a spot where some of the plants have been harvested.
God bless you, Strim.
The work of a person.
Does it say God bless us everyone? Bigfoot very generously donated 135 Canadian dollars and 78 cents of Canadian dollars to me on the day of DDO's anniversary. First of all, that's very generous of you. I very much appreciate it. Thank you, Big 30-foot. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. I hope your day is going good. That is a gigantic amount of money. I don't currently know how to process that, so I'm doing it by shooting guys here. So there's that. Second, is that how bad the exchange rate is from USD to CAD?
You see the deranged Ankylosaurus pacing near the huge
Oh, God. And third, thank you again. I very much appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying your day. I hope to continue to bring you joy and fun content and things into the future. And I'm going to do exactly what I can with that money, which is feed me. And then I have energy to keep doing other stuff. So that's going to be the plan. So thank you so much. That's very generous of you. I really appreciate your kindness. Thank you. Oh my God. And then 20 gifted subs. You guys, I'm just some dude who's losing at a video game.
Quest.
So thank you. That's very kind of you. But oh my God, I don't even know what to do. What's happening?
Quest completed.
Apparently, hundreds of people applied for the Players Council, which is surprising as people claim the game has less than 100 players. Again, it doesn't matter whether you claim or not. There's over 100 people playing on Steam right now. Anyway, speaking of people playing on Steam, Barry, thank you so much for getting 20 subs. That's a also gigantic quantity of money. So, thank you so much. Holy Christ.
Quest.
Welcome to Stream Team. Rekanips, Asna Jarl, Valis, 1976, Couch Ranger, Warhammer Actual, Chief G-Man, Promothus, Spirit Strong, Bobby Az, Spicy, Night Hair, Pador, Yo Bob Dude. I'm just following whoever this is. I hope they're going the right way. Snazzy Penguin, Demetrius 1404, Lissisi, Starry Knight, Benny Bradley, and Sheerhead. And again, Fairy, thank you so much. That is very generous of you. I hope you're doing well, as well as Big 30-foot. Thanks, you guys. You didn't have to. You had no additional incentive. You decided to go out of your way to show me a little bit of kindness. And by a little bit, I mean a lot of kindness, like hundreds of dollars worth. So thank you. That is very generous of both of you. Good work. Great job. I don't know what else to think. This is crazy. My brain is all over the place. So thank you. Again, I really appreciate it. I hope you're both doing very well. And I'm excited. I'm very excited to put out some build videos. I need to do some testing. So tomorrow what I'm going to be doing is doing a little bit of leveling, but I'm also going to try to get in some high-end content, some R10s and some other things with some of my different characters to go over some of the Epic Destiny changes and also to be able to post some build guides. I want to be able to post an Artificer build guide. I want to be able to post a Cleric build guide and a couple other things. But knowing that the Epic Destiny changes were coming through, I didn't want to make any adjustments sooner because I wanted to make sure I had everything kind of sorted. So if I posted something, it's not like, oh, I post it and then the next week you have to change the Epic Destinies. I wouldn't want that to be the case, so I wanted to be able to go over it with some of the newer stuff. And now I'll be able to. So again, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys, and I hope you're doing good. My goodness gracious. So thank you. I appreciate it. Where's this guy following me? Oh my god, 1,100 manas? That's a lot of mana! Holy guacamole, dude. That's so many. I don't have that much mana. Where's my barbarian friend? No. Oh, he's over there. Oh, he's fighting the thing. Oh, he's in the room fighting the guys. Oh, yeah. I should help out. This is the best part about taking 2 levels of Paladin, is the lay on hands that also double dips on Warforged. So if somebody is playing as a Warforged character, I can just like pump them up to full health, even though I'm playing as like a bow guy. Whoop. Look at that. Oh, he is playing Warforged. Nice. So my level 2 Paladin lay on hands heals for like 100 or 200 hit points. That's great. Actually didn't notice playing Warforged. I just kind of assume most people aren't playing Warforged because Warforged are not as popular right now. They're good. They're just not as popular, and so I just kind of assumed. But Warforged good. Warforged Barbarian. Ah, so fun. I don't know what I'm gonna make for my like pure Dragonlord. I think I might do like Warforged Dragonlord Fighter with like a big 2-hander and just wreck shit. You know what I mean? Just like tear people asunder. Like that magic card that Fairy Please told me to put in my deck that was really good. What a great card. How long is that card going to be in standard for? Because I have to stop playing when they take the card out of standard. Yo, what's up, Sexian? How you doing? How are you now? Got 2 years? Nice. Cool. So in 2 years, I'll quit playing Magic when they get rid of Terra Thunder. Maybe like, really? Why would you just quit then? Because enchantments are annoying. Oh, enchantment. Goes on the field. You can't interact with it. Oh. Or if they give me Terra Sunder... Okay, I'll say this. If in 2 years, in the patch that Terra Sunder rotates out, they give me a 2-mana 2/2 that has the Terra Sunder effect on it, where you can destroy a target enchantment, then I'll be back. Then I'll be back. It'll be fine. You know what? I would take a 2-mana 1/1 that can do that. That's how flexible I am. Yeah. 2-mana 1/1 that has enter the battlefield, destroy target. You may destroy target enchantment if you want. Reclamation Sage. Oh, God. All right. Let's see. Reclamation Sage. What does this do? Images. Okay. Reclamation Sage. 3-mana card. 3-mana 2/1. Reclamation Sage enters the battlefield. You may destroy target artifact or enchantment. Beautiful card. Is this legal? Is this in standard? It says 2020 on it, so I assume no. Because it's been 4 years since 2020. Any color MTG card work for you? Oh, I've just been playing green-black because it's I'm sticking with one color for now, or one set of cards, so I can learn it. Because trying to like play lots of colors seems like it's a bad idea. Because I'd rather like figure out how to play the game, understand interactions, identifying different types of decks and what you're supposed to do about that, and then move into the other colors later, if that makes sense. Because I'll get too overwhelmed. There's like, what, like 2,000 cards or something in standard, so trying to understand them all is too much. So Pateri, I'm doing pretty good. I'm playing currently. And don't tell anybody this. This is a secret. I'm playing AoE bow character. That's right. See these laborers? Boom. I got hit 2 of them at the same time. These guys? Boom. Hit 2 of them at the same time. See this guy? Boom. Hit 2 of them at the same fucking time. That's right. Don't tell anybody I told you this. Okay? It's a secret. It's pretty good. Really not legal, but there's a card slime against humanity. Oh, wait. The Lord of the Rings cards aren't legal in standard? Wait, really? But I have Sauron in my deck right now. Oh shit. Wait, then what format was I playing on the computer on Magic the Gathering that you queue into? Was that not standard? Is that not the default format on MTG Arena? I was playing Alchemy. Well, I guess I don't know anything about it, so what are you gonna do? Ooh, Tear Asunder. Tear Asunder is in my deck, yeah. This is a great card. I feel like I missed so many things. Did you get into things? Yeah, so I played Magic the Gathering. Well, you did miss a lot because it's been 2 months. Like, literally today is the last day of the month, and I streamed, or second last day of the month, and I streamed MTG Arena on the last day of the year last year. So you definitely did miss a couple things. So, number one, I've just had, like, a generally more difficult battle with, like, mental health this year, so it's been a fun journey with that, and a couple other things have been going on generally in my life. I've been playing a lot of other video games and not DDO, because I just needed to take a bit of a break from playing the game. And so I played a lot of Helldivers, I played a lot of Path of Exile, I played a lot of Last Epoch, and a bunch of other games here and there. Still playing Magic the Gathering and other stuff. Doing a lot of D&D writing. I've gotten back into working out. I've been trying to get back in the exercise thing. I feel a lot better and happier and healthier when I eat better and I go outside and I exercise. So I've been just getting all of that done, which has been good. And yeah, it's been what I've been doing. It's a shorter rotation than standard, and it changes every year. Okay. Playing Lord of the Rings cards, you can play Recommendation Stage. Okay, good. Something? Again, I don't know. I'm just playing on Arena because it's fun. Like, I don't have to own all the cards because they give you, like, a deck, and then I can just make adjustments as I go and, like, play along. Like, until I get to the point where I'm getting absolutely Tyrannosaurus wrecked by standard decks, or, like, whatever the format is, until I'm getting, like, destroyed by every single card every time I play, I don't think I'm going to have to worry about it that much. Nice. What are you playing? What are you playing in Last Epoch? Like, that's the way I think about it. Currently, my win rate is like 70-30, and I'm using like a slightly modified starter deck. So, obviously, as it starts to go down, then I'll adjust it. Slime Against Humanity. Great card. Card name. Thank you. I'm also loving the bow action. Also the fact that, like, I can be surrounded by monsters and see all those dodges. Those are the Dark Souls immunity frames that you get now when you dodge, when you use tumble. It's so cool. I love the tumble stuff. For Shaman, this original, played with friends, like 25, 30. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I started with a Void Knight, so my Void Knight's 87, and then I also have a mage who's a sorcerer, who's level 74, named Dude Where's My Nova, and it's meant to be an elemental Nova build. I'm just missing a unique helmet that makes it so my Elemental Nova goes back to being Elemental Nova. It doesn't have one specific type, which I'm just waiting for. We all here? Yeah, we're all here. Nice. Next is Bullywug. Yeah, iframes on dodge. Basically, when you use tumble now, for the 1 second that you tumble, you get 95% dodge in light armor, 75% dodge in medium, and 50% dodge in heavy, which is basically like the amount of iframes you would get from like a game like Dark Souls when you dodge. So you can see here I have 13%, but when I tumble, I now get 95% for 1 second. So during the tumble animation, you get 95% dodge because I'm playing with light armor, which is awesome. No legendary potential? Yeah, I want to get the helmet, and then in a perfect world, I get a +6 with legendary potential, so I can smash a +4 Elemental Nova that I already have into it, so I can get it to give me +10 Elemental Nova, so I can get level 36 Elemental Nova. That's the goal. Lock events, like put in the code, you get most of the packs. They did that at the beginning of the year. That was like the first thing they did this year. I don't know if the code is still available. I think it's already over. But yeah, they have a bunch of giveaways. So for example, today is the release day of Dragonlord, and they're giving it away for free for the entire rest of the month. So if you want to unlock the Dragonlord for free permanently on your account, make sure you log in and talk to the guy in town. Also, they made a change, in case people didn't know, where not only do you get the dodge, the extra dodge when you tumble, but you also add your tumble score to your reflex saves when you dodge, or when you use tumble, which means if there's a trap in front of you, you can tumble through it and take less damage, because you're going to have a higher chance of making a reflex save, which is cool. Take care, Goro. Enjoy the rest of your evening, sleep well, and enjoy the video. Yeah, as I said in my patch note review video, DDO is like 17 gigabytes. Just go get it and do it now. Don't forget. But they sometimes forgot to take it out. Yeah, that makes sense. Classic SSG, forgetting to take out the thing that they were supposed to take out. Just before you go to bed tonight, put DDO on the computer, and at some point before March 26th, talk to the guy in town to unlock the Dragonlord. Really good unique tandem base that you can't void cleave with? Yeah. I'm currently doing sword and board because I just like the idea of using a shield. And it's going pretty good. I just need to shore up some of the defenses, actually. But my block chance is like 50%. I want to get my block to like 60, so it'll be a little bit better. Caster Void Knight? Interesting. I was looking at possibly doing a smiter. So, or not, yeah, smiter, where you, oh, they unlocked it. That's fine. Where you use multi-strike, which causes smites to go off instead of the blades. And then using multi-strike with smite and then scaling the spell damage. And then having a thing where when smite goes off, it triggers abyssal echoes. And scaling spell damage. So you're scaling spell damage, and then when you use multi-strike, it smites, which triggers abyssal echoes, and it all goes through spell damage. And you have to pay the mana cost of the smite when you do that, but you just get it, so you get mana leech when you use multi-strike. Oh god, I have insufficient action charges? Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. They weren't able to use it? Yeah, unfortunately. Having chicken nuggies in your hand? Honestly, if McDonald's was like, yo, 50-year anniversary, come get some, you can get 17 chicken nuggets or something, I'd go to McDonald's. It's a good deal. For free? So yeah. I'm still not sure what's going on with the Void Knight, because the problem is I keep finding cool uniques that I'm like, oh, I could, ooh, but I could, ooh, but I could. And so, like, I don't know what to do. Pick your poison? Hold on. Tumble. Tumble. Oh, I can't tumble again. Whoops. Pick your poison. MTG. Okay, let's see. Billion words. 1 mana, pick your poison, choose one. Each opponent sacks an artifact. Each opponent sacks an enchantment. Each opponent sacks a flying creature. So I assume you can't play that card. The condition for playing the card is you have to be able to pay the cost. So you can't sacrifice, like you can't play it if you don't have an artifact and then get them to sacrifice their artifact. I'm trying to remember. There's a unique that I have that does it. It was something I just like I saw and I started to get the wheels turning, but I haven't really fleshed out yet. The problem I have is that if I wanted to change my Void Knight into this smite thing, it's really annoying to change it back if it doesn't work. Because right now I'm just using a Racing Strike, and a Racing Strike's pretty good. No, you pay no other costs, only the green mana. What? Also, Snoogie Boog, welcome to the stream team. Appreciate this word. You've had a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing very, very well. No, you have to. The text says each opponent sacrifices an artifact. So when you... Oh, each opponent. It's not you. Oh, sorry. For some reason, I read each opponent as each player. It's weird to me that there's like multiplayer Magic cards, which will be like, oh, this card works against like 3 people or 6 people or whatever it is. Like, I'm just not used to that of card games being multiplayer. And so, every time I read each opponent, my brain defaults that to each player, just immediately. And not each opponent. So that makes way more sense now. Okay, I gotcha. Reading comprehension, you guys. Don't forget to learn how to read. Really important skill. It's going to be very helpful as you get older. You playing against yourself? Currently, I am, yeah. That's my current conundrum, yeah. Alrighty. Just to make sure, if I want to swap out the first level iconic, I need to take 14 level the levels that I want, then use a +1 heart. It will work. Will it work if I do 2 other classes in those 14 levels? If you only have, to my knowledge, if you only have 1 level, I think. Because if you only have 1 level, it should be fine. But if you have 2 levels, I don't think it works. Because if you have 2 levels, then the game will not stop you because it thinks you have 4 classes. But I believe if you have 1 level at level 1, and then, you know, let's say you have 1, 8, and 6, which is a total of 15 levels, you should be able to change that first 1 level to something else. I'm fairly confident. If not, I'll buy you a new Heart of Wood. RTFC. I mean, yeah, it's hard though. Again, I find because I've played a lot of like, I've played a lot of other different card games, and the wording and the syntax in each card game is just very different. And so Magic is the one I've avoided for a long time, just because Magic cards cost $100 billion. I didn't jump, I suck. And so I just haven't really never really got into it. But since it's a video game, you can just play it on the computer, and it's like, oh yeah, all right, sounds good. I don't have to like go buy physical pieces of cardboard and try to figure it out. I can just have it on the computer, which is a lot easier to keep track of, and you know, you get like free cards to play around with and stuff to like build decks with, which is a lot easier. Like it maybe in someday in the future, I might like buy a Magic card or something, or like maybe if I have a lot of fun, maybe I'll try to like source one of the decks that I have or something. But outside of that, I don't really have any interest in actually doing the physical cards. But again, I find the wording is very different between some of the different games. Like some of the things in Magic that are like implied or are in the Magic rulebook that I'm not going to read. Because one, MTG Arena absolutely did not give me the manual and skipped a lot of rules. So then there'd be times where I'm like, well, why does this happen? And then people in chat would be like, because that's what the rule is. I'm like, but it doesn't say that on the card. It's like, yeah, but that's when A happens and then B happens, that's what happens. And you're like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I figured out.
Looking for in the back of the room, locked behind a gate.
All right. So it's just like a lot of like learning the syntax and picking up that stuff.
The last rune in this puzzle.
Bunch of booster packs. If I'm being honest, I don't open the card packs because I don't know what the cards do. So like it's like overwhelming immediately because like you open the card packs, right? And you get like 10 cards, and because it's a modern game, most of them are like synergy cards where X card is good because it interacts with B card and D card and G card. But I don't know what B, D, and G are. I only know X card that's right in front of me. So it's like, So I actually don't really open the packs. I have like a ton of packs I haven't opened because I don't know, it's like intimidating to try to read them all.
You find yourself in an old mausoleum. At the back of the room, you spot
Won't remember in a month. I think it depends on the movie. Because like I spent $15 to go see Madam Web. And will I remember that movie for the rest of my life?
You pick up the crest of the monkey.
I'll remember that the voiceover was really bad. And that the movie really makes you want to have a big swig of Pepsi. That's about it. CD cards you can have to help me declutter. Okay, sounds good, Darth Dubious. I'll swing by and I'll pick up your 60 mountains. Was there anything good about that movie? It was entertaining. Also, they actually did a really good job of developing the main cast of characters that they don't do in most Marvel adjacent films. One of my biggest criticisms of the movie The Marvels was that the characters in the movie don't really know each other, don't spend any time getting to know each other, and then they get to know each other by having a montage where we don't get to see or hear anything they do or say, and now they're best friends and they understand each other, as opposed to like just having the characters have conflict and then they have to resolve their conflict, like how you write characters in movies. Whereas in Madam Web, they actually did that with a bunch of different characters, which I thought was pretty good. Also, the child actors who were playing teenagers in the movie did a good job of playing teenagers. There's a lot of cases, a lot of times teenagers act too much like grown-ups, or they act too much, or like they're just not good at it. But yeah, they did a good job. It's not a great movie, but there were elements I liked. And also I found I was entertained the whole time. Yeah. Hey Shram, took a video break. See you, big update came today. So see you have a bow. Can you show off the new AoE and also has Dragonlord? Can I show off the AoE? Shoot. Yes, I can. Okay, see these dinosaurs? Check this out. So these guys are going to try to attack me. But what they don't realize is I have an AoE attack. So when they get surrounded, I can press this button and go boom. And now I hit everyone around me with a big explosion. I can do that again and get a second explosion going because I have multiple air effect attacks on my build. On top of that, if I'm getting attacked and I don't want to, I can now tumble. By tumbling, you notice how it just said dodge, dodge? That's because when you tumble now in this game, for 1 second, you gain a bonus to your dodge based on the armor class. Because I have light armor, by dodging, I gain 95% dodge, which if you've played any other type of action game, it's basically like I have immunity frames. For 1 second, I don't really take any physical damage, which is pretty cool. For medium armor, you get 75%, and for heavy, you get 50%, which gives you a lot of stats. Did no one go snake? You go snake? You go snake? You went snake. Bowman went snake. No one went snake. All right. Changes miss going fast, but the changes make sense. Do I like them? I love them. They're awesome. The reason why I like the changes is because they give me something to interact with. I don't need to go faster in the video game. Sure, it's like fun to like tumble around and go faster, but the sense of mastery that you get from being able to properly time and dodge an attack feels fantastic. When an ogre is charging up to do the combo, and instead of like getting killed instantly, you just tumble and then take no damage, is a very, very satisfying feeling. So for me, I like it. I'm a big fan of the changes. I think it makes the game better in a lot of different ways. Like, look at this. See these spiders? Boom, I just do that and dodge, dodge, dodge. And because of me paying attention to the timing, I took pretty much no damage from all those spiders versus taking most of my health bar and damage that I would have had to deal with. Anything that makes the game more... I don't know, DDO is like an action game with projectiles and physical spacing and all this other stuff. And so actually having that be a mechanic in the game where you're encouraged to think about your spacing is awesome. So that's definitely an unpopular opinion. As somebody who has also seen Morbius, Morbius is a terrible movie. But the reason why I say that is because it kind of just fails on basically everything that it tries to set out to do. The plot is kind of boring. There's like 2 characters. There's Morbius and then the other bad guy who's a vampire. And everybody else either dies without enough screen time or doesn't do anything important. You can't see any of the fight scenes because there's just bats covering the whole screen. I remember watching the movie and you like see them fighting and they're like falling down like a mine shaft or something or some construction site. And literally it's just bats in front of you. So you can't see anything that's happening. And I'm like, why? Why did they do this? What was I get it's bats, but like, really? It's brutal. That being said, I'm not saying you can't enjoy it more than other movies, but yeah, like, damn, dude. Oh, stand up? Good call. I should do that. Fun fact, I had a friend whose barrier to entry was cost, and I built him Thomas the Tank Engine. His name is Tom, and it's a $13 basic lane, essentially free red. Well, yeah, but again, the cost is that he can play that deck, but if he wants to get a better deck, he needs to spend a bunch of hundreds of dollars. Yeah, there's also the Matt Smith dancing scene. Yeah, for sure. Digital design space. Hope they add some new ways. Yeah, and the other thing is they can add things that interact with Tumble as well. Like, again, I like the idea because it makes the game more interesting mechanically. Madam Web or Morbius? Morbius, for sure. Morbius was worse than Madam Web. Although, I don't want to spoil Madam Web for a lot of people. Here's what I'll say this. If you don't ever want to watch it, I'm going to say something that is just confusing and baffling. So, I guess cover your ears for like a couple seconds. It's a bad movie. You shouldn't watch it. The only reason I would say watch it is if you're already planning on watching it, then just go see it. But like other than that, it's not a good movie. It was entertaining. Spoiler first. It's not a big spoiler. Very close to the beginning of the movie, they have a scene where they have 3 characters wearing really cool bitchin' like Spider-Man outfits and costumes, doing cool stuff in like action scenes. And then that never happens in the movie because it was a dream. But they made the costumes. They're real. But for whatever reason, it just didn't make it into the film. It wasn't like, it was like practical effects. It's amazing. And so you just like wait until the end of the movie to find out that like, oh yeah, by the way, that's not in the movie. Oh my god, it was amazing. Won't kill you in the next hardcore? Yep. Oh yeah. Also, tumbling through traps is now better. Big fan. Bastard Sword, Dwarf next. I think I'm going to try out Sword Weapon Fighter. I would say Bastard Sword just because you get +2 multi from the tree. All right, big temple quest. Yeah. There's a normal bug that greater elemental weapons isn't giving a primer for Alchemist. Yeah, it's never done that. It is what it is. So yeah. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, design space and the ideas. Again, this patch could be called patch design space, where they've made it so that they can make more AoE attacks without the fear of what happens when you shove it into Hunt's End. The melee combat stuff means they can make more interesting monsters that have more interesting designs in terms of what you can dodge or be expected to get away from, because you now have everybody has more tools to be able to get away from it, which is cool. And it means they can have more possibilities of actually having traps in quests that you have to manage because you can use skills and tumble and other things to get around them. Yep. It's been like that for a while. So it is a... So, is it a normal bug? It is a normal bug in that it's not a new one. It's an old one. Oh, it is a storm outside. If my stream suddenly cuts off, by the way, it's because I lost power. There's a crazy storm outside. I don't want to lose power. I don't want there to be a crazy storm. But, you know. It will be what it is.
Judging from the temple's ornate construction and secure location,
all right.
This place has been
Let's go here.
Power on the Isle of Dread for a long, long time.
I'll disable this. Go traps. Traps. Traps.
You have arrived at the ruined temple.
I'm like 30 degrees. Yeah, it's so degrees freedom. It's dropping 70 degrees freedom overnight. No, not 70. 60. Like 65. Like 60, 65, somewhere around there. So it was pouring rain during the day, and it was like 60, and it's going down to like -2 to 5, somewhere around there overnight. There's so many monsters that even with my AoE, it still feels like I'm just barely scratching the surface in terms of trying to tear these guys asunder. Get out of here. You got snow? We are getting snow soon. It might already be snowing. I don't know. I can't see outside my window. It's dark. And there's a lot of light in here. So it's just reflections. All I can see is my own face staring back at me through the reflections in the glass. Yeah, City of Ottawa, baby. It's kind of cool. Yeah, it just like kind of flows right across, you know. Dead weather. She moves. We should be good here. So go over this. Yeah, when it comes to like tumble charges, I actually don't mind that there's 2 charges because you can get up to 3 or 4 if you're a thief acrobat. The issue that I have with tumble charges is that I can't see them unless I'm actively blocking, which is really dumb because I want to know how many charges I have when I'm not tumbling, not when I am tumbling. Thanks for the build. Anytime, Twitchy Poo. I love that build. It's so fun. And they buffed it. They literally just buffed it. Where Grandmaster Flower's Epic Strike just does more damage now. Why? I don't know. But they did. And so now it just does more damage. Yeah, somebody asked, they commented on my YouTube video, they were like, this ability doesn't have any tactics DCs, so why do you take Know the Angles? And I'm like, 1, it does have tactics. And 2, Know the Angles does a lot of damage. Not anymore. It's now it's Tonquin. Yep. Which makes sense when you change your form handle. You do that. I can imagine that would be at like... I assume that people do that because people change their like online handles. I wouldn't say all the time, but a lot of people change their online handles. I'm sure you could probably think of the 2 or 3 online handles you might have used over your years on the internet, if not even more. And I'm now imagining you work for like a big company and now you're like a developer where it's like, oh, developer named like X. And you're like, oh, I want to change my name. But people like recognize you from being like one person or whatever. So then it's not like you're just changing your handle like yourself and you're some like unknown nobody. Because back in the day, a billion years ago, the handle that I used to use online was Chippos, which is a bag of chips that is seen in like 3 frames of animation in one episode of The Simpsons, where there's just a bag of Chippos, and it's like a hippo eating chips on the front of the bag that's just on the shelf. And for some reason, I always thought that was funny. As an adult, I actually still think that was funny. And so that was just, I just used that as my online handle. Forever. And then it changed once, and then it changed again. Now I'm Strimtom. Because Shrimp bullied you? Yeah. You don't have to change it. You can keep it.
When you enter the chamber,
You can change your name whatever you want. Although if you did change your name because I bullied you, that's because I am an influencer and I have influence. I don't like being slowed. I just exerted my influence. Oh, that was you. Oh. Oh, that was actually you. Well, there you go. I'm glad I was able to help you and answer your question. As said, I do respond to YouTube comments when I have the time and the ability. Sometimes I get a lot, but I do try my best to respond to comments of people and make sure if there's like somebody has a question or a clarification to get back to them. Oh. Heal! Like, your name is too long, so I change it to the shorter one? You did technically change it to a shorter one.
wave of heat envelops you as you enter the mud-filled cavern.
I really needed, like, more damage. Isle of Dread is really funky because it's that one point where, like, you're right on the cusp of getting more damage because you can do this you're doing these at 9 and, you know, 12 is pretty substantial for a lot of characters. And the monsters start to balloon up in health. I really enjoy doing Isle of Dread. I find it a lot of fun. Oh. I'm a bow guy. I should hit these. Nice. Ow. That hurt. My organs. Do I shrine or just drink potions? Potions are looking pretty good. I mean, I do wish I had some amount of heal, but I don't. Oh, Zulkin can heal. He's a favored soul. Yeah, we just let him do it. He loves healing. That's his favorite thing to do. At some point, I will probably get some more features in this character. Like, I'll just at least Cure Light Wounds, because Ranger gets it at level 8. Which is not ideal, but still. Which for me, be level 12, is 8 Ranger 8. So it's going to be a little while before I actually pick that up. So, yeah. The problem with multi-classing is you have to delay some abilities or effects, which can sometimes be not ideal. My favorite DDO expansion? That's a tough one. There's a lot of good ones. Traditionally, I've said Feywild. I really love Feywild. The music, the colors, the fun little stories in each individual quest. The fact that there's, like, an element of, like, silliness to it. But, like, the world is kind of silly in the Feywild. Where, like, there's kind of goofy things happening. But to the creatures in the Feywild, it's the most serious shit. Where they'll be like, no, seriously, like, it's not tea time. And you're like, this is unimportant. But they're like, no, it's really important. So, big fan. I do like Feywild, the themes behind it. And the raid is just a lot of fun. Plus, the music is good. So, just generally been my answer. But I will say, I also really like Isle of Dread. My inner child gets excited about the idea of there being dinosaurs on the screen. Because dinosaurs are fucking cool. Dinosaurs are big. They got big teeth. They're scary. So, like, that's exciting. And a lot of the areas and designs are good. Plus, again, Isle of Dread music knocks it out of the park. Vecna is good. It is a good expansion for sure. I find some of the quests a little tiring, so I don't run them as much. I find there's, like, about half of the quests are a tiny bit too long. So yeah, there's like that element of it. So while the music is great, the story is good, I just find the quests are like a little bit too long. Ravenloft's just kind of depressing. Sharn has too many problem quests for me to consider it my favorite. I don't like all the gray in Ravenloft. I know a lot of people like it, but it's not my favorite. No worries. And then the older expansions, as somebody who didn't read any of the Dritz books, I don't care too much for Forgotten Realms, especially since I played Baldur's Gate last year, 1, 2, and 3. I don't have as much like first-hand experience where I'm like a huge fan of these things. And Shadowflake Conspiracies, very mid. Yeah, the Raptor Crash is annoying, for sure. Raptor Crash is kind of annoying. Is there another expansion I missed? Oh yeah, Salt Marsh. Epic Saltmarsh is a lot of fun. I actually really enjoy running Epic Saltmarsh. And Heroic Saltmarsh is not that fun, and I don't like running Heroic Saltmarsh.
As the Kofu matron leaps out.
Go. Now that Dragon Breath is garbage, what can I replace it with that will do similar damage? Dragon Breath. In terms of AoE damage, Dragon Breath is still your best option. Because you can use like Dragon Breath in combination with like Spring to Summer, or Dragon Breath in combination with Thunder Snow. But yeah, it's pretty much Dragon Breath if you want AoE. If you want single target, you got a lot of other options. Some people will recommend using Spring to Summer, but those people haven't pressed Spring to Summer before, which is a little short range. If you've never used it, you might be shocked by how short range Spring to Summer is. It's a D6 plus 6 for sure, but its range leaves a lot to be desired, and everything else is pretty much single target. So, yep. So Dragon Breath is the answer. Because with the upgrade, it's still a D6 plus 10, which sits it at a 10th level spell damage. And as a 10th level spell, it's not bad. Pretty much no cost, 12-second cooldown. It's still going to fit in between what you're doing. It's going to still be like Burst of Glacial, like opening will still be Burst of Glacial Wrath or Mass Hold or Tsunami or Flesh to Gold or whatever it is. Into biggest AoE spell that you get, and then into Dragon Breath, which is still going to be there. $5,000 damage? I mean, 5,000 damage is a lot of damage. I do lose 75% of your damage. It shouldn't be 75. Because they brought it from catch level 36 down to 26. Is it that much? Meet the... they cut the damage in half. No, that sounds about right, yeah. 75? No, it should be like a third of the damage. So it should be around like 6,500-ish with that if you were doing about 20k before. But yeah, still, it's a pretty big, pretty sizable decrease in damage. All right. Bow change affected the Acid Arrow build? Tremendously, because now in the Acid Arrow build, what you were doing before is you were running Deepwood Stalker and going tier 5 Deepwood Stalker with Capstone Arcane Archer. Now you could consider running tier 5 Arcane Archer for access to opening volley for area of effect attack, as well as Elemental Inferno. It's called Inferno Shot in the tooltip, but the text actually describes it as Elemental Inferno, which is supposed to be the name, which is an area of effect attack, which means Arcane Archer is going to feel dramatically better to play. The Acid Arrow build is going to feel so much better. It's like night and day. Yeah, so if your Dragon Breath isn't working the way you want it to, you'll have to go to either one of the single target Epic Destiny spells, which you'll want to get the upgrades for, either getting the freeze effect and upgrade out of what do you call it? Magus of the Eclipse, the knockdown out of Exalted Angel, or possibly swapping to Macrotech, going for a more tanky route, and getting a less damaging ability, but something that has like a stun built into it with a high enough DCs, which is also an option. The difference is that the Macrotech is limited to just energy burst for the range, which is not terrible, but if you're somebody who doesn't want to get into melee range and you prefer the breath shape, you're kind of limited there. Okay. I think I'm just going to go with Ranger and take the Rogue later. That seems good for now. So we get Search. Max that out. Single device, open lock, concentration. There's really no other AoE option. Well, there's Spring to Summer as well. But Spring to Summer has a much smaller area of effect. There is also, so you have Spring to Summer, which is a smaller effect. You have the Sonic spell upgrade, Echoes of Discord, which is a fair amount of damage, but you have to charge it by using 1, 2, 3 attacks first, and then sending it. And it's Sonic, which most people don't necessarily want to use. And finally, and also it's not quite as good damage. And then finally you have Fey Lights, which is significantly less damage. It's only a d6 plus 3, but it does have a stun built into it. Also taking 10. All right. I can do Spot, I guess. Still do Swim. And I can get the rest of those when I level up Rogue eventually. I should probably start to level up those things, so I think I'm going to drop one Swim and do, like, Simple Device. I'm going to catch up on these skills at some point. And I have 6 more enhancements to spend. Nice. So I want Hunter's Focus is good. 2 places at once is also good. And I probably want the extra damage to mark targets as well, but I'm going to grab Dexterity here. All right, I'm going to use the washroom. I will be right back and get some water. I shall return very shortly. I can get water, and I got to use the bathroom. Both good ideas. What is time distortion on Quarto Room? What? I have no idea. I'm not sure what you're asking me about. It's 8 o'clock? Oh my god. The day just like flew past. Oh my god. I gotta do stuff. So I got bow abilities. I got level 10. I should probably go upgrade my bow and go get a Barovian one for free. So I'm probably gonna do that. And then, yeah, I don't know. Do some quests, I guess. Do some 8s. Overall, my impression of the bow and the AoE changes is that it's very, very satisfying. The area of effect while leveling is so different and so impactful. I love it. It has a major impact on my enjoyment of playing a bow character during the leveling process. So if you've ever felt apprehensive about leveling as a bow player or trying out bow and, you know, because you've heard, or like, yeah, like the fact that it doesn't feel as good, it feels a lot better. You still have to deal with the first couple of levels where your attack speed is slow, but especially if you start out as like ranger, by level 2, you have an AoE, you have extra damage on hit, because with 8 points, you're able to go Arcane Archer, grab this, grab the Conjurer Arrow, grab this, and grab that. And with a mana item, oh, it feels so good. Or to have Nothics and Illithids with him, and the damage effect gets on hard called Time Distortion. I have no idea. I didn't do it. Is there a class that you currently wouldn't recommend? No, pretty much every class in DDO is good. I can't say I don't recommend any class because every class feels pretty good. It's a nice thing, the game, especially in the game right now, the way it's set up. There are definitely some things that you probably shouldn't do in terms of just like, unless you have like a plan going into it. So like, for example, if you want to be like a melee like wizard's a spellcasting class, and they can melee very well, in fact, because you can use like Eldritch Knight to be able to melee and get all this magic enchanted into your weapons. That's like part of the design. You want to know that going into your character, so you're building it that way and you're designing it that way. DDO lets you customize everything, which is fantastic, because you can choose your specific stats, your skills, your feats. The downside is that because there's a lot of options, you can make bad choices. So for the intuitive, easy stuff, like I'm a spellcaster who casts spells, you take the spellcasting abilities and it's really good. But playing a spellcaster who wants to melee, you just want to make sure you're making the right decisions, or at least you know where you're going. Do I hit him with the face of the wooden part of the bow? Only in my dreams. Those like human archers that have the ability to just like hit people with bow, very satisfying. So the plan is to go get Barovian weapons, then do some 8s. So into the mists will eat next. I don't know if Usurper wants to join or if they're listening to the stream chat. Maybe they do. Because I do want to do Into the Mist so I can get myself a weapon. But yeah, pretty much every class is fun. I can't say I wouldn't recommend any of them because they're all pretty good. Maybe, and this is a maybe, I wouldn't recommend Monk. Simply because it's the most complicated looking class on the outset. It's actually not the most complicated class, but it has like ki that you have to manage, which looks complicated. You have all these combo moves, which look complicated, but it's actually very intuitive once you start to do it. But yeah, that one can seem confusing. And a lot of people get like really weirded out by Alchemist because all the Alchemist spells are color-coded, and so when you cast different spells, they form reactions, which then give you stats. But which, again, also sounds complicated, but it's crazy intuitive. Because you just like, it's like, oh, I want spell damage. Well, if you cast the red spells, which are damage, and the yellow spells, which are damage and healing, you get spell damage, because you get orange. It's like, oh, well, yeah. 100%, yeah. Press button, do damage. Also, I already forgot to put my Reaper points in. Arc on the spells. I love the arc on the spells. You can like hit people over top of like cliffs and stuff. It's great. What's up, Kano? How you doing? I'm doing all right. You know, I'm playing bow. I hate bow characters. I despise playing bow characters because for the most part, it just doesn't feel very fun. Except this build is so fun. Look at that AoE, buddy. So good. So good. Do the mists. Try Dragonlord. I played Dragonlord on the preview. I told the DDO staff that I was going to be... if they gave me Fireball Arrow, I would play Arcane Archer first, and then they literally gave me Fireball Arrow. So I said I was going to do it, and I am a man of my word, so I'm keeping my word. So this character is going to be a 15 Ranger, 15 Ranger, 3 Paladin, 2 Rogue. The reason for 15 Paladin, 3 Ranger, 2 Rogue is, or sorry, 15 Ranger, 3 Paladin, 2 Rogue is, I wanted to do 2 Paladin because 2 Paladin gives me access to the Exalted Cleave, I think it's called. Yeah, Exalted Shot, which is a good cleave attack for leveling. And when I get into epics, I can swap my imbue into the Paladin imbue and scale it off of range power, which is going to be better for my character in general. So that was the first idea as to why I wanted to do that. However, the second part of that is I don't really need to be 18 Ranger 2 Paladin because my plan is to use Horizon Walker as my actual main damage tree. And if I'm using Horizon Walker, then the extra Ranger levels don't really do anything. And the difference between 15 Ranger and 18 Ranger is nothing. They're literally the same. So I don't really need the... I really don't need the extra Ranger levels. In theory, yeah, I could get Shadow Arrows, but like it's a lot of points to spend since I'm only spending like 14 points in this tree. It's like a lot of points to spend to get 5% double shot when I could get stuff in other places. So... Oh, we need to break again. Lol. Relog. And it'll let you in. So there's that. So I thought, okay, well, if I'm only going 15 Ranger and I'm having 2 Paladin, I have 3 levels left over. So I went with 2 Rogue and 1 Paladin because 3 Paladin gives me extra saving throws, and for just Ranger and general characters, getting more saving throws based off of Charisma is something I personally prioritize a little bit more than maybe some others. As well as Disease Immunity and Fear Immunity, which is quite nice. And 2 Rogue lets me go into the Assassin tree for the Imbue dice, should I desire it, if I want to spend the points here. If not, it's just 2 Rogue, it's not a big deal. And 1 Rogue allows me to disable traps during the leveling process, with Horizon Walker being the rest. So that's going to be the plan. In Heroics, I'm using the Arcane Archer Imbue, as well as the... Elemental Inferno, which I'm currently running with Force Arrows, so I get full damage with this, which is pretty nice. And then, same arrow, do I need to leave party? No, we do. We're just going to rerun it real fast. Because we have to leave the party. We have to re-break. Just stand outside the door, and then we'll break group and redo it and all that other nonsense. And so the benefit is that right now, I'll have 2 area of effect attacks. I'm very close to getting a 3rd area of effect attack in the form of Scatter Shot. Now, when I get into epics, there's also a lot of epic area of effect attacks I can invest into. And should I decide to do that, I can actually take the points out of Knight of the Chalice and get rid of Exalted Shot and just keep Slayer of Evil 1 here for the bonus, and instead just feed it into something else. Yeah, it happens in long play sessions. Basically, the way the game works is that the party level is the level of the party leader when the party is formed. And so because I formed this party at level 6, the game thinks the party is 6. And because you joined at level 10, that's too big of a gap, so it won't let you into the quest. That's basically how it works. So, yeah, basically every 4 levels, while you're leveling, you have to break group and redo it. Anyway, just yeah, meet me at the door. Just gonna reform. But yeah, so that's the idea behind the build. I'm not out here telling you that this is the best way to do it, but it's gonna check out a lot of the like AoE attacks, which is cool. And AoE attacks are cool. There's an LFM. It's trying to look for players lower than what you actually are. All right. So let's just run this quest again real quick. So yeah, so that's the general idea behind the character. Hopefully it's fun. I will be posting a build for this. My plan is to post this build as a two-parter. So part 1 is to have this included with a Arcane Archer build, which will be pure Ranger for those people that don't own Horizon Walker. So that way, if you don't own Horizon Walker, there'll be a Ranger build for you to follow that will be Arcane Archer and take some of the good stuff and get the cool AoE action, basically as a replacement for the Shrimtom Acid Arrow. And then if you're playing as a... if you have Horizon Walker, you can obviously copy this build. Again, the idea is this is mostly just for leveling. It's not really super well optimized for endgame, because I, again, do mostly leveling stuff, and it feels very satisfying. Somebody might be wondering, in Epics, am I going to be taking Hunt's End? The answer is, yeah, because it's an auto crit that does 250% bonus damage. Of course I'm taking Hunt's End. Duh. It's still free damage, dude. Do you want to hit for, 12,000 and at level 20? Yeah, I do want to hit for 12,000 at level 20. Where do I sign up? So yeah, that's still something I'm going to do. Yeah, as I said, the benefit of this character... Oh, I keep forgetting I have to mark stuff. The benefit of this character is that... Oh, I'm feared. I'm a feared. No! My saves are so high, too. I was really hoping that wouldn't happen, but it is what it is. So while I'm not playing Dragonlord right now, I will be playing Dragonlord soon. And I have a lot of Dragonlord builds I also want to play and have fun with. So we'll see how that goes. Storm Cleave Outpost next. So we'll see how it goes around. Keep tumbling, forgetting about the changes. I love the tumble changes, dude. It's so good. Again, the place that I point to is that I went into Reaper mode at level 2 on this character, and I got cornered by a Carnage Reaper in Smuggler's Warehouse. And you know what I did? I just tumbled, missed the first 2 attacks, missed, kept shooting, tumbled, next 2 attacks, missed, killed it with taking no damage. Oh, so good, dude. So powerful. Ugh. It feels so satisfying to hit the tumble at the right time. Oh man. So again, I do sympathize with people that wanted to go fast. Going fast is fun, but the new tumble is so good. You should just get rid of Dragon Breath. I mean, you can. You could take something else if you wanted. Again, go for the more single target oriented thing or crowd control. Again, the benefit is it's part of the critical mass of area of effect attacks, right? So eventually, if you get enough area of effect attacks, you can clear out any individual pack. So if I have one spell that does, 500 damage, one spell that does 500 damage is okay. But if I have 4 spells, all of them do 500 damage and have similar area, then I can go spell 1 into spell 2 into spell 3 into spell 4, and now I've done 2,000 damage, and you've already cleared off X amount of pack. So again, it's all going to depend whether do you need that extra little bit of damage. Are you playing a character class like Alchemist or Sorcerer or Druid, where you don't really need the extra AoE damage because you already have other tools, and maybe you'd want to use a different tree to get some extra single target or something somewhere else? Or are you playing a class like Favored Soul or Artificer, where you kind of need to pick up some of that area of effect damage to kind of really help out, to fill in those gaps that you're missing, to kind of layer it? Are you worried about spell point consumption because it costs basically nothing, so you can really heavily spam it in different areas? Again, it's the reason why I don't mind the change to Dragon Breath is because the problem with Dragon Breath in the past is that it wasn't really a decision. You just take Dragon Breath because it's so much better than everything else. Whereas now, there are still reasons to take the spell and the effect. And so you kind of have to decide, what's going to be best for you in those circumstances and in those situations, depending on the type of content that you're actually doing. Evoker Archmage? Yeah, like I said, when I played my Evoker, did I run Dragon Breath? It was either Dragon Breath or it was the I think I did run Dragon. No, I didn't. I ran the Macrotech one because I found enough damage from the spells. I wanted the stun. So I was running that instead. But they're both quite good. Thanks for your video stream. I'm a returning player that stopped back when Lord of Blades was the newest raid, and your build videos helped me dive back into DDO. Do you mean the first time the Lord of Blades was the newest raid? Or the second time the Lord of Blades is the newest raid when they brought him back? Dug him out of the grave, and they give us legendary Lord of Blades. Which, if you did not know, they brought Lord of Blades back. Good old update 46 legendary Lord of Blades. Quick question regarding 2 dinosaur augments. One that you craft reducing PRR and healing amp versus one that does PRR and summons oozes. So the PRR and oozes is physical resistance and magical resistance. That one is also known as legendary ooze in legendary green steel crafting. When you hit a monster, you reduce their physical and magical resistance rating by 10 each. Which means, effectively, you do about 10% more damage to a monster you hit with that. So you hit them, they get the ooze debuff, and then they take 10% more damage from magic and melee attacks, or like, you know, physical attacks. However, the other one, PRR and healing amp, stacks. That one is also known as legendary dust. And so, with legendary dust, that stacks up to 5 times, reducing it by 7 each time, for a total of 35 reduced physical resistance rating. Which means, if you are a purely physical attacker, then reducing an enemy's physical resistance rating by 35, which is effectively 35% more damage, is better than doing 10 and 10 when you don't really need the magic damage reduction or the magic resistance rating reduction on the enemy. Ooze does not stack, it applies right away, and it does the debuff, versus the dust, or the other one, I guess it's the Melt Horn, which is the PRR and healing amp, which applies incrementally, but it has a much greater effect, and is better against like bosses and other things. Also, bear in mind, those effects stack together. So if you're dual wielding, you can do one on one hand and one on the other for a total of minus 45, or you can just combine it with other people if, let's say, for example, you have the minus 35 physical resistance rating, and you have somebody else who has the ooze, the minus 10, you have somebody else who has some other effect, you can kind of combine all those together. So it depends on what it is you're doing. First time when they started cadence crafting? Oh, nice. Damn, that's a long time to take a break from DDO. Well, you know what? That's good, because you came back at a good time. Dungeons & Dragons Online is celebrating the 50th anniversary of Dungeons & Dragons, which means it's the year, and especially with the Year of the Dragon, they're giving away some cool stuff. If you log in today, or anytime from now between March, now in March 26th, you can claim the new archetype Dragonlord, which is very cool, by the way. You might be like, why aren't you playing it? Because like, there's AoE bow skills, man! AoE bow skills! You know what year it is? And we got our first bow attacks that are AoE? Oh my god! Oh! Bow attacks. AoE. I'm being knocked down by giants. Trample. Makes no sense now, you man. Can you hit ooze and then swap to the other? Yes, you can. But be aware that the level of tedium that you will encumber on yourself is a lot. Yeah, so I am a notorious ranged hater because the desync is always annoying to me, and also I hate when you get surrounded and you can't do anything. But now when I get surrounded, I'm just gonna press a button on the keyboard. Oh no, there's 2 trolls standing next to each other? Well, time to get AoE'd. I just obliterated one of those wolves at the same time as killing the troll. Oh, so good. Yeah. But you can do some weapon swaps if you wanted to. People used to do that back in the day, which was you would put on a vacuum weapon, hit them with vacuum, which would give them 20 stacks of vulnerability, so they take 20% more damage from all sources, and then weapon swap to your dust weapon, get the dust stacks, and then weapon swap to your actual main hand weapon, and then hit the boss for single target DPS testing and stuff. It's a lot of work, but it's technically worth it, but like, I just want to like click the mouse, you know what I mean? Wish you could do Elite without having to be VIP. I think that it would probably be a good idea, because this is a common complaint I hear from people who get started, that DDO is too easy. If they let you play normal and hard for free. So you could play a quest on normal right away, or you could play a quest on hard right away. And Elite you still had to unlock. because you can still kind of get blown away by traps on elite or on hard mode if you're not paying attention or if your character's kind of squishy. But if you find DDO too easy, hard might be more your pace as somebody who's getting started, and it doesn't feel like there's no challenge. Because if you do come from another video game, so if you played a lot of other MMORPGs and stuff, normal mode is not hard at all. The monsters like basically have 0 armor class. You can just beat them all up. They do almost no damage. So yeah, it's not ideal. Okay, all right. You know what, archers? Time to die. Sorry. And by time to die, I mean I can't critically strike undead, so I don't know what I'm doing.
You take up the shard of stone.
Yeah, so that's the general idea. So you could do like a bunch of swaps if you wanted, but I don't. I'm lazy. Like I said, I either dual wield to get 2 effects, or I just use one and hope somebody else in the group has one. Like as an example, my cleric that I play, I have a melee endgame cleric who uses ooze because I do both, which is the physical and magical resistance rating thing. Because I do both physical damage with my attacks and magical damage, so both of them are beneficial for me. And not everybody is running the ooze effect, so I'm running just that one with the hopes that people are running the other 2 effects, which would be beneficial for me as well whenever I'm grouping. And in a lot of cases, that's usually correct. There is generally somebody else who's running those effects. Or you can play with people who play like dedicated debuffers who have characters who can apply all of them, which takes like some time to figure out and some practice, but they're quite cool. When you get into like the really top end game, there are some like wacky builds that don't really work outside of raids, but are kind of neat. So like as an example, yeah, like if you wanted to, in general, if you're pug raiding, you're going to have people who are bringing all the different debuffs. But if you have like 3 barbarians, then all those barbarians are probably bringing dust, to be honest. They're probably bringing the PRR reduction. And so you're going to have a lot of stacking of similar ones. But that's okay because you're just trying to chop down quests. If you have 3 barbarians, they probably want it. But like when you start to stack up buffs, like you get the reductions from Shadow Dancer, you get the reductions from Exalted Angel, you get the Warlock reductions, you get the Legendary Green Steel effect reductions, all these other things. So you get someone with Shattered Device, and all of a sudden you have characters that like the boss is like minus 150 physical resistance rating, and they're taking percentage increased damage because you have a monk who's doing the Jade Strike. Oh man, it gets really crazy. Yeah. I really can't do this. Dodge. As he regenerates. Let's get this taken care of here. He's not attacking me, so it's fine. Just hang out here and shoot this guy. Double. Dodge! Double. Oh, dude! Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Big, slow attackers, where I can just tumble in between each of their attacks so they don't hit me. It feels really good! It's like literally like I'm playing Dark Souls. I was playing Dark Souls 2 over the weekend, and which, you say what you will about that game, but it feels satisfying when you get a good dodge off. Especially in Dark Souls 2, where they screwed around with the iframes for reasons I do not understand. So yeah. Best RPG in the series. I like Dark Souls 2. Best RPG in the series? Oh, we're done. Somebody did it. Oh, nice. I didn't even pay attention. Stromwald's mine. What, the monk Alk Warlock? Yeah, there's a lot of debuffs there. Maybe the best RPG. I mean, the quest lines are at least easier to follow in Dark Souls 2 than they are in Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3. Especially Elden Ring. Dude, some of the shit you have to do to get characters to appear in certain places, like, unless you look at a guide or a walkthrough, you're not going to figure that out.
The heat in the cavern is stifling. The braziers and furnaces seem to work relentlessly to ruin the air. As the door opens, you glimpse a pair of rust monsters skittering away.
Second tab of unique boots that aren't Snowdrift is real nice, and I have like 5 of some of the others. I mean, think about how many legendary potential boots you're getting. Is Snowdrift common or rare? I didn't check. You blind, you break 99% of quests before you even get to Radon. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I managed to do a couple on my first playthrough. I did not the Millennia quest, or no, Millicent. I did Millicent's quest line the first time. Well, what other quest lines did I do? I did Millicent. I think it might be the only quest line I did to completion. I didn't do any of Inferno or Volcano Manor because I went to Volcano Manor, I got the teleport, and then I killed everyone. So I didn't do any of their quests. Whoops! I don't know, dude. Like, look, they were there. I had to kill somebody. That's the whole point, right? It's all about they're like all about killing people in the Volcano Manor. So seemed good to me. I didn't find Placidusax. Chat told me about where to find Placidusax, because I did not know where to find him. There is a boss that I never fought called like the Death Bird or the Bird of Death that I saw YouTube videos about. I never saw that in my playthrough. Not even once, so I have no idea. There's a lot of stuff I didn't find in my first playthrough. That's why I'm really excited. Shadow of the Erd Tree is going to come out, and I cannot wait to play the heck out of it and just play the whole game again, new build, and have fun. I kind of want to do like a Frost Mage sort of build, like Frost, or like not a Frost Mage, but like a Frost Melee Wizard sort of combo. So using like Frost weapons, Frost spells, I think it'd be kind of cool. The only problem I have with that is stupid, dumb, sucky Elden Beast is immune to all status effects, which is annoying. But Elden Beast is also not terribly difficult. You just have to dodge around and jump a lot. I'm not sure if the prophecy ones can drop them. I've got a bunch from there. I don't know how the prophecies work, because I think they're based off of your level, but I also don't know, because I have like a chest piece I want to get from prophecies that's at level 77, and I have a helmet that's 74 that I want to get from my mage. But I don't know what the effective level is of the prophecy. Because, like, for example, if I want to get the helmet with legendary potential, I have to do it in an area of level 80 or higher, which is fine. I can do that. But if I buy the prophecy, will the prophecy have the legendary potential in it, possibly? Or will it, like, is it based off of character? Like, I don't know how that works. Genuinely no idea. So I'll have to, like, look up legendary potential and probably Google it a little bit more. Because the thing is, I also haven't Googled it. So, yeah. Plenty of two-handed weapons? Yeah, man. We got a bunch of Dragonlords. We got a Dragonlord. We got a Barbarian. We got another Dragonlord. Scale in the area they complete in. Oh, so basically I can't buy any tier 2 dungeon prophecies or tier 2... So, like, if it's prophecy that's like tier 2 arena, which is 75 or whatever, and then I complete the prophecy, the area, it counts as area level 75, so therefore it would give me something as though I did an area level 75. Ah.
This cavern is cooler and more spacious, even with the furnaces.
Okay, got it.
Stalactites and stalagmites.
Circle of Fortune? Correct, yeah. I went with Circle of Fortune because I was like, I don't know if I'm going to... Like, I don't really know what stats I need, so I'd rather just start Circle of Fortune to be like, I can just get some randomly good pieces and then learn the game that way. And then I watch other people using the trade, like using Trade League, and I'm going to be honest, Trade looks way better. Trade looks so much better. Visually glitched? Is a giant white square for you? Yeah, all of mine worked. I think it might be dependent on the race. Yeah, but then realizing how easy it is to buy exact gear that you want is crazy. Where it's like, oh, do you want to buy, like, tier 7 skill? Cool. That's like 500,000 gold. And then you can buy a good base with exalted tier 7 skill. That's kind of good. Ooh, it's kind of good. Although I am pretty happy with Circle of Fortune so far. It hasn't led me astray, so I don't know. Perhaps Purple Dragonite? Yeah, I don't know. Skills Force Spell or Evil? I don't know. It's a good question. Necronomicon is books. It is Force. Feel like I'm going to start getting Fortune stuff? Yeah, me too. All right. Hello, Laird. Laird. Oh no, somebody's commenting on a YouTube video with an opinion that was made after a buff. Oh no. Somebody's arguing with me that I put Black Dragon Bolt at the bottom of the list in my spells tier list video. But since that video came out, they tripled the damage on Black Dragon Bolt. Yeah. Mortal Empire era? Wait. That's Xeric? Is it? I didn't realize that was Xeric. I found a lot of other people, like the fact that Hearton shows up later again in the Immortal Empire, but which makes sense because you help Hearton. Hearton is disillusioned about the state of his worship of Lagan and the state of the gods in the world, and believes that they don't mean any good anymore, which explains why he would defect to the Empire. And I guess maybe Xeric would make sense as to why he would also defect and become part of the Empire, because he, obviously had vested interest in deposing the gods in Majelka. But also at the same time, I just don't know what would tie Xeric to actually joining them other than that. And even still, he doesn't really want to get rid of the god, just the snakes. So, I don't know. Ooh, good hope. Thank you. Thank you for the hope. Want to be a trapper? Yeah. Seeing somebody go through and disable all the traps, I'm like, oh, yeah, disabling traps. Well, no, he lives inside of it. He doesn't get eaten by it. He lives inside of it. He basically is inside of a large snake. Which, again, also kind of like undead snake, which kind of makes sense. But... And he is the leader of the Scalebane, or he was. I will say that's probably the thing that I wish they did better in Last Epoch. Probably more than anything else. Is just the narrative. I think that there are a lot of cool elements to the story, but they don't flesh them out enough. And so there's a lot of things that they either leave loosely hanging, or they just don't give you enough information on, which I wish they did better. It's kind of disappointing. Because they give you like the alternate realities and the different timelines, which is kind of cool as you go through it, which is interesting. But there's so many elements that I wish I understood better. Like the formation of the Eternal Empire is like completely left, not even like unexplained, but like they don't even talk about the start of it. And they imply that the reason why it exists is because Raya kills Herod, which then causes the other gods to start doing stuff, and people change their like desire or like interest in the gods. And again, Majelka is a very powerful place, and helping dispose their deity is a big deal. But like, also at the same time, there's still a lot of things that are just unclear. Like, what happened with Raya? Like, did the war ever end? I don't know. It's not really clear. Yeah, like, again, there are powerful forces as to why the Eternal Empire could be there. Looking at the fact that Admiral Harton is, or like, Captain Harton becomes Admiral Harton and is the leader of the Imperial Navy, makes sense because he goes through the storyline of having that happen. But what about all the other people? And it's not even something like, obviously there's a connection between the Emperor and the Void and their research, where they're basically using something from the Void which allows them to stay alive forever in their eternal undead form, which again makes sense. But then they have this whole thing where they do a research, or they have a research lab in the Empire, where they basically talk about how they need to get, basically need more souls to be able to keep people alive, because the Immortal Empire is not immortal. They actually need more souls to fuel their immortality, and so that's why they need to continue to harvest the living to be able to continue to sustain themselves, which is a problem they're not close to fixing. And which is an interesting concept, but like, how did this start? Where did this come from? I don't even need all of the details, but like, there's no catalyst for the Empire beginning that is even there or like talked about. It's just, and also the Immortal Emperor is just some nameless guy called the Immortal Emperor, and you would assume that the Emperor would be like related to Erebus, but he's not. You would assume he's related to the Snake Lady who invites the Void and Erebus into the world in the Divine Era, and he's not. He's just the Immortal Emperor, which is such an important character who has no name. For seasons, but like throws a bone. I mean, maybe. Yeah, so there's just a lot of stuff that they could have done better in terms of like slight naming of things, and that reminds me a lot of Grim Dawn, where the one thing I will say about Grim Dawn is there are like notes you can find all over the place, where you just find a note somewhere on the ground, and it's someone spilling out their life history or whatever it is, but you don't have to read it. But they just give you like several paragraphs all over the place, which is great. Yeah. Ending at the point it does with no closure of how each era progressed is a weak point. Oh yeah, absolutely. And they also don't even need to say that it's like, this is it, because obviously there's still a lot of problems. I actually didn't mind the fact that when you finish, you just get kicked to the end of time, and they're like, well, you screwed up the universe again. You tried to rewrite history, and it didn't work. Which I actually think is a very satisfying ending. Like, the idea that your character has a thing that allows them to travel through time, and they still can't fix everything, because that's, like, time travel is more complicated than that. But yeah, it's just, it just feels like there's like some plot holes. Sounds like it has a bad story. Yeah, it's not the best story. It's a story that has like a lot of good ideas that I feel like they just didn't flesh out. We're talking about Last Epoch. Now, again, a big Last Epoch W is that the game is really fun. So it's a really fun video game. So most people don't care that much about the story. Yeah. Like, I still need to compare notes with Neresoth at some point about some of the elements of the story that I thought were kind of interesting that come up later. But still. 4 chapters to go, right? I don't know. What's up, Wolf Spirit Man? The game released. It's 1.0. I did all the content, so yeah. Plays Path of Exile for the lore. I mean, I don't play it for the lore, but I enjoy that element of it. Like, especially with the Affliction League. I really like the Affliction League story. The Affliction League with the Nameless King. Like, again, there's... like, I like it. I like the fact that they have elements of the story. And again, this is why it was like... one of the reasons why I realized that a lot of these games are not designed for the type of player that I am. And that's why I'm kind of still looking towards, like... indie developers to really take up the mantle. Like, I'm personally very excited for Titan Quest 2, because while I haven't played Titan Quest 1, and I will at some point, Titan Quest is made by the same developers as Grim Dawn, and both of those games have really, like, rich, fleshed out stories that really fill the niche of, like, that kind of action RPG kind of story layering, where when you talk to characters, they all give you their own personal anecdotes about what's going on. So it really helps pull the world together. Even if you don't have all the information yourself, you can talk to individual people. And while not all of them will be the most trustworthy narrators, you get like a lot of good stuff out of it. Whereas, like, again, a game like Diablo 4, as an example, basically doesn't have a story, and none of the people in the world know anything about the story. It just doesn't matter. It's like unimportant to them. And where, as I said before, I was watching like a video where somebody was talking about like Diablo 4 in terms of the like in terms of like talking about like the narrative, and they were basically like, yeah, it's like, you know, like Diablo, or it's like Diablo isn't an RPG. Like, it's not. It's just a video game. It's not really an RPG. And I was like, damn. Because you know what was an RPG? Diablo 1 and 2. And even to some extent, Diablo 3. But that's probably right. Diablo 4 isn't really an RPG, and most people don't care about it. Because the world building is not really important. Like, if you go to any town in the Diablo 4, unless they're a quest NPC, they have the characters literally don't talk to you. And none of the vendors have anything to say. Whereas you compare and contrast to Diablo 2, where all of the people and the vendors that are in the world in the town, they're all people. So they'll give you insight into the different quests that you do and the different things that you do, which adds to your understanding of the story in the world. And you can find notes and pieces of information. And so, as I said, it's mostly just like, it's true. These games aren't made for me anymore. Or at least some of them, especially the larger scale ones. But I'm glad that Path of Exile still does a good job of trying to inject things into their story. The only problem I have with Path of Exile and their storytelling is they retcon fucking everything all the time, and it's really annoying. Where they decide, you know what, it's actually be more interesting if our story was written like this. And then they just like retcon a whole bunch of characters and things and then go back to it later. And rewrite stuff. And I'm like, why do you do this? Well, like, if you think about the end game and the retcons, where, like, so much stuff doesn't make any sense. Where, like, the Shaper and the Elder Slayers literally aren't in the story. They, like, don't make... And they're, like, not there anymore. They don't even exist. And, like, the old Beyond Demons, they replace them, but they also replace them, and they're no longer... The old Beyond Demons are not in the story anymore. The Oracle was Apophis, by the way. Pretty much the same portrait without so much extra stuff on it, probably. I don't think the players have any idea why they exist. They don't. In lore, they don't. In lore, Xana doesn't exist anymore. She's gone. So there's 2 fights with this person named Xana who's not in the game anymore. And you can't learn about. Which is fantastic. Because it had been retconned out of the story. Which, again, I don't dislike the story of the game. You know what was a really good story? Sanctum League? Oh my god. Sanctum League with Divinia and the different Beyond Demons, and they talked about Baydat and the Pale Angels, and like it was really interesting, the origins of the Templars, a lot of really, really good stuff, and the origins of sin and innocence as well, and telling the whole backstory of those characters. Again, they really fleshed out a lot of stuff. And to do that, they had to kill Beyond for it. It's gone. And so, yeah. That's why... That's the only thing I don't like about Path of Exile storytelling, is that they delete... They delete stuff. Not ideal. What's up, Chaotic D&D? How you doing? Alright. Watched his kind pacifist god get cut down by a giant man-child god. I guess the main timeline, the spear of Heret is picked up by Grail after Heret's death. His new hatred. Well, yeah, you can assume that Grail, who wishes to seek vengeance upon Raya for slaying of Heret, that he would in fact be the person to actually take down Raya, which is not really expanded upon, but you can assume. But there's no reason why Grail would become the Emperor. Because again, he is devout. He wants vengeance, sure, but what would be his motivation to actually want to become part of the Empire? Especially because, what's her name? The shaman, who's also part of, who's also a worshiper of Heret, secretly infiltrated got turned into an immortal to secretly infiltrate the Empire. Yulia, 100% is, Grail and Yulia have a very strong connection, and Yulia intentionally got herself turned into a undead so she could infiltrate the Empire and form basically a secret connection with the Emperor. But she wouldn't, there's no reason for it to be Grail. I'm doing pretty good. Your story's just a background thingy. Again, I guess, I don't know. It makes sense that a lot of people don't pick up on the story elements because they just care about, the video game and what have you. But it's I don't know, it's just depressing to hear people not so much say I didn't care too much for the story, but that the prevailing sentiment is, well, the story's not really important. They're just like, but it's they have writers and authors, and the story is really good. Ancestor League, oh my god, dude, the story was so good. But a lot of people just don't engage in it, and so it's just not important to them, which again makes sense. I'm not saying you have to engage with the story, like, if you don't want to. Oh my god, the damage. Also, there's like a crazy snowstorm outside. So if I lose power, it is what it is. Yeah, and also the Emperor would definitely recognize you. They would know who you are, 100%. And then we explore the void enters by someone seeking more and more divine power and getting corrupted. Yep. Who's not following me? I just don't want anyone to get lost in this quest because people get lost all here. But yeah, Raya brings in the void in Dark Sun. Herod brings in the void. And we go in here, the fireplace. So yeah. Fireplace. Go in the fireplace. Yep, it's a secret. Gotta know this one. And it's not so much that the void... So this is the way I think about it. Is that Itera, and this is my interpretation, that Epoch basically is like a gift that was granted by Itera to the living to try to basically combat against the influence of the void. But I don't think that Oribus and the Avoid are one and the same. Similarly, that I don't think that Itera and the Epoch are one and the same. They're just powerful influences that are under their control, either directly or indirectly. If that makes sense. How's the update? Dude, I've ranged or AoE bow attacks. It feels amazing. Jesus Christ. There's so much wind. I can't even like hear my headset anymore. Yeah, if you don't know this one, it can take 100 years to get through. When that person accused you of trying to team kill them with mobs at the entrance? I do. Yeah. And then they came into the chat and they accused me in game and tried to slander me.
Is much wider.
Because of a misunderstanding, when I tried to explain it to them, they had blocked me, so I couldn't explain it to them, so I couldn't, you know, try to talk to them about it and have an open dialogue. And so there was no chance for an open dialogue, so I just removed them from the guild because they didn't want to be there. Yeah, rain or snow? It was rain and now it's snow. We went from 16 degrees and we're going down to minus 22. So plus 16 to minus 22. What a temperature change. I think basically what happened is that they had a negative experience in the quest where they got attacked by monsters, which makes sense. And they almost died, and they had spent X amount of time on their character, and so their solution was to get mad and lash out, which is not a great response, but on the internet that is like not that uncommon. And so what bothered me wasn't the fact that they got mad and lashed out in guild chat, trying to be like, don't join this person's group, they're going to kill you. It was that they had blocked me to prevent any amount of discourse already, so I couldn't actually just have a conversation. Because like when you have a misunderstanding, or somebody says something about you, or you want to correct something, or maybe you want to help in a situation, obviously, you know, not that you always have to leave an open dialogue. You shouldn't have to subject yourself to interacting with people you don't really want to interact with, or people that you don't generally like, or the people that have like either a pattern of behavior of making you feel bad or doing something like that. But it was like a single circumstance, and as opposed to having not even an option to defend myself, just to like talk to this person and help them calm down, it was like block. So my answer was, okay, well, there's no open dialogue. So therefore, go away. Be gone. Give you time to explain. Yeah, exactly. Or at the very least, just be like, you know, I didn't even have a chance to be like, oh, well, you know, that happened. I'm sorry you had that happen to my group or whatever. And like, I'm not the type of person to think that I'm always right. I make mistakes all the time. I can do better. I can improve. I'm not always like I'm not infallible. I make mistakes all the time. I just knew in this circumstance that I didn't make a mistake because it was on fucking camera and I didn't kill somebody because I was on camera. It was a video. So I'd be like, I'm sorry that happened. Just, you know, I didn't do that because I have video footage of me not doing that. Dragon gets extra stun DCs? Yeah, they do. Am I going full ranger? No, I'm multi-classing. This is the end build is 15 ranger, 3 paladin, 2 rogue. Shrimp killing this guy? I mean, video footage of me killing somebody. Yeah, like I said, I can't please everybody. And I hope that this person whose name I've already forgotten, I don't know. But I hope that they are able to stay calm in the future. And yeah, they like figure it out. They're not like banned or anything. They're not banned in my channel. I just kicked them out of my guild because they pissed me off. But they're always welcome back because I don't remember. My memory sucks. I have like a terrible memory. So like all the time, if like somebody gets on my nerves or does something, I just let it go, water under the bridge. Unless somebody does something that's really horrible that it actually sticks in my mind. Like, I don't know. If somebody like broke into my house or something, then yeah, I'd probably remember, but. What trees? So I'm using Horizon Walker as the main tree. Arcane Archers for the Arcane Archer stuff. I'm going to be using Assassin as well, maybe, and Knight of the Chalice. So the idea here is that Knight of the Chalice gives me access to a cleave attack in the form of Exalted Shot, which is an area of effect cleave, which is quite powerful. So I can get Exalted Shot. In Epics, it also gives me access to the Imbue Slayer of Evil, which is the best Imbue in the game for a bow build. So this is fantastic. In Heroics, I get Arcane Archer, which gives me access to the different elemental arrows, which are quite powerful, as well as the area of effect attack of Inferno Shot, which is again quite good. So Inferno Shot allows me to do area of effect damage very quickly and easily. And then Horizon Walker, I have to sit down. And Horizon Walker gives me all the bow stuff, which is again quite good. Okay, we're good here. Sorry, I have to sit down. Okay. Okay. I have a lot of armor class. Thank goodness gracious for that. AWCC bower up more, but also last epoch. Why is my life so hard? I know. Do I play this video game or that video game? Oh, dude, it's so hard to choose. I don't know, man. I'll play A video game or B video game. I don't know, dude.
All will bend the knee. Adherents of the water temple pray softly in this small chamber. A small piece of metal.
Yeah, that's the basic idea.
At the back. The room begins to shake.
So we do this. So it's like, again, Horizon Walker here, Arcane Archer. And then if I have points, I might do Toxic Affinity. I'm not sure where I'm going. I'm going full Horizon Walker, though. It is very nice in the new archetype. Play both at once. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Live, team, live. I don't know if there's a way for me to get in. Can I get in? Get in prep for the DLC, and I'm so torn on how to split your time. Dude, this is exactly why I haven't started playing Elden Ring, is because I know it's going to eat up a lot of my fucking time. But like, dude, Elden Ring, I want to play that game so bad. I think about Elden Ring all the time. I think about Elden Ring so often. I want to play Elden Ring again, but I'm like, nope, don't play Elden Ring. Don't do it. You shouldn't play Elden Ring. You have too many other things going on. You have other video games. Don't play Elden Ring. My brain is like, but Elden Ring! So good. Because, like, my first character was Vigo Pigeon. And I did, like, a combination. I did, like, mostly Faith and a little bit of Strength. And I ran with, so Vigo Pigeon, mostly Faith and a little bit of Strength. I used the claw that you get from the magma worm for the most part. That gives you, like, the lava slam, where you, like, jump into the air and then slam the ground and drop lava everywhere, which was, like, so good. As well as the sword that you get out of Leyndell, inside the original Seat of the Two Fingers. And so I used, for the most part, those, plus also Rot Breath, because it was pretty good. And then for my second playthrough, which I did for Drink Souls, where I actually, like, just ran through the game, knowing where a lot of the stuff was, not everything, but a lot of the stuff, and having some drinks. I did it as a Fate build, because I had you guys in chat vote what stat I should use. And so I did, or not Fate, whatever it's called. Is it Fate? No. What's the Arcane build? That's it. An Arcane build. And I had a lot of fun with the Arcane build. It was actually an absolute blast. The only issue that I ran into with the Arcane build was that I used a lot of status build-up. I also didn't use any items I did the first time. So, for example, no Rot Breath, anything like that. But I used a couple bleed builds. I used a couple flat damage items with, like, the... so I used Reduvia a little bit. What was that one called? The something of Echoade, the big two... There's, like, the one-handed sword that has, like, the you can throw it around, and the two-handed sword that you can. Like that Elemer of the Briar has. And I did a bunch of that. I used the other dragon attacks, like the Cold Breath and the Claw Slam. I had a lot of fun. It was a great time. So I really enjoyed playing both of those characters going through the whole game. Until I got to the final boss, the Elden Beast, and I realized that the Elden Beast was immune to all status effects, and I had, like, bleed items and poison items and all sorts of stuff, because it all uses Arcane to scale, and none of it worked. Oh, that was so depressing. But I'm like, I don't know what to do for a third build. So I think if I go through it, I think I might just do an ice character. So, like, only things that deal, like, frostbite is probably a good idea. All frostbite all day. Strength chunk life. The problem is I just don't enjoy it that much. I'm not a big strength enjoyer. Started. Creech! Take care of them. Yeah, dude. Stay up there, Falrinth, you jerk. All holy damage. When I hit the final boss, I had to level up a different weapon. Yep. Fortunately, like I said, there's a lot of good faith scalers, which is pretty good. There's a lot of good faith scalers. So yeah, I don't know. So for my second character, or third character, I guess, I want to do something for Shadow of the Erdtree. I'll also want to get confirmation as to when Shadow of the Erdtree drops, because it looks like it could either be post-game, or it could be going through Mikola after Moog. If it's after Moog through Mikola, then it means I can start a new file when it comes out. But if it has a post-game thing where you have to finish the save before you can go through, then I'll have to play a new save before the hand. Oh, it's after Radon and Moog. Okay, got it. The Evil Elemental God, not some mushroom princess? I don't know. I never played Temple of Elemental Evil, the board game, back in the day 100 years ago. I have no idea. Need the chick to be alive. Oh, Melania? Maybe. Again, if that's the case, if you just have to go... Because FromSoft has, like, always had weird entrances to their DLCs. They've always had, like, a bunch of weird places where it's like, oh, you can get in by, like, going here and doing this. And it's just, you have to do some weird, obscure, bizarre process to get into a quest. Like how in Bloodborne, you have to get grabbed by an NPC. And then Moog, and that's it? Okay. So that means I have to get a save file to kill Radon and then Moog. And you know what that means? I can start playing Elden Ring again to prepare for June. That's what that means. That's great. Good old Elden Ring. God, that's windy outside. Great. Yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait to play some more. And also play some more bow character. Because bow character, gonna be honest, really, really, really good. But it turns out I actually can wait to play more bow character because that's going to be the end of the live stream for the day. I'm done. I'm out. Progression outside of Shadowlands will be worthless according to Miyazaki. Your progression? Well, it's not going to be worthless. Like, I'll have swords and stuff. Unless they start you with no swords, I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to bring swords in with you. Unless you have to use all new weapons in the DLC, and you can only use new weapons in the DLC, and you can't use old weapons in the DLC, then maybe. But, like, swords. You know what I mean? I don't even know what swords. I don't even know. Like, the problem with the Frost character is, like, there's, like, the Zaymore ice spells, and then there's the ice rapier that you get near the giant smith. And then I don't know what else does Frost. So I'm like, I don't know if I want to do a Frost build. We'll see. I don't know. I'm, like, still thinking about it. I'm thinking back and forth. Because I obviously haven't started playing it. But anyways, that's going to be the end of the live stream. So thank you all for watching. It's been a fantastic time. We will be back tomorrow with some more Dungeons & Dragons Online content. I'm going to be going over doing some end game content, testing out some of the abilities that have changed in epics. So Exalted Angel, among other things. And hopefully it's fun. Hopefully it's good. If it's not, we will find out. But I'm going to get a chance to actually play around with it because it's difficult to like schedule and organize like hard content on Lemania because most people don't want to log in. So waiting until it actually gets to live is sometimes the best option for testing these things out. So thank you all for watching. If you like what you saw, consider following the channel or don't. Do whatever you want. If you need more Stream Tom content, I posted an hour-long YouTube video about the patch where I go over it into great detail. So if you want to watch that, feel free. Where I talk about a whole heap and help in a thing. It's also like time coded, so you can easily skip around at the bottom at your leisure. But that's all I have for today. So thank you for watching. I hope you enjoy yourself. I hope you have a fantastic evening. And don't forget to drink your water, because if you don't drink your water, the Spectre of Nearsoth will break into your house and whisper, "Drink your water," into your ears. And that's just weird. So lock your doors, and I will see you guys later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I have 19 YouTube comments. Oh my goodness gracious. I just looked at this. Yep. That's all I drink. I miss sugary drinks. Got to kill for a Fruitopia. I mean, you can kill for a Fruitopia. It's just the problem is who you have to kill is complicated. That's the hard part. That's the challenge there. Like, you could drink the Fruitopia. It just might be the last Fruitopia you ever drink. Yeah, it's Fruitopia. Amen. Yeah, when I go to, like, if I ever get, like, a fountain drink at, like, a McDonald's or whatever, I always do, like, half Fruitopia, half something else. So, like, either half Fruitopia, half root beer, or, like, half Fruitopia, half Coke. That's good stuff. I'm going right now. Oh, no. I said it was overpowered. Oh. To be fair, they are locking it to be only usable without raging, which does do a lot of heavy lifting to make it balanced. Still here? The movie's over. Go home. Me? Oh no, I'm just hanging out. I turn off the stream, but sometimes I just like space. It's very different. The environment when I'm just like not physically on the camera, because I find when I'm not directly on camera, I don't know. There's just like a different vibe, I guess. I don't know if that's the best way to describe it. So I can be more relaxed. It's a relaxed stream time. Like there definitely is a very different vibe from being off camera versus being on camera. No, I don't strip naked. I just like, I don't know, I slouch a little bit harder. I don't make any eye contact with the camera. Like all the time while I'm streaming, I'm constantly trying to like make eye contact with the camera when I respond to people's questions because I don't know. I think it just feels good when you talk to somebody and they respond to you like directly. So like, yeah, I'll do that sometimes. Yeah, that's about it. I don't know. Like I said, it's also a very different like vibe. I understand how there are like some streamers who will like do some days on camera, some days off camera, and the off camera days are very relaxing because it's a huge like mental block off your shoulders to have like to like just not be on camera. It's like running like a radio show almost, except you guys are listening to me for reasons I find deeply confusing. The game. True. Yeah, I'm currently not. I'm just like spacing out. I think I'm gonna go make dinner though, because I am very hungry. And a lot of pain. Anyways, I will catch you guys later. Bye bye. Oh, I'm probably gonna make pasta. Just do like spaghetti, something simple. It's like late at night. I'm tired. Just gonna do like some spaghetti. Spaghetti. Some spaghetti going. Some eggplant. This is how I know I'm getting older. I'm enjoying eggplant more. And it's like classic aubergine eating. You guys like aubergine?